Chapter 1243. At the Wutian Hall. A large number of soldiers lined up. They were clearly divided into two sides. One side was led by Yan Chuan, and behind him were 100,000 terracotta soldiers. Mo Shi in Hentian, Bai Qi and Meng Yi stood at the side. Miao jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder and looked at the army opposite them with Yan Chuan. Above the clouds, the leader was dressed in a golden dragon robe. His face was majestic and his eyes were cold. He was the great Zhou Heavenly Emperor, Wu Jiong. Behind Wu Jiong stood Di Renjie, Shengguan Wan, Princess Taiping and other important officials of the great Zhou dynasty. There were also 300,000 soldiers of the great Zhou dynasty. Yan Chuan and Wu Jiong looked at each other coldly. Both sides were on their guard. In an instant, the scene became extremely silent. In the distance, the experts who had witnessed Yan Chuan's power held their breaths again. Two emperors fighting? Wu Jiong looked at Yan Chuan and took a deep breath. In the past, I have heard of the first emperor's name. He swept across the world and united the warring states period. It is a pity that I could not be like him. Oh, it is a pity. Wu family of the great Zhou dynasty, as a woman, you have turned the world around. You are not bad. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Wu Jiong smiled faintly and turned to look at Mo Shi, who was beside Yan Chuan. Yu Shi, why are you not bowing to me? Wu Jiong said faintly. Mo Shi's pupils constricted. On the opposite side, Princess Taiping revealed a cold smile. Mo Shi's eyes changed and she finally made up her mind. The Empress of the great Zhou dynasty, Mo Shi, greets the great Zhou Heavenly Emperor. Mo Shi said calmly. How dare you? Princess Taiping glared. Mo Shi, you are the mother of the Empress. She has raised you for many years. You want to cut off your past? Dream on. Princess Taiping sneered. Wu Jiong did not say anything and just watched quietly. Yan Chuan also looked on coldly. Mo Shi looked at Princess Taiping and sneered. Princess Taiping, there's nothing in the great Zhou dynasty that's worth my stay. My husband has already rewarded me generously enough. The West Outer Continent is bright, and the Phoenix race is weakened. From today onwards, I am no longer the princess of the great Zhou dynasty. There is no Princess Yu Shi in this world. I am only the empress of the great Shen dynasty. Impudent. Princess Taiping glared. Mo Shi smiled coldly and said, Princess Taiping, I am already free. What about you? Perhaps it will never be possible. Princess Taiping's eyes flashed with anger. Taiping. Wu Jiong suddenly waved his sleeve and stopped Princess Taiping from continuing to speak. Wu Jiong looked at Mo Shi, a trace of seriousness flashing across his eyes. On the other hand, Mo Shi's eyes were filled with determination. Since birth, Mo Shi was not favored by Wu Jiong. Until now, Wu Jiong had even used her as a political tool. Mo Shi did not have any feelings for Wu Jiong. It was only because of their bloodline that Mo Shi felt a little guilty. However, Yan Chuan had already sacrificed too much for this and that trace of guilt was completely gone. Yu Shi, your wings have hardened. Wu Jiong said indifferently. Then, without waiting for Mo Shi to reply, he looked at Yan Chuan. Suddenly, a trace of fighting spirit shot out from Wu Jiong's eyes. Emperor Yan, between emperors, there is no need to talk about fighting. Shall we test each other's intentions? Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. As you wish. Then, Wu Jiong and Yan Chuan each took a step forward. The two emperors looked at each other. Boom. As the two of them stood in the center, the void suddenly shook violently. Both of them had a ferocious look on their faces as two peerless ferocious intents shot out. A clash of consciousnesses? The impact of entering the spiritual world? In Hentian raised his eyebrows. Huh? Spiritual world? Bai Qi sneered. He had absolute confidence in Yan Chuan's willpower. How could Wu Jiong compare to the foundation of his previous life? Rumble. The clash of consciousnesses between the two emperors immediately messed up the space. Gusts of wind blew in all directions. In the distance, the spectating cultivators were stunned. What are they doing? The two of them are just standing there and they are causing the space to shake? What do you know? This is a clash of consciousnesses. The two emperors are using their strong emperor willpower to create a pure spiritual world in their center. The two emperors are fighting fiercely in the spiritual world. Gasps could be heard everywhere. The two armies were on full alert. However, without the two emperors' orders, no one dared to interfere. 2 hours later, Yan Chuan's face became more and more ferocious. Wu Jiong's face was the same. However, Wu Jiong frowned slightly as if he had encountered something bad. Buzz. At this moment, a golden ball of light suddenly appeared in Wu Jiong's hand. The golden ball of light suddenly enveloped Wu Jiong. Boom! The space between the two martial emperors exploded with a loud bang, causing the space to rumble violently. The two emperors instantly stopped the clash of consciousnesses. Yan Di, you are indeed the first emperor. Wu Jiong narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan looked at the golden ball in Wu Jiong's hand, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Wu Jiong flipped his hand and hid the golden ball. The aura of Earth? That golden ball can also connect to Earth? Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. Earth? Wu Jiong was puzzled. It's where you came from. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. Looking at Wu Jiong, Yan Chuan said in a deep voice, in the vast thousand realms, as long as the crickets are not destroyed, Hong Jun will not die. The crickets in the vast thousand realms are all dead. It seems that there are still crickets on Earth. Ha, Hong Jun, you have indeed deceived the whole world. There is still a treasure that connects to Earth. Perhaps even he has not discovered it. Wu Jiong narrowed his eyes and said telepathically, you know my master? Yan Chuan smiled and did not say anything else. Return to the court, Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Bai Qi waved his hand. Roar! Roar! In the distance, Yan Chuan's dragon carriage flew quickly. During this period of time, the 4 dragons had witnessed Yan Chuan's absolute ferocity. At this moment, they were even more respectful of Yan Chuan. There was also an absolute sense of worship in their eyes. Emperor Phoenix Slayer, Sage Retreat, and he was still carefree in front of the celestial arch. Yan Chuan stepped onto the dragon carriage. Oh no, Yan Chuan is about to escape. Mother Empress. Princess Taiping said anxiously. Shut up, Wu Jiong said. Princess Taiping said with a stiff expression. Wu Jiong stood at the very front. As she looked at the distant Yan Chuan, her eyes remained grave. In the distance, on the dragon carriage, Yan Chuan looked at Wu Jiong and said, Wu Jiong, send my greetings to Hong Jun. We will fight again in the future. Let's go, Bai Qi shouted. The 4 dragons roared and flew to the east. The army followed closely behind. Although many of the great Zhou dynasty soldiers were eager to fight, Wu Jiong stood quietly in the air. With a flip of her hand, the small golden ball appeared in her palm again. As she looked at the small ball, disgust flashed in her eyes. Then she put away the small ball and looked up at the starry heavens. Above the starry heavens, Zombie Yan Chuan led the group of black-robed men and looked down. Zombie Yan Chuan revealed a cold smile. Then, Zombie Yan Chuan turned around and led all the black-robed men east. Yan Chuan's group headed east in a grandiose manner. Soon they disappeared without a trace. Wu Jiong watched as Yan Chuan's group left, her expression sullen. Heavenly Emperor, is Yan Chuan's mental world strong? Shangguan Wan asked through voice projection. Before I could figure out Yan Chuan's strength, Master interrupted me, Wu Jiong said sullenly. Oh! Shangguan Wan did not dare to ask further. Chapter 1244. Netherworld, West Outer Continent. In a vast inland sea. Boom! Endless seawater soared into the sky, and millions of ghosts roamed the world. Countless ghost generals and ghost kings flew around, and the chains of dark prison shot straight into the sea. Above the sea, countless experts were fighting. The entire sea had been blasted dry. No! Heaven Sage Wu Tian's roar came from the depths of the dried sea. His voice was filled with unwillingness. The dried sea was surrounded by the heavenly Tao, but at this moment, the sage could not borrow its power. The army of thousands of men and horses trapped him within. At the very center, thin chains pierced through every part of Heaven Sage Wu's body, piercing through his flesh and bones. In the blink of an eye, Heaven Sage Wu Tian could not move except for his head. His hair was disheveled, and Heaven Sage Wu Tian was in a much worse state than when he was in the Yang realm. The first sage? At this moment, the first sage was just a prisoner, chained and chained. It was a tragic sight. The army and countless ghost kings looked at the sage coldly. There was no respect for the sage, only a soaring battle intent. The sage was imprisoned in front of the sage. At this moment, a man in a black and red dragon robe stood quietly in the void. The man wore a flat imperial crown, and his face was thin. His eyes were filled with boundless arrogance. The most special thing about him was that there was a gap between his eyebrows. It would occasionally open, revealing an extremely demonic third eye. Behind the man stood a group of officials, looking at the man with great respect. Heaven Sage Wu Tian looked at the emperor with grief and indignation. Heavenly Emperor De Xing Ming Tun Han. Heaven Sage Wu Tian roared with grief and indignation. West Outer Continent, Heavenly Emperor De Xing Ming Tianhan. Take Heaven Sage Wu Tian to the heavenly prison. Ming Tianhan said calmly. Yes. The ghost generals answered loudly. No. Heaven Sage Wu Tian roared in grief. However, the army of De Xing was too fierce. Heaven Sage Wu Tian could not resist at all. In the blink of an eye, Heaven Sage Wu Tian became a prisoner of the Heavenly Emperor De Xing. Yang Realm, West Outer Continent. Yan Chuan had left, and Wu Jiong had also returned. The Western Gate sage also found out everything that had happened in the Wu Tian weave from a cultivator. Great Shen? Another force has risen in this world. Shimen Sheng said solemnly. Ice Demon Dominion. Yan Chuan brought Mo Yushi to the battlefield where their son had left. Looking in front of her, Mo Yushi's eyes started to tear up again. Yan Chuan gently wiped Mo Yushi's face. Don't worry, my son will definitely come back. Yan Chuan said softly. Yes. In Yan Chuan's arms, Mo Yushi cried for a while before finally calming down. Meng Yi, Terracotta Army, quickly return to Xianyang and guard the city. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Meng Yi replied. Also, all of you have just entered Great Shen. Follow Meng Yi back to Xianyang. Yan Chuan said to the group of people who had just been summoned. Yes. The group of cultivators responded. The army quickly left. In the blink of an eye, only Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi remained on the dragon chariot. Bai Qi and Yin Hentian stood beside them. Yan Chuan led Mo Yushi to a forest. Zombie Yan Chuan was waiting in the forest. When Mo Yushi saw zombie Yan Chuan, her expression changed slightly. Although she already knew, she was still shocked. To Yan Chuan? Follow my other body back. My main body still has some matters to attend to. Yan Chuan said softly. Looking at Yan Chuan and zombie Yan Chuan, Mo Yushi finally nodded. Yes, be careful. Don't worry. Yan Chuan smiled faintly. Let's go. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Mo Yushi nodded. The two of them suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the east. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and flew back to the dragon chariot. Sage King? Bai Qi asked doubtfully. Let's go. Yan Chuan said indifferently. Yes. Bai Qi replied and drove the dragon chariot north. Netherworld, Outer East Continent. Revered Heaven Territory. Revered Heaven Palace. Sage Hua Zuntian's descendants and disciples stood in front of him. Old ancestor, the Zhou family's arrogance has spread throughout the entire Outer East Continent. They say that you are about to destroy Great Shen. Hua Bing said with an ugly expression. Zuochuanqiu. Hua Zuntian's voice was filled with anger. At this moment, a voice came from outside the palace. Old ancestor, Zhou Hong of the Zhou family requests an audience. Again? He is the one who spread the news. Hua Bing said with an ugly expression. Let him in. Hua Zuntian said in a deep voice. Soon, a red-robed Zhou Hong stepped into the palace again. Zhou Hong, are you the one who spread the news that I am going to destroy Great Shen Holy Court? Hua Zuentian said in a deep voice. Didn't Sage agree? Sage, please kill Yin Hentian and Yen Chuan quickly. Zhuahong laughed. Impudent. Hua Zuentian shouted coldly. Zhuahong's expression changed suddenly, and panic flashed in her eyes. However, she quickly recovered. Oh right, Sage, a few days ago, the family head who was in seclusion sent me a letter and asked me to give it to you. Zhuahong said in a deep voice. As she spoke, Zhuahong handed over a letter. The sage looked at Zhuahong angrily. He reached out and took it. He tore open the envelope and opened the letter. There was only one line of words on the letter. If it is not the Lotus God who colluded with the Yin family, then who is it? Hua Zuentian, I think you know better than anyone else. Bang! Sage could not help but pinch the letter, and it instantly turned into powder. With a flick of his sleeve, the powder scattered. Everyone in the hall was shocked, and Sage's hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were clenched into fists. Sage, the family head said that this letter can make you agree. Zhuahong said with a little fear. Sage turned his head and looked at Zhuahong. In the end, he took a deep breath and said, All right, I understand. I will go. Tell Zhuchuanqiu that this is the last time. This is the only time. Myriad Ghost Weave, a weave close to the east. In a majestic hall, there was a throne. There was a throne in the middle of the hall, and a huge human-shaped skeleton was sitting on it. The skeleton was 30 meters tall and wore a black robe. It was coldly looking at a figure at the bottom of the stairs. At the bottom of the stairs was another skeleton. However, this skeleton was extremely weak. King Gaio? I heard that you once established a celestial empire in Myriad Ghost Weave? The huge skeleton said in a deep voice. Yes, Skull Hierarch. Back then, I did establish a celestial empire in Myriad Ghost Weave. I even entered the sealed world. Unfortunately, all my efforts were in vain. It was Yen Chuan who harmed me and even stole my sky-burying coffin. The little skeleton, King Gaio, said solemnly. Why are you looking for me? The Skull Hierarch asked in a deep voice. Skull Hierarch, you don't have to hide anything. Almost all of the Weave Lords in the outer eastern continent are eyeing the road to the Yellow Springs. The sage is about to make a move on Dezhen. The road to the Yellow Springs will soon be ownerless. King Gaio said in a deep voice. I am here to give you a heads up. This time, under the sage's attack, 2 Weave Lords have already mobilized their troops and are preparing to occupy Myriad Ghost Weave. They have already arranged their troops. With the road to the Yellow Springs nourishment, the ghosts will grow stronger by leaps and bounds. King Gaio said in a deep voice. What? The Skull Hierarch was shocked. Who else could it be? The 2 Weave Lords nearby. King Gaio smiled. Gui Jianqiu, 3 Yin Hierarch? The Skull Hierarch snorted coldly. When I receive this news, I hope that the Skull Hierarch can seize the initiative. At the same time, I hope that the Skull Hierarch can bestow Yen Chuan's sky-burying coffin to me. King Gaio said solemnly. The Skull Hierarch stared at King Gaio for a long while before finally saying in a deep voice, It depends on the situation. 3 months later, in another weave, King Gaio met with a black-faced man again. 3 Yin Hierarch, it's true. The Skull Hierarch and the others can't wait any longer. This time, with the sage, they will invade Myriad Ghost Weave and seize the road to the Yellow Springs. King Gaio tried to persuade everyone. In the outer eastern continent, more and more experts gathered at the Great Qin City. Most of them came to watch the battle. At the same time, there were also spies from the various major factions. After all, the outer realm had been quiet for too long. Suddenly, something big happened, and many people were sensitive. On a pitch-black sea. On an island in the sea. King Gaio looked at the Myriad Ghost Weave in the distance. He took a deep breath and said, Yen Di, this time, I've helped you bewitch a group of Weave Lords. In this matter, if anyone dares to make a move, you'll have righteousness and can send your troops to kill them. While King Gaio was sighing, a person suddenly appeared behind him. Zhang Yi smiled and said, King Gaio, the Sage Hierarch is not here. I thank you on behalf of the Sage Hierarch. King Gaio looked at Zhang Yi and shook his head. My life was saved by Yendi. There's no need to thank him. It's my duty. The outer realm is quiet like stagnant water. Without anyone stirring it, it's not suitable to expand at all. Zhang Yi smiled. Hee, congratulations to all of you then. King of Gai nodded. The sage hierarch asked me to bring you some things. He hopes that you can become stronger as soon as possible. Zhang Yi said solemnly. As he spoke, Zhang Yi took out 5 huge boxes and placed them in front of King Gaiyou. King Gaiyou reached out to open them. Wait for me to leave before you look at them. Goodbye. Zhang Yi smiled. As he spoke, Zhang Yi walked away. After watching Zhang Yi leave, King Gaiyou gently opened the boxes. As soon as the boxes were opened, a surge of aura suddenly spread out. Ancestral divine artifacts. Ancestral divine pills? What extravagance! King of Gai suddenly cried out in shock. In his previous life, King Gaiyou had never come into contact with ancestral divine artifacts. But now, he had only done Yan Chuan a small favor and he had actually given him 5 ancestral divine artifacts? Moreover, King Gaiyou also realized that these items were most suitable for him. King Gaiyou let out a bitter laugh. Yan Chuan, looks like the favor I owe you is getting bigger and bigger. King Gaiyou did not know whether to be happy or sad. Clang. He closed the boxes. King Gaiyou waved his sleeves and kept the 5 treasures. He looked at the myriad ghost weave in the west and then headed east. Chapter 1245. Netherworld, Great Qin City. The sky outside the city was gloomy, and the murderous aura caused the ghosts to stop wandering. Inside the Great Qin City. In Yan Chuan's study. After settling Mo Yushi down, Yan Chuan immediately summoned some important officials for a meeting. Yi Feng, Hua Qiliang, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and the other trusted officials were present. Reporting to the Holy King, the Barbarian Dragon Weave, Purplish Green Weave, and Heavenly Blade Weave have all been taken over by Great Zhen. Minister Lu will handle the follow-up work. Yi Feng said solemnly. Yan Chuan nodded. The troops have been deployed in all 4 corners of the Netherworld. After this battle, the generals can go on an expedition again. Feng said. Meng Tian and Wang Jian rubbed their palms together. Very good. However, why isn't Li Si here? Yan Chuan asked in confusion. Li Si? Yi Feng raised his eyebrows. Holy King, Li Si hasn't shown up for a long time. I have secretly instructed Lu Gang to send people from the eastern faction to search for him. Feng said. Oh. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Holy King, Li Si is a man of character. He would never betray Great Shen. We believe that he might have met with misfortune. Yi Feng said with a worried expression. Of course, I believe in Li Si's character. Misfortune? There was no news at all? Yan Chuan's expression turned unsightly. The study fell into silence. Li Si's life token is still here. He must be alive. Send more people to continue the search. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Yi Feng answered. Hua Qiliang opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. However, when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he suddenly held them back, revealing a bitter expression. After all, the outer eastern continent was abuzz with the news that his ancestor was going to destroy Great Zhen. However, he was caught in the middle, and it was difficult for him to deal with it. All right, all of you can leave. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. The ministers replied. He slowly retreated. After everyone left, Yan Chuan was the only one left in the study. His brows were tightly knitted as he tapped his fingers on the desk. Come in. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Swish. A black figure suddenly entered the study. He wore a black robe and knelt down on one knee. Heaven Mending Pavilion's 3-sword range, guard A364 kowtows in salute to the Saint King. The black-robed figure respectfully said, Li Si is an extremely careful person. It's impossible for him to be kidnapped for no reason. It's impossible for an ordinary person to do it so quietly. It's very likely that it's someone very close to him. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. The black-robed figure waited quietly. I trust my ministers very much. However, we cannot rule out the possibility of an enemy pretending to be one of my ministers and deceivingly see. Heaven-mending pavilion. Recall all the people of the outer eastern continent from the Three-Sword Range and focus on monitoring the Great Zenith Empire. I want to know what all the officials of rank 3 and above were doing when Li Si disappeared. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. The black-robed figure respectfully replied. Go. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Swish. The black-robed figure flashed and disappeared from the study. Yan Chuan sat in the study, deep in thought. Suddenly, a powerful aura pressed down on the Great Qin City. Boom! The powerful aura pressed down, and the entire Great Qin City's formation automatically activated to protect the city. You're here? Yan Chuan revealed a trace of a cold smile. With a wave of his dragon robe, Yan Chuan stood up and slowly walked towards the door. At this moment, the countless ghost cultivators in the Great Qin City paused. The aura was like the might of the heavens, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Outside the city, countless experts hiding in all directions were instantly energized. In the south of the Great Qin City, a pure white pillar of light descended from the sky. Within the pillar of light, the sage waved his sleeves and stood in midair with extreme arrogance. Huazun Tian Sage. Behind the sage, a group of disciples and descendants followed. The sage's soldiers were at the city gates. Yan Chuan, where are you? The sage shouted softly. With a soft shout, his voice instantly penetrated the entire Great Qin City. In the Great Qin City, in front of the central palace, hundreds of officials gathered. Yan Chuan, dressed in a dragon robe, slowly stepped out. She also walked out from the side hall. She came to Yan Chuan's side. With Yan Chuan in the lead, he coldly looked at the other side. With a wave of his dragon robe, Yan Chuan said in a deep voice, Huazun Tian. Huazun Tian stared at Yan Chuan for a while. Yan Chuan, on this sovereign's birthday, you disrupted this sovereign's birthday, injured this sovereign's descendants, and even kidnapped this sovereign's descendants and guests. Do you know your crimes? Huazun Tian said coldly. You barged into my Great Qin City. What crime do you deserve? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Huazun Tian snorted coldly. Then, Huazun Tian looked at Hua Qiliang. Qiliang, come to this sovereign's side. Huazun Tian said in a deep voice. Hua Qiliang's face turned ugly. At this moment, in front of the central palace, all the officials were staring at Hua Qiliang. No, old ancestor, why? Why do you want to cause trouble for Great Qin? Hua Qiliang said with a pained expression. Old ancestor, the Sage King did not disrupt your birthday. The one who disrupted your birthday was Dugu Padian. Lord Hua Tian brought this upon himself. Now, the Sage King did not kill him and gave him a chance to turn over a new leaf. Old ancestor, how can you reverse black and white? Hua Qiliang cried out anxiously. Bastard, Hua Qiliang, is the old ancestor someone you can criticize? Hua Bing shouted coldly. Qiliang, come here. Huazun Tian said again. No. Hua Qiliang suddenly shouted. Huazun Tian said in a deep voice. Old ancestor, you've changed. Saints, on behalf of the heavens, hunt the common people. They must be impartial to the common people. Only then can they obtain the righteousness of heaven and earth. However, old ancestor, you've deviated a little. Once you deviate, it will be extremely dangerous. Old ancestor, what's wrong with you? Hua Qiliang said anxiously. Impudent. Huazun Tian shouted angrily. Then Huazun Tian looked at Yan Chuan and said, What a good Yan Chuan, to actually bewitch this sovereign's descendant, to be so crazy. Yan Chuan smiled coldly and said, Bewitch? What a joke. Saint, tell me what you want. You Enin Hentian? Huazun Tian said in a deep voice. So you're here for In Hentian. Ah, looks like the Zhou family forced you. Unfortunately, In Hentian is already a subject of Great Zhen. If I can't even protect a subject, how can I rule Great Zhen? Yan Chuan shouted coldly. All the subjects of Great Zhen clenched their fists at this moment. Yan Chuan's words seemed to have encouraged everyone. Some of the officials who joined Great Zhen later suddenly felt that joining Great Zhen was the most correct decision. If you want to die, then it's not up to this sovereign. Great Zhen Holy Court? Hua Zuntian said coldly. Yan Chuan sneered and said, with just you? You're not qualified. This sovereign knows that the four sides and the territory lords are already waiting for an opportunity to move. Come out together, don't hide the head and show the tail. Yan Chuan suddenly looked at the four sides. The saint was stunned. He was a saint, and a saint coming to destroy Great Zhen was a disaster. Yan Chuan actually had the mood to look for an enemy? Not only the saint, but the countless hidden cultivators were also at a loss at this moment. Was Yan Chuan crazy? Ha, myriad ghost territory lord, you're really brave. A loud laugh sounded. Suddenly, 10 figures flew over. The 10 skeletons were all wrapped in black robes, and some of their skulls could be vaguely seen. The person in the lead was wearing a black robe with some golden edges. Skeleton Sea territory, Skeleton Sea hierarch? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Skeleton Sea hierarch looked at the saint and said, Saint, Skeleton Sea came uninvited. I hope you can forgive us. However, Skeleton Sea and saint have the same goal. Today, we're also here to challenge Great Zhen. The saint's voice revealed a trace of understanding. Challenge letter? Same goal? Skeleton Sea hierarch is obviously here to borrow my power. He had killed Yan Chuan, but the Skeleton Sea cult leader wanted to seize the great attainment under the heavens? Ha, Skeleton Sea hierarch, you're too impatient. As he spoke, another force flew over. It was a black-faced man. His face was gloomy, and his eyes revealed a trace of evil. 3-in territory, 3-in sect hierarch? Yan Chuan sneered. You're also here to challenge Great Zhen? The saint asked in a deep voice. Saint, please forgive us. The 3-in sect hierarch said respectfully. Before he could finish, another force flew over. Saint, I'm also here to challenge you. Please forgive me. A bald man said. Ghost torture territory, Gui Jianzhou? Yan Chuan sneered again. In the blink of an eye, the saint and the 3 territory lords looked at Yan Chuan in front of the central hall. The saint looked at the 3 forces, then at Yan Chuan and said, Yan Chuan, it seems like there are many people who want to hit you when you're down. Hit me when I'm down? I don't think so. They're like moths to a flame, seeking their own destruction. Yan Chuan said coldly. The Skeleton Sea hierarch, 3-in sect hierarch, and Gui Jianzhou snorted coldly at the same time. Seeking our own destruction? Yan Chuan, where's In Hentian? The saint shouted again. In Hentian? What's the use of telling you? Yan Chuan said indifferently. Since that's the case, I'll take you down first. The saint shouted. As he spoke, the saint waved his hand, and heavenly Tao suddenly rushed into the sky. Wait. Above the void, an explosive shout suddenly sounded. Boom. The voice instantly penetrated the entire world, and the expressions of all the cultivators changed. Hua Zuntian's figure stopped. The expressions of the experts hiding in the surroundings changed even more. Boom. Another beam of light descended from the sky. The huge aura did not weaken Hua Zuntian at all. Saint? Another saint? Immediately, someone cried out in surprise. Beside Hua Zuntian, there was suddenly another white-robed figure. The white-robed figure's face was like Hua Zuntian, as if it was covered in a layer of mist. Shiman? Hua Zuntian said solemnly. The person who came was Saint Shiman. Saint Shiman looked at Hua Zuntian, then looked at Yan Chuan in the distance. Yan Di, how have you been? Saint Shiman said politely to Yan Chuan. Saint Shiman is also a good person. Wherever I go, there are traces of you. Yan Chuan said with a faint smile. Yan Di is too polite. I just happened to meet you at the right time. Saint Shiman nodded. Turning around, Shiman looked at Hua Zuntian. Shiman? What are you doing here? Do you have a relationship with Yan Chuan? Hua Zuntian said solemnly. No. Saint Shiman shook his head. Then why did you stop me? Hua Zuntian said solemnly. Hua Zuntian, there are only a few saints in the world. I'm here to help you. Shiman said solemnly. Ha, help me? Hua Zuentian said in surprise. Believe my words and return home immediately. Otherwise, you will have the pain of losing your reputation. Saint Shimen said solemnly. Chapter 1246. Outside the great Qin city. In a valley, a group of black-robed figures stood. The leader had a handsome face and a thin line between his eyebrows. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the sage outside the great Qin city. Celestial Emperor, that's the Shimen sage. What is he doing here? A subordinate behind him asked. Shimen sage? He came at a bad time indeed. The Celestial Emperor said. He won't disrupt the great Qing Heavenly Court's plan, right? The subordinate asked worriedly. He won't. Zuochuanqiu is here too. He won't sit back and watch us fail. The great Qing Heavenly Emperor said. The great Qing Heavenly Emperor, Ming Tianhan, was in the western outer continent of the Netherworld. Not long ago, he had captured the first sage Wu Tian. Now, he had brought a group of subordinates to the eastern outer continent. Celestial Emperor, how strong is this Yan Chuan? A subordinate asked curiously. I'm not sure. However, since he dares to challenge the sage, he must have something to rely on. Moreover, he seems to be related to Yan Zizai of the northern outer continent of the Netherworld. Let's wait a little longer. Ming Tianhan said. Yes. Outside the great Qin city. Trust me and go home right now. Otherwise, you will suffer the pain of losing your reputation. The Shimen sage said solemnly. Hua Zuentian. Skull Sea Hierarch. 3 Insect Hierarch. Gue Jianshou. All the spectating experts. The Shimen sage's words came out of nowhere, and everyone was confused. Lose his reputation? A sage, the person with the highest position in the world, would lose his reputation to a small saint court that had been established for less than 100 years? What kind of joke was this? The Skull Sea Hierarch, 3 Insect Hierarch, and Gue Jianshou were all speechless. The sage was persuading the sage to leave? If the sage left, would they have to face Yan Chuan? Shimen sage, this is between Sage Zuentian and Yan Chuan. Why are you helping Yan Chuan? The Skull Sea Hierarch asked. Hua Zuentian also looked at Shimen sage and asked with a trace of doubt, Shimen, what do you mean by this? I'm doing this for your own good. Yan Di has shone brightly in the west outer continent of the Yang realm. It won't be long before news of this will spread all over the world. Shimen Sheng said in a deep voice. Oh. Yan Chuan has exterminated Wu Tian's entire family. The Western Gate sage said solemnly. What? The expressions of the surrounding cultivators suddenly changed. The first sage? The Skull Sea cult leader was shocked. Although Wu Tian escaped in the end, Yan Chuan also killed the Phoenix Emperor by himself. The Western Gate sage said again. Kill the Phoenix Emperor? Phoenix Emperor? The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. In this world, there were only a few races that were united. The Phoenix clan was one of the major races. Rumor had it that the Phoenix Emperor's strength was close to that of a sage. However, the Phoenix Emperor was killed by Yan Chuan. Countless cultivators looked at Yan Chuan in shock. This was the first time the people and officials of Dezhen heard this news. When they looked at Yan Chuan, their eyes flashed with surprise. However, Hua Zuentian said in a deep voice, No, you said that sage Wu Tian escaped in the end? What do you mean? Wu Tian was injured by Wu Jiong. After that, he escaped. He wanted to participate in the battle between Yan Chuan and the Phoenix Emperor. However, he was stopped by another person. After Yan Chuan killed the Phoenix Emperor, Wu Tian could only escape back to the Netherworld. The Western Gate sage explained. Another person? Hua Zuentian said in a deep voice. When he thought of Miao, the Western Gate sage suddenly hesitated. You will know the other person in the future. Hua Zuentian, you can't do anything to Yan Chuan. The Western Gate sage advised again. No. The Skull Sea cult leader and the others immediately cried out gloomily. The three of them had already sent a letter of challenge to Yan Chuan. If the sage left, wouldn't they be in trouble? In the central palace square, Yan Chuan's expression was calm. Hua Zuentian revealed an excited expression. If the old ancestor left, everything would be fine. When Hua Zuentian heard what the Western Gate sage said, he suddenly hesitated. Wasn't Yan Chuan just a third heaven ancestral immortal? How could he be so strong? Hua Zuentian stared at the Western Gate sage as if he was thinking whether what the Western Gate sage said was true or not. After saying so much, the Western Gate sage felt that he had done his best and did not persuade him anymore. In the distance, Ming Tunhan narrowed his eyes and said, "So Wu Tian was injured like this? Hey, he's really unlucky." Hua Zuentian looked at the Western Gate sage for a while and finally confirmed what the Western Gate sage said. He turned to look at Yan Chuan. In the Netherworld's western continent, Yan Chuan could kill the Phoenix Emperor when it was not the Emperor's home ground? Now that he had gathered the world's providence, could he do anything to him? However, his previous vow had already caused an uproar in the world. What if he suddenly said that he wanted to go back? Not to mention losing face, just his prestige as a sage would be unable to recover from this setback in the future. Hua Zuentian hesitated for a moment. In front of the central palace, Yan Chuan revealed a cold smile and said, "Sage, have you thought it through? Today, if you dare to be impudent in the Great Qin Empire, in the future, the Great Army will definitely come. As long as you are in the Venerable Heaven territory, the Venerable Heaven territory will never be peaceful." Yan Chuan was threatening the sage? The surrounding cultivators never thought that Yan Chuan had a chance of winning. How could Yan Chuan, a small holy court that had been established less than 100 years, block a sage's attack? But now, what did the cultivators see? The sage was afraid? And Yan Chuan was still threatening the sage? Countless cultivators were speechless. "Ha ha, Hua Zuentian, aren't you here to kill Yan Chuan and In Hentian? You believe a word from the Western Gate sage?" A cold laugh sounded. Everyone suddenly turned their heads. At the peak of a mountain, a group of green-robed cultivators was standing. The person in the lead was extremely valiant. His face was fair, and his eyes were filled with a fierce light. No, anyone who saw this man's eyes trembled. The man's eyes seemed to be filled with a fierce light at all times. He has 2 pupils in each eye? Double pupils? Legend has it that the Zhou family's patriarch has double pupils? Zhou family's patriarch, Zhou Chuanqiu. Immediately, many cultivators recognized him. "Zhou Chuanqiu?" Hua Zuentian said in a deep voice. The Western Gate sage also looked at Zhou Chuanqiu solemnly. The Zhou family's patriarch. The overlord of the world. Yan Chuan also looked at Zhou Chuanqiu from afar. Double pupils? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. "What's wrong with double pupils?" Mo she asked in puzzlement. "Double pupils, extremely precious fate. Rumor has it that there will never be a nemesis in life. The only person who can restrain the double pupils is himself. Furthermore," Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. "Furthermore what?" "This Zhou Chuanqiu is not simple. His strength should still be Phoenix Emperor. No, his strength should still be above the sage." Yan Chuan said with certainty. "Mou," she said in surprise. "Hua Zuentian, you promised me. Let's begin. I only want In Hentian to die." Zhou Chuanqiu said in a deep voice. Hua Zuentian still stared at Zhou Chuanqiu and said in a deep voice, "Why are you pressing so hard?" "Ha, you don't need to know too much. Don't worry, I guarantee that this is the last time. Furthermore, I'm still behind you. I'll ensure your safety," Zhou Chuanqiu said in a deep voice. Hua Zuentian was silent for a while. The Western Gate sage said in puzzlement, "Hua Zuentian, do you have something on Zhou Chuanqiu? Do you know that you're risking your position as a sage? This time, even if you win against Yan Chuan, you've lost the virtue of being a sage." Hua Zuentian looked at Shimin and took a deep breath. "Shimin, thank you for reminding me again and again. However, there are some things that I have no choice but to do." Shimin turned to look at Zhou Chuanqiu and said, "Zhou Chuanqiu, you're also someone who has cultivated the great Tao. Why are you forcing Hua Zuentian?" Zhou Chuanqiu looked at the Western Gate sage and sneered slightly. "There are some things that you don't need to know." The scene immediately became solemn. "Yan Chuan, hand over In Hentian." Hua Zuentian took a step forward and shouted again. "Heh, If you can kill me, Inhentian will naturally come out. If you can't kill me, I'll definitely destroy your sect in the future. Yen Chuan glared and said coldly. The two powerhouses were already prepared for a decisive battle. The Western Gate sage did not say anything else. Zhuochuanqiu stood coldly at the peak of a mountain. The surrounding powerhouses were also waiting quietly. The Skeleton Sea cult leader, 3 cult leader, and Gui Jianzhou heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. At the same time, they made up their minds to kill Yen Chuan. Otherwise, they would be in deep trouble. Heavenly Tao! Hua Zuentian shouted. Rumble! Suddenly, more than 2,000 heavenly Daos appeared behind Hua Zuentian. The moment the heavenly Daos appeared, a terrifying aura spread out. Hua Zuentian stretched out his palm. From the sage domain, he gathered the endless power of heaven and earth and pressed down on the great Qin city. The vast palm covered the sky and earth. Before the palm arrived, the void was already shaking violently. A storm rose and fell from the sky. It was as if the palm was going to pierce through the great Qin city. In front of the central palace, Yen Chuan's face was cold and fierce. Above the Sea of Providence, the statue of Yen Chuan suddenly turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence. The golden dragon of Providence roared ferociously at the sage domain. Zombie Yen Chuan stepped out. In the world of the living, Yen Chuan was in his human form. Inhentian, the great Qin city, the sage domain, and the Zhou family are all here. You have to go back, Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Miao, another battle? I want to go, I want to go. Miao immediately cried out excitedly. Inhentian frowned and said, Sage King, has Zhou family's Zhuochuanqiu arrived? That's right. Yen Chuan nodded. Sage King, can you let me see what Zhuochuanqiu looks like? Inhentian said with a trace of hatred. Yen Chuan nodded and waved his hand. He used a spell to condense Zhuochuanqiu's appearance. It was as if Zhuochuanqiu was standing in front of Inhentian. Looking at Zhuochuanqiu, Inhentian felt as if he was struck by lightning. Ah! Inhentian suddenly held his head and cried out in extreme pain. Miao! Miao looked at Inhentian in a daze. Yen Chuan waved his hand and the image of Zhuochuanqiu disappeared. Inhen, what's wrong with you? Yen Chuan asked in surprise. Inhentian was holding his head in pain and his whole body was twitching. Yen Chuan looked again and saw Inhentian's face contorted because of the headache. This was not the key. The key was Inhentian's pupils. Polychoria? Yen Chuan was shocked. Inhentian's pupils had also become polychoria? How could this be? Chapter 1247. Inhentian? Polychoria? Yen Chuan raised his eyebrows. Miao, Miao, little Yin's eyes have turned into monsters. Miao cried out excitedly. Bai Qi was also looking on in astonishment. Boom! Yen Chuan placed his palm on Inhentian's back as if he was trying to relieve Inhentian's pain. However, Inhentian continued to hug his head as if it was useless. Yen Chuan gently released his hand. He frowned. Holy King, what's wrong with Lord In? Bai Qi asked curiously. Inherited memories from his bloodline. Inhentian's ancestor must have been an incredible figure. He could even seal some ancient memories in his bloodline and pass them on to Inhentian. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Sealed memories in his bloodline? Bai Qi frowned. Normally, one would only inherit their ancestors' abilities through their bloodline. However, Bai Qi had encountered too few people who had inherited memories through their bloodline. This was done intentionally by Inhentian's ancestor. Perhaps his ancestor knew that this piece of history would be lost in the river of time. However, his ancestor probably felt that this piece of memory was extremely important even after so many years. Therefore, he did not want it to disappear and sealed it in his bloodline. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Then what about Lord In? Bai Qi asked. This is an impact from the memories. Don't worry, just wait for a while. Yen Chuan said. Yes. Underworld, Great Qin City. The saint turned into a celestial, and his palm contained the power of the heavens and earth as he slammed towards the Great Qin City. It was as if he wanted to destroy the great Qin city with a single palm. Wherever the giant palm passed, the void collapsed. Zombie Yan Chuan took a step forward. Yan Chuan shouted, "All citizens of the world, I need the world's help to defend against foreign enemies. All citizens of the underworld, raise your right hands. I need boundless strength." The 18-claws Fate Golden Dragon suddenly let out a heaven-shaking roar. The sound instantly pierced through the void and reached the ears of all citizens of the 10,000 Ghost Domain. Countless citizens looked up at the sky. The Holy King needs strength? Are we going to fight against the saints? Can a sage ruler really fight against a sage? Raise your right hand and do your best. Amidst the doubtful voices of countless citizens, they quickly raised their right hands. Stretching out his right hand, a suction force immediately sucked away all of the strength in their bodies, causing them to fall weakly to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the myriad ghost domain, countless forces were rapidly converging. The golden dragon of 18 claws of providence roared and absorbed endless power. However, the sage's palm was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of him. The 18 claws luck golden dragon and zombie Yan Chuan had no time to combine. Countless cultivators in the surroundings watched gravely. Before they could merge, zombie Yan Chuan soared into the sky and charged toward the saint's energy palm. Zombie Yan Chuan stretched out his hands and faced the sky with his palms. Yan Chuan used his flesh body to resist the saint's palm strike that contained the power of heaven and earth. The Skull Sea Hierarch exclaimed. Pure flesh body? Yan Chuan didn't use any magic treasures at all? Flesh body? Is he seeking death? Countless cultivators in the surroundings looked over suspiciously. Before the saint's palm strike, Yan Chuan was like an ant. An ant trying to shake a tree? Furthermore, Yan Chuan did not use any magic energy at all. It was like he only used his physical body. The great Xing Heavenly Emperor and Ming Tianhan narrowed their eyes. The Zhou clan head, Zhou Chuanxiu, also raised his eyebrows. The Shiman sage sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "I knew that this zombie body was even more ferocious than the other one. However, there is no need to seek death like this. Flesh body? Only the rock race would dare to use their flesh body as a powerful weapon, right?" Before countless doubtful gazes, Yan Chuan's palms finally clashed with the saint's energy palm in the sky. Boom! A loud sound rang out. A large part of the void suddenly shattered. The strong impact immediately kicked up a torrential storm in the surroundings. Under the huge palm, an ant-like figure was resisting it? Humph! Hua Zuentian snorted coldly. This was because Hua Zuentian could sense that Yan Chuan could not block his energy palm strike at all. Although the energy palm strike had slowed down, its momentum toward the great Qin city did not change at all. It was still pressing down. Yan Chuan could not block it? Yan Chuan, who was blocking the saint's energy palm strike, suddenly revealed a ferocious expression and roared. Roar! With a loud roar, Yan Chuan's body was suddenly surrounded by black qi. His eyes turned red, and his long hair fluttered. Two blood-colored fangs slowly emerged from his mouth. Boom! The clothes on Yan Chuan's back were also torn apart. A pair of huge dragon bone wings suddenly appeared on Yan Chuan's back. The huge dragon bone wings spread open, and the dark wings seemed to be covered with fine black dragon scales. Roar! Zombie Yan Chuan roared again, and the power in his hands skyrocketed again. Boom! 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 The saint's energy palm strike paused as if it was blocked. It was getting slower and slower. Hiss! Gasps could be heard all around. He blocked it. He really blocked it. Yan Chuan blocked the saint's palm strike? No, that's his flesh body. He blocked the saint's palm strike with his flesh body? This is impossible. Screams could be heard everywhere. Even Hua Zuentian was inexplicably shocked at this moment. How could zombie Yan Chuan's strength be so terrifying? The 18 claws Destiny Golden Dragon swung its tail and charged towards zombie Yan Chuan. Boom! The 18 claws Destiny Golden Dragon rushed into Yan Chuan's body. Endless golden light quickly gathered around Yan Chuan's body. This was the power of the entire myriad ghost domain's people. As the terrifying power surged in, Yan Chuan's strength skyrocketed again. Rumble. A halo of power surged around Yan Chuan's body. Yan Chuan's strength had reached its maximum. Although his transformation had caused the saint's energy palm strike to pause, he was still at a disadvantage. Now, he was no longer at a disadvantage. This was because the saint's energy palm strike had been stopped above the Great Qin city, unable to move forward at all. The body of a general? In the distance, the Great Qing Heavenly Emperor narrowed his eyes and recognized it. Heavenly Emperor, what is the body of a general? A subject asked curiously. It's an ancient technique. It's too ancient. I've only seen it in a secret realm's records. Ming Tianhan said with a frown. Ming Tianhan frowned. The countless cultivators in the surroundings were even more shocked. Some even held their breaths. Everyone stared at the scene above the Great Qin city. Yan Chuan had used his flesh body to block the saint's palm strike that contained the power of heaven and earth. That scene froze in the void, shocking countless people. Long live the Great Qin city. In the Great Qin city, the people were pleasantly surprised. Shock flashed in the Shimin sage's eyes. Yan Chuan? Third firmament ancestral immortal? Could it be that the world is about to change again? Hua Zuentian was bewildered. Even he would be severely injured if he faced that terrifying energy palm. However, Yan Chuan had actually withstood it. Boom! The space around the energy palm shattered. Zombie Yan Chuan stubbornly withstood the energy palm strike. The Skeleton C-Sex Sect Master, the 3 Insects Sect Master, and Gui Jianshou all had extremely ugly expressions. First Legion, Soaring Sky Division, follow me to capture the Skeleton C-Sex Sect Master. Meng Tian shouted. Yes, sir. Third Legion, Eastern Imperial Division, follow me to capture the 3 Insects Sect Master. Jin Dayu shouted. Sir. Sixth Legion, God Slaughter Division, follow me to capture Gui Jianshou. Wang Jian shouted. Sir. A large number of Great Perfection experts soared into the sky. The 3 Great Perfection war gods immediately charged towards the 3 Weave Lords. Their faces were ferocious, and their killing intent soared into the sky. Boom! In an instant, the 4 sides clashed. Great Perfection's ferocity was immediately displayed before everyone's eyes. Heavenly Emperor Deshing said in a deep voice, "What ferocious generals!" Rumble. At a low altitude, the 3 Legion commanders fiercely faced off against their enemies. High in the sky, Zombie Yan Chuan used the power of Great Perfection to resist the sage's power of heaven and earth. The 2 forces were in a fierce stalemate. Hua Zuentian's face could not be seen clearly, and his expression turned ugly. Boom, boom, boom. Bit by bit, the sage's energy palm strike was actually slowly pushed upwards by Yan Chuan's power. In the central palace square, Hua Zuentian was extremely anxious. The group of descendants that Hua Zuentian brought also revealed anxious expressions at this moment. Not good. That Yan Chuan is too strange. Let's go help the ancestor. A Hua family disciple said anxiously. Hua Bing suddenly stopped everyone. Ancestor? The ancestor has instructed us not to participate. Absolutely not. Hua Bing shook her head. She turned to look at Zhuo Chuanxiu, who was not far away. Zhuo family head, please lend a hand and destroy Great Perfection together. Hua Bing called out to Zhuo Chuanxiu in the distance. Zhuo Chuanxiu's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Yan Chuan, who was blocking the sage's energy palm strike. For a moment, his face turned gloomy. While snorting angrily, Zhuo Chuanxiu suddenly took a step and rushed into the sky, heading straight for Yan Chuan. Zhuo Chuanxiu made a move? All around, practically everyone's expression roused. In the distance, Yan Chuan, who was pushing the sage's energy palm strike, also suddenly narrowed both eyes. But right at this instant, a white figure suddenly blocked in front of Zhuo Chuanxiu. Boom! The void shook for a while, and Zhuo Chuanxiu stopped. There was an uproar all around. Shimin Sage, you want to stop me? Aren't you unrelated to Great Perfection? Zhuo Chuanxiu suddenly said in a cold voice. The one blocking in front of Zhuo Chuanxiu was precisely Shimin Sage. All around, countless cultivators revealed blank looks. Shimin Sage also wanted to interfere? Like you said to me previously, some things you don't need to know. Shimin Sage suddenly said in a cold voice. But countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately burst into an uproar. Why was Shimin Sage doing this? Yan Chuan also looked at Shimin Sage in puzzlement. Shimin Sage seemed to understand Yan Chuan and said in puzzlement, Yan Di, there were many misunderstandings in the past. This time, I'll help you block Zhuchuan Qiu for a period of time. I hope that we can let bygones be bygones. What was Shimin Sage doing? Currying favor with Yan Chuan? Countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately revealed looks of surprise. How could this be? Although they did not want to admit it, Shimin Sage's tone was there. In order to let bygones be bygones? Taking action to curry favor with Yan Chuan? Before countless cultivators came, they did not think highly of Yan Chuan at all. But now, the situation became more and more complicated. Many people felt like their worldview was collapsing. Others did not know, but Yan Chuan knew why. It was because of Miao. Shimin Sage seemed to have guessed Miao's identity and wanted to resolve the unhappiness with great perfection. Furthermore, Shimin Sage also understood that if Miao stepped forward, Zhuchuan Qiu might not be able to get what he wanted. Therefore, he wanted to do great perfection a favor. All right, Shimin Sage, great perfection owes you a favor. Yan Chuan said with a bright laugh. Chapter 1248. Zhuchuan Qiu paused and looked coldly at the Shimin Sage in front of him. How dare he interfere at such a crucial moment? Shimin, are you trying to stop me? Are you trying to make an enemy out of the Zhua clan? Zhuchuan Qiu said coldly. The Shimin Sage looked at Zhuchuan Qiu and said, Clan head Zhua, I have my reasons. Don't be stubborn. Zhuchuan Qiu glared at the Shimin Sage. The Shimin Sage also looked at Zhuchuan Qiu coldly, carefully guarding against his attack. However, Zhuchuan Qiu was still rational and did not attack. It was not that Zhuchuan Qiu was weak. After all, Zhuchuan Qiu had cultivated the great Tao and was not afraid of a sage. However, if he fought now, he would definitely be exhausted. You'd rather offend the Zhua clan than support the holy hall of Great Shen? Zhuchuan Qiu said coldly. I'm sorry. The Shimin Sage said coldly. Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed confused expressions. No one knew why the Shimin Sage interfered. However, the two of them looked at each other and did not fight at all. Everyone turned to look at Yan Chuan again. Yan Chuan kept going up against the sage's astral palm. How can he be so strong? Hua Zuantian was shocked. The world was incomplete. Although he was slightly weaker than the ancient sages, this was still the power of the world. How could Yan Chuan keep going up? Roar! Yan Chuan roared, and the sage's astral palm shattered. The sage also gave up on this attack. After all, he could not suppress Yan Chuan at all. Rumble! The sage's astral palm shattered, and he was about to attack Yan Chuan again. Whoosh! Yan Chuan's figure disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the sage. The two of them were less than a foot apart. Hua Zuantian could even feel the ferocious aura coming from Yan Chuan's mouth. Space divine ability? Someone in the distance exclaimed. Yan Chuan instantly appeared in front of the sage. No one saw how he did it. It could only be space diversion. Space? It's not a space divine ability. Heavenly Emperor Dexing suddenly narrowed his eyes. What? Speed, that is absolute speed. What incredible speed! Ming Tianhan, the Heavenly Emperor of Great Punishment, said in a low voice. Ah! The officials exclaimed in surprise. High up in the sky, Yan Chuan appeared in front of Hua Zuantian. Immediately, he extended his palms and struck towards Hua Zuantian's chest. Boom! It was a real punch to the flesh. Zombie Yan Chuan's terrifying physical strength slammed into Hua Zuantian's chest. Boom! The void where the two of them were at shook violently, and the sage was instantly sent flying into the sky like a shooting star. The saint was sent flying? Countless cultivators said in shock. Zhuchuan Qiu's face also fell as he said, What fast speed! Hua Zuantian, who was sent flying by Yan Chuan, already had his chest caved in while flying. He let out a cry of unwillingness and said, "I was careless." Boom. Hua Zuntian instantly stabilized himself. Whoosh. Zombie Yen Chuan appeared in front of him again at a terrifying speed. "How dare you? Heavenly Tao!" Hua Zuentian said furiously. What? Zombie Yen Chuan fought with Hua Zuentian once more. Boom. 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 The current Yen Chuan's strength seemed to already be on par with Hua Zuentian's. When the two people fought, each of them immediately displayed the might of splitting the heavens. Each collision, the void would shatter. With a flap of Yen Chuan's wings, his speed would skyrocket. This speed, even the sage would feel a chill in his heart. "Yen Chuan? Where did you pop out from?" What? Hua Zuentian cried out with extreme resentment. All around, Heavenly Tao revolved. Black holes kept appearing. For a moment, above the sky, it was utter chaos. The battle of the two ferocious people caused the battle of the Skeleton Sea cult leader and Meng Tian below to pale in comparison. High up in the sky, the two people's speed was extremely fast. Their strength was also tremendous. When many cultivators saw this, none of their faces did not twitch wildly. "Just one move and he can take my life." What a terrifying Yen Chuan, to actually fight with the sage to such an extent. What a powerful Dezhen. For a moment, countless cultivators revealed a look of astonishment. Heavenly Emperor Dexing and Ming Han Tian stared fixedly at the sky. "Yen Chuan? Much stronger than I imagined. Indeed, he did not disappoint me." Hua Zuentian's descendants were extremely anxious for a moment. The most anxious one was Desolation Hua in front of the central hall. At this moment, his face revealed bitterness, not knowing what to say. She led the ministers of Dezhen and still looked at the sky with some worry. The battle of the two powerhouses had gone on for 2 hours in a blink of an eye. "Venerable Heavenly Finger!" Hua Zuentian shouted loudly. His hand suddenly raised, a finger light that shattered the void charged straight at Yen Chuan. Hua Zuentian's other hand even grabbed a long sword, ready to chop down with his sword after Yen Chuan dodged. But at this moment, it seemed to have exceeded the sage's expectations. Yen Chuan did not dodge at all, but used his chest to block the venerable Heavenly Finger. What? Hua Zuentian's face changed. Boom. The venerable Heavenly Finger suddenly tapped on Yen Chuan's chest, and a large hole was pierced through Yen Chuan's chest. But at this moment, Yen Chuan closed the distance between them, injuring himself. His left palm suddenly pierced into the sage's chest. Boom. Although the sage was strong, how could his flesh body be compared to the body of a general? Bang. Hua Zuentian's left chest was broken. And Yen Chuan's right hand grabbed onto Hua Zuentian's shoulder. "Ah, bastard! Heavenly energy possession!" Hua Zuentian roared in shock. Rumble. Heaven and earth energy surged into the sage's body, strengthening his body to prevent Yen Chuan from tearing it apart. What? Yen Chuan did not tear apart the sage's body. Instead, 2 blood-colored fangs pierced into Hua Zuentian's neck. Zombie sucking blood? In all directions, countless cultivators thought of a scene. The little zombie bit the neck of Immortal and sucked his blood essence dry. However, these two people were not a little zombie and Immortal, but a zombie king and a sage? Yen Chuan was going to suck the blood of a sage? There were many zombie cultivators in all directions. When they saw this scene, they all revealed absolute worship. What was the point of sucking the blood of Immortal? This zombie king actually sucked the blood of a sage. No matter what the other cultivators thought, at this moment, the zombie cultivators in all directions were all subdued by Yen Chuan. High up in the sky, Hua Zuentian cried out in shock. "Holy King no!" Desolation Hua cried out in alarm. Ming Tianhan also revealed a look of astonishment. Zhuochuanxio's expression changed. Even the Shiman sage was anxious at this moment. Shiman and Hua Zuentian still had some friendship. Otherwise, he would not have come to persuade Hua Zuentian in the beginning. Now, Yen Chuan wanted to extract Hua Zuentian's blood essence? "Yen Di, please wait," Shiman sage said anxiously. Zhuochuanxio stepped into the sky. This time, Shiman sage did not stop him and also flew halfway. Who? High up in the sky, Yan Chuan's fangs had already been pulled out from Hua Zuentian's neck. But at this moment, Hua Zuentian's head twitched. What is this? Yan Chuan, what did you do to me? Why is my body frozen? Hua Zuentian's voice suddenly said hoarsely. You were inflicted with our corpse poison. Yan Chuan said coolly. Corpse poison poisoned my divine soul? Yan Chuan, ulu ulu. Hua Zuentian's words suddenly seemed to be stuttering. We know that you can get rid of the corpse poison. But this also needs some time. Now, let us be your puppet. Yan Chuan revealed a hint of arrogance and said, boom. The two people's palms collided and separated with a loud bang. Power of heavenly Tao. Hua Zuentian suddenly roared again. Rumble. A large amount of heavenly Tao gathered once more. Hua Zuentian once again unleashed a palm. Carrying the power of heaven and earth, a vast palm aura formed. Yan Chuan was also on standby. At this moment, Shimin Sage and Zhuochuanqiu also rushed up. Hua Zuentian, how are you? Zhuochuanqiu called out. Roar. Hua Zuentian's palm that carried the power of heaven and earth slammed down with a loud bang. But halfway through, it suddenly changed direction and turned to charge straight for Zhuochuanqiu. What? Zhuochuanqiu's expression changed. All around, countless cultivators also revealed looks of surprise. Why did Hua Zuentian make a move against Zhuochuanqiu? Hua Zuentian, are you crazy? Zhuochuanqiu cried out in shock. Boom. A great Tao alternating between black and white suddenly surged to the sky all around Zhuochuanqiu, his body merging with the great Tao. The moment the great Tao came out, 200 heavenly Tao suddenly revolved around all around. The surging power of yin and yang intertwining rumbled over towards Hua Zuentian's palm aura. On the other side, Yan Chuan also suddenly struck a palm towards Zhuochuanqiu. The sage's palm, Yan Chuan's palm collided onto Zhuochuanqiu's great Tao with a loud bang. Boom! The void where the three people were suddenly blasted into countless pieces. Zhuochuanqiu's great Tao swayed crazily. Yan Chuan and Hua Zuentian attacked Zhuochuanqiu at the same time. All around, countless cultivators revealed looks of surprise. How did this battle become so unbearably chaotic? Inside the great Tao, Zhuochuanqiu's face revealed a sinister look as he stared fixedly at Hua Zuentian. Hua Zuentian, are you crazy? You dare to attack me? You want to kill me? Zhuochuanqiu roared furiously. The sage's head trembled slightly, as if resisting the control of the corpse poison. But the sage's face was mostly blurry, so one could not see his expression clearly at all. But Yan Chuan called out at the right time, Humph, Zhuochuanqiu, as long as you die, that matter will completely become a secret. The corpse poison's control time was limited. Just what kind of weakness did Hua Zuentian have in Zhuochuanqiu's hands? Yan Chuan was not clear, but it did not stop Yan Chuan from tricking Zhuochuanqiu. At this moment, suddenly suffering from Hua Zuentian's betrayal, Zhuochuanqiu's mind was unable to calm down for a moment and immediately thought that it was really as Yan Chuan said. Good. Hua Zuentian, you really schemed well. So you had long conspired with Yan Chuan and prepared to kill me? Zhuochuanqiu roared angrily. On the other side, Shimin Sheng stood at the side in a daze. He had no idea how things had developed to this point. Hua Zuentian and Zhuochuanqiu wanted to kill Yan Chuan, but halfway through, Hua Zuentian and Yan Chuan wanted to kill Zhuochuanqiu? Shimin Sheng, like many others, watched in a daze. Hua Zuentian, don't listen to his nonsense. Kill me and you two saints, kill Zhuochuanqiu here immediately. Yan Chuan roared. Two saints? Before Shimin Sheng could react, Zhuochuanqiu suddenly quivered. Right, there was also Shimin Sheng. Now, he finally understood why Shimin Sheng would help Yan Chuan. So this was a trap targeted at him. In order to completely kill him? Thinking of this, Zhuochuanqiu's expression changed drastically. He roared, Hua Zunan, how dare you? You despicable thing. Back then, it was you who colluded with the Lotus God and caused Firmament to fall. Firmament made the Yin clan set up the Sky Lock Grand Array. What went wrong? It was you, the 360 peak experts. It should have been you, but you let the Lotus God take your position, causing almost everyone to fall, causing the sky lock great array to fail, causing the sky lock great array to fail, causing the sky lock great array to collapse, causing firmament to die. You are the sinner of the entire world and you still want to silence me? What? Countless cultivators in all directions were in an uproar. Even Shimin Shing, who was not far away, suddenly quivered. Hua Zuentian? Hua Zuentian colluded with the Lotus God? Hua Zuentian, you still want to hide it? It can't be hidden. I have already sent people to place the evidence of you in all directions. If something happens to me, the evidence of your crime will be known to the world. Zhuo Chuanqiu roared. Where Hua Zuentian was. Wang! After Hua Zuentian's head trembled, a pair of saint eyes suddenly appeared. There was a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Boom! Hua Zuentian withdrew his attack. And Yan Chuan's figure also retreated. The battle suddenly came to a stop. Zhuo Chuanqiu's expression flickered incessantly. Corpse poison, the higher the cultivation, the harder it is to control. In a blink of an eye, it's already useless. Yan Chuan said in a solemn voice. Ha ha ha. Hua Zuentian suddenly raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly. Amidst the laughter, his voice revealed boundless sorrow. Zhuo Chuanqiu's eyes were bewildered, but the gazes of the people in all directions when looking at Hua Zuentian were different. How is this possible? The old ancestor colluded with the Lotus God? How could it be the old ancestor who colluded with the Lotus God during the ancient times? Hua Qiliang's expression changed wildly as he said. The descendants of the Hua family were all stunned at this moment. Hua Zuentian, you tell me, is this true or not? Shimin Sheng suddenly revealed indignation in his voice. Yan Chuan also stared at Hua Zuentian in puzzlement. The Yin family, suffering for 1,000,000 years, could it be that it was just a scapegoat for Hua Zuentian? Hua Zuentian's scapegoat? No, Hua Zuentian, what happened just now? Zhuo Chuanqiu quickly reacted and discovered that something was wrong. Hua Zuentian raised his head to the sky and laughed sorrowfully. Amidst the sorrowful laughter, one could hear endless pain. Hua Zuentian, is what Zhuo Chuanqiu said true? This is the handle that the Zhuo family has on you? Yan Chuan shouted once more. Zhuo Chuanqiu looked at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan did not know? Then where did the talk of silencing a witness come from? Sin deserves death, sin deserves 10,000 deaths. Heaven, sinner Hua Zuentian, sin deserves 10,000 deaths. Hua Zuentian suddenly raised his head to the sky and cried out bitterly. This matter was uncovered. Even if it was uncovered a little, it could not be concealed anymore. Hua Zuentian suddenly fell into deep self-reproach. It's really you? Shimin Sheng also suddenly cried out in shock. Below, in the plaza of the central hall, Hua Qiliang looked at the sky, a look of disbelief on his face. Impossible, impossible. How could it be the old ancestor? It shouldn't be the old ancestor. But why did the old ancestor say that sin deserves 10,000 deaths? Sin deserves death? I heard wrongly, I must have heard wrongly. But speaking halfway, Hua Qiliang suddenly thought of something. In the Zuentian territory, his villa was named Sin Death Villa by Hua Zuentian. The main hall was Sin Death Hall. The guards were Sin Death Guards. Sin deserves death? Sin deserves 10,000 deaths? Thinking up to here, Hua Qiliang suddenly slumped onto the ground and looked at the sky, his eyes filled with a look of despair. Chapter 1249. The Skull Cult leader roared anxiously. Let's go! The 3 Yin cult leader shouted. Boom! The Skull Cult leader, 3 Yin cult leader, and Gui Jianshou fled in all directions despite being heavily injured by Wang Jian and the rest. The subordinates that they brought along were all killed by Wang Jian and the rest. The 3 ancestral immortals had no choice but to flee at this moment. The venerable Hua Tian who was in charge actually had such a shocking change. If they continued to stay, only death would await them. De Zhen's strength was too terrifying. A subject, the strength of a subject, was actually stronger than them? Don't chase. Meng Tian said in a deep voice. Both Wang Jian and Jin Deyu stopped. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. In the sky, Zhuochuanqiu's face was ugly. He had been hunting geese all day long, but today he was actually pecked by one? Yan Chuan stood at the side. Hua Zuentian fell into deep self-blame. Hua Zuentian, your self-blame came a little too late. Yan Chuan said indifferently. Hua Zuentian, is it true? Back then, were you the one who colluded with the Lotus God? The Shiman sage suddenly shouted in shock. Ha, Hua Zuentian, you deserve to die. Pooh. Hua Zuentian spat out a mouthful of blood. Countless cultivators stared at Hua Zuentian from all directions. Colluded with the Lotus God? For a moment, countless cultivators revealed deep suspicion. The sage who was revered by the common people was actually the one who colluded with the Lotus God, causing the death of the heavens, the collapse of the heavens, and the fall of the common people? After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Hua Zuentian seemed to feel much better. This was a mouthful of regret that had been suppressed in his heart for more than 1,000,000 years. Hua Zuentian, I ask you, is it you? The Shiman sage berated again. Hua Zuentian turned to look at the Shiman sage. He said bitterly, Old friend, you misunderstood me. It was me, I was the one who caused the world to shatter. But how could it be you? The Shiman sage roared. Hua Zuentian shook his head and sighed. I didn't expect it either. Back then, I made a good friend, Lotus. I didn't know that he was the Lotus God. When we conversed, we got along extremely well and were close friends. In addition, his knowledge, strength, everything was higher than mine. Back then, the Yin clan obtained the Blue Sky Medallion and set up a grand formation. That day, I was enlightened by Lotus and comprehended many things. That day, I benefited greatly and faintly felt like I had a great breakthrough. Lotus took the initiative to replace me. At that time, I didn't care. After all, Lotus is much stronger than me. With him around, he would definitely be stronger than me. Lotus replaced me and I went into seclusion to cultivate. But when I came out, everything had changed. Hua Zuentian said sadly. It's you who ruined the Yin clan's reputation? You caused the world to suffer such a great disaster. The Shiman sage roared angrily. I've held it in for 1,000,000 years, afraid that others would find out. Every day I blame myself. My heart is extremely bitter. Sometimes, I even want to say it out and let the world curse me. But in the end, I don't dare. Now that I've said it, my heart is relieved. Ha! You feel bitter? Do you know that there are many people who have suffered more than you? Not to mention the common people, the Yin clan is being hunted down endlessly. Don't you feel bitter? Hua Zuentian, you're selfish. Yan Chuan shouted coldly. Hua Zuentian sighed and said, Since I've been exposed, then so be it. Curse me. Everyone can curse me. Shaking his head, Hua Zuentian looked at Zhuochuanqiu and said, Zhuochuanqiu, I don't know how you know about this, but I've been forced to do wrong many times by you. This time is the same. Zhuochuanqiu, you're very strong, but I want to tell you that if you do evil, you're doomed. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Zhuochuanqiu said coldly. Look at Yan Chuan, look at the Shiman sage, and look at Hua Zuentian. Zhuochuanqiu snorted. With a flick of his sleeves, he led the Zhuo clan disciples and flew towards the south. This trip was fruitless. Old ancestor, how could this be? A group of Hua clan disciples rushed forward and cried out. Hua Zuentian looked at his descendants and the disciples and said bitterly, I did something wrong back then. I'll let the future generations be shamed for eternity. Perhaps from now on, you won't be able to raise your heads again. I've let you down. No, old ancestor, we understand. All these years, you've kept this matter in your heart for us. Everyone said sadly. It wasn't hard to imagine that after today, the world would no longer respect these disciples of the sages. Instead, everyone would despise them. Let's go back. Hua Zuentian said bitterly. Bringing his descendants, Hua Zuentian's figure suddenly became bleak. Hua Zuentian. Yan Chuan shouted coldly. Hua Zuentian turned to look at Yan Chuan. Yan Di, I've offended you this time. Offended? A word of offense, a word of repentance is enough? I don't care what wrong you did back then. I only remember that you, Hua Zuentian, invaded my Great Qin today. Wait in the Zuentian territory. In a few days, the Great Jin army will step into the Zuentian territory and destroy your sect. Yan Chuan shouted coldly. Hua Bing couldn't hold back his anger and shouted. Hua Zuentian reached out and stopped him. I'll wait in the Zuentian territory. Hua Zuentian said bitterly. As he spoke, he led his descendants towards the south. In the central palace square, Hua Zuentian sat on the ground miserably and muttered to himself, Old ancestor, before I came to Great Qin, I guessed that you might have a great calamity on you. However, I didn't expect that your calamity would be so great. High up in the sky, Yan Chuan and Shimin Sage watched the desolate Hua Zuentian leave. In a valley below, Ming Tianhan, the heavenly emperor of great punishment, revealed a faint smile and said, Hua Zuentian? Not only was he severely injured, but he's also exhausted. Heavenly Emperor, this is a great opportunity. A subordinate said. That's right. Let's go. Follow me and capture the second saint. Ming Tianhan said coldly. Yes. The subordinates replied. The group of people quickly chased after Hua Zuentian. Yan Di, I feel very uncomfortable in my heart. I'll take my leave first. We'll meet again if fate allows. Shimin Sage said in a deep voice. Shimin Sage was also flustered at this moment. He was considered good friends with Hua Zuentian, but his good friend in front of him suddenly became someone he should hate? For a moment, Shimin Sage needed to calm down. Yan Chuan nodded and said, All right. This time, Shimin Sage came to help. Yan Chuan will remember it. Shimin Sage nodded and disappeared on the spot. At this moment, Shimin Sage was not in the mood to be polite with Yan Chuan. He needed to leave early. Shimin Sage left. Yan Chuan stood high in the sky and looked at the officials. Skull Sea Sect Master, Triple Yin Sect Master, and Gui Jianshou came with 3 major dominions to cause chaos in the Great Qin dynasty. They should be executed. Yan Chuan shouted coldly. Yan Chuan called out. Sir, you are to clear Great Qin's First Legion to attack Skull Sea Sect and capture Skull Sea Sect Master. Sir, Jin Diyu, you are to clear Great Qin's Third Legion to attack Triple Yin territory and capture Triple Yin Sect Master. Sir, Wang Jian, you are to clear Great Qin's Sixth Legion to attack Ghost Sea Sect and capture Gui Jianshou. Sir, Yan Chuan looked at Hua Zuentian in the central palace square and narrowed his eyes. He pondered for a moment. Hua Zuentian. Yan Chuan shouted. Sir. Hua Zuentian stood up with pain. You are to lead Great Jin's 8th Legion to attack Reverend Heaven territory and destroy Reverend Heaven sect. Yan Chuan shouted. Hua Zuentian suddenly raised his head and looked at Yan Chuan in shock. All around, countless officials listened to this order in confusion. Hua Zuentian was the descendant of Reverend Heaven. Asking him to lead Great Jin's army to destroy Reverend Heaven sect? Defying the ancestor with his grandson? All around, many people revealed a confused expression. Wasn't Yan Chuan worried that Hua Zuentian would betray them? Yan Chuan stared at Hua Zuentian, but Hua Zuentian seemed to have guessed Yan Chuan's thoughts. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Reverend Heaven would lose his reputation. Reverend Heaven sect would be like the Yin clan in the past. They would be almost wiped out by the righteous people in the world. Yan Chuan was using righteousness to make the first move. Hua Zuentian was the commander. Would he look on helplessly as all the descendants of the Hua clan were wiped out? Sir, Hua Zuentian shouted solemnly. Tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. Yan Chuan slowly flew down. Yan Chuan shouted. Sir. Zhang Yi immediately stepped forward excitedly. After this battle, there will be countless spectators who have their hearts set on Great Jin. You are to immediately organize and recruit talents from all around as soon as possible. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, sir. I have already arranged for some officials to mix in. Once I give the order, they will immediately organize and lobby. Zhang Yi immediately smiled. Yan Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Then, Yan Chuan looked at Yifeng. Yifeng, Li Si has disappeared recently. You are to quickly carry out the Great Jin's imperial examination. Great Jin's territory will be expanded and countless talents will be needed to fill the opening positions. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Sir. Yifeng replied. No matter what Great Jin's arrangements were, after this battle, Yan Chuan's name would definitely spread throughout the world. Even Hua Zuentian's name would be known throughout the world. Outside Reverend Heaven's territory, above a sea, Hua Zuentian brought a group of descendants and flew towards Reverend Heaven's territory. Suddenly, Hua Zuentian's figure stopped. Old ancestor, what's wrong? The descendants were puzzled. Hua Zuentian slowly turned his head. In the distance, close to 100 black-robed figures were flying over quickly. I always had a bad feeling. So it's not from Great Jin. It's not. Hua Zuentian said with an ugly expression. Old ancestor? Hua Bing. And all of you, listen up. Hua Zuentian suddenly shouted. What? If I encounter any mishap, Hua Zuentian will become the head of the Hua clan. Everyone must listen to him. Hua Zuentian said solemnly. What? Listen to Hua Zuentian's orders? This despicable person who betrays his ancestors? A Hua clan descendant said in astonishment. Bastard, could it be that you want to defy me? Hua Zuentian said anxiously. In the distance, the black-robed people got closer and closer. Yes. Everyone said with unwilling faces. Old ancestor, you won't encounter any mishap. Hua Bing said anxiously. I don't know. The matters of the future, no one can say for sure. Hua Bing, I know that you all have always been jealous of Hua Zuentian, saying that I spoil Hua Zuentian too much. But some things you all don't understand. You just have to remember, for the Hua clan to be recognized by the world again, want to forgive my past sins, only Hua Zuentian can do it. Because he is. Hua Zuentian said one after another. Hua Zuentian, what is he? Hua Bing asked curiously. Rumble. In the distance, 100 figures instantly arrived in front. A violent aura stirred up the surrounding sea, causing violent waves to rise in all directions. Hua Zuentian reached his hand out and waved. All of his descendants were sent towards Reverend Heaven's territory. Don't come back, don't care about me. Hua Zuentian cried out. Everyone was sent extremely far away in a twinkle. Heh! The black-robed person in the lead laughed lightly. He did not stop them. Heavenly Emperor De Xing Ming Tianhon? Hua Zuentian frowned and looked at the black-robed person in the lead. Chapter 1250. Hua Empyrean's descendants and disciples were sent to the Empyrean heaven territory by Hua Empyrean using a grand spell. But the moment they entered the Empyrean heaven territory, everyone started quarreling. Old ancestor is in trouble, I want to go back. I want to go back too. For a moment, it was clamorous. Shut up. Hua Bing gave a cold snort. Grand ancestor? Everyone go back and quietly wait for old ancestor to return. No one is allowed to go. Hua Bing said in a solemn voice. Grand ancestor, old ancestor is in trouble. Everyone was anxious. But Hua Bing's expression turned solemn as he said, This is old ancestor's intention, no one is allowed to go. Everyone was anxious. This wait was a day's time. Everyone was restless and uneasy. The sea in the north even surged wildly. Hua Bing clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of anxiety. Hua Bing's expression was ugly. All the way until a day later, the sea's raging waves slowly calmed down. Right at this time, a figure came over in a panic from afar. No, not good, Grand Ancestor, Grand Ancestor. That figure in the distance cried out in shock. Why are you on the sea? Hua Bing said in surprise. That man who flew over said, Grand Ancestor, I was training on an island, but I saw a great battle just now. Old Ancestor, something happened to Old Ancestor. What's going on? Quickly say. Everyone around was anxious. Old Ancestor was besieged by a group of people. The aftereffects of the battle were too great, shaking me unconscious. When I woke up, Old Ancestor was already pierced through by countless chains and locked up. He was captured. That person said in horror. What? No! Everyone's expressions immediately changed wildly. The group of descendants rushed straight for the sea anxiously, completely ignoring Hua Bing's orders. Grand Ancestor, what to do? What to do? That person still said anxiously. Hua Bing drew a deep breath, his expression ugly to the extreme, but he still worked hard to calm himself down. Retribution, it actually came so quickly? So quickly, Old Ancestor was imprisoned? Even Old Ancestor was imprisoned? Hua Bing said bitterly. There were still several people standing behind him. The group of Hua family descendants solemnly replied. This was only a grudge, this hatred, this could only could this could only. A storm was brewing in revered heaven. Underworld, holy court of Dajin. The great Jin Empire's machinery was quickly put into operation. Expeditions were launched, and all sorts of scientific research were carried out. Everything was everything. The four great legions each sent out their own troops to the four great territories. Yen Chuan didn't have too many plans this time. De Zhen hadn't been in the world for too long, and their army wasn't strong after all. He didn't go too deep into the various territories, and only carried the righteous cause. With righteousness, there was no doubt that they would win. Although the journey would be difficult, it would allow the legions to continue training. After all, the road to Jin was still very long. At this moment in the Yang realm, Yen Chuan's dragon carriage. Yin Henshin's headache gradually disappeared, and he closed his eyes as if he was adjusting his breathing. Yen Chuan, Miao, and Bai Qi waited quietly. After a few days, Yin Hentian opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, there was more calmness in his eyes. Miao, little Yin is awake. Miao immediately cried out. Yin Hentian got up and bowed to Yen Chuan. Thank you, Sage King, for protecting me. How is it? What did you remember? Yen Chuan asked curiously. Yin Hentian smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, I read a part of the memories left by my ancestors. There must be a lot more, but I only got a part of it now. Yin Henshin's pupils were still double pupils. Miao? Why did your pupils change? Miao asked. Yin Hentian took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. Sage King, this memory is too incredible. I think you would like to know. Oh! What my ancestors left behind is the secret of heaven and earth. Just like what the Tong Tian sect leader said. Yin Hentian said solemnly. Same? How is it the same? Yen Chuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Infinity gave birth to Taiji. A world of primal chaos was born from the void. This world slowly grew, evolving into Taiji. Slowly the world flourished. And this world experienced a few unique periods called epochs. Yin Hentian drew in a deep breath as he spoke. Era? That's right, it's also called an era. The first era was the earliest era. Back then, there was only one world in the void, which is our current world. During the first era, countless living beings were born. Just like what many people know now. Yin Hentian explained. And then? After an unknown period of time, in the words of the Tong Tian sect leader, he severed the three corpses. At that time, the first corpse was severed, the evil corpse. That was the world where the lotus god was. Because it was the strongest, everyone called it the strongest world. But at first, it was called the great evil world. Our world was the first world. After the great evil world was split, our world weakened, while the great evil world prospered and became completely independent. At that time, there were two worlds in the void. And from the moment the great evil world split, our world entered the second era. Yin Hentian explained. The second era? Yen Chuan asked solemnly. After countless years, our first world prospered again and severed the second corpse, the good corpse. Or rather, the second world was split, called the Great Good World. In the void, the three worlds stood side by side. Our first world once again weakened. And every time it split, our world would give birth to a new batch of living beings. Those worlds that split off would also undergo the evolution of living beings. This was the third era. Yin Hentian explained. And then? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. Yin Hentian looked at Yan Chuan and smiled. Over the years, I already know that De Zhen's predecessor, the Great Qin, as well as the Tong Tian sect leader and Wu Jiong, might have come from the same place, the Great Thousand World. And the Great Thousand World is the third world that split off, the zombie world. The four worlds were officially established. And from then on, the world entered the fourth era. Now, we are also part of the fourth era. The fourth era? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. Splitting off a world is a new era. With this, the era is split. And our first world, because it's split into 3 worlds, seems to have lost a lot of its vitality. It will take a long time to recover, so it is called the weakest world. Yin Hentian explained. Meow? Miao's eyes widened. However, Yan Chuan seemed to be prepared for this. He was not too surprised. In that case, many ancient cultivators from the Great Evil World, the Great Good World, and the Great Thousand World should have lived in our first world? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. Although new living beings were born in each world, there must be people who once lived in our world. Yin Hentian said solemnly. Yan Chuan nodded. Moreover, every time a world splits, all living beings in the world seem to lose their memories, forgetting everything that happened in the past. The people of the fourth era do not know about the people of the third era, and the people of the third era do not know about the people of the second era. It is as if there is a power that erases the memories of the world. Yin Hentian explained. Of course, this erasure cannot be completely erased. There will be some remnants, and these remnants will be discovered by those who are interested. Therefore, the 4 eras are not too secret, and my ancestors sealed this information in his bloodline to let my people know about this. Yin Hentian explained. Your ancestor? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. My ancestor is one of the living beings born in the third era. The Polychoria clan. Yin Hentian said solemnly. Polychoria clan? Miao said in surprise. Yes, from the portrait sent by the Holy King, it is obvious that Zhuqianqiu is a descendant of someone from the Polychoria clan. Yin Hentian said solemnly. Yan Chuan nodded. Also, Holy King, when we go to the Middle Sky continent, are you going to collect the World Tree? That huge cypress tree? According to the information in my memory, this World Tree should belong to the Bai clan? Yin Hentian asked. Yes, it was left behind by Bai Huang. Yan Chuan did not hide it. Bai Huang? It seems that he is also from the third era. It is just that during the last split of the world, Bai Huang chose to go to the Great Thousand World, but he left this cypress tree behind. After the split of the world, all living beings lost their memories and thought that the World Tree had been passed down since ancient times. Yin Hentian explained. As expected. Yan Chuan nodded. Miao, it's so complicated. Miao did not know how to react. Bai Huang? When I was in the Great Thousand World, I did not hear Bai Huang mention the 4 eras. It seems that Bai Huang also lost his memories. What kind of power is it? It is so big that it can erase the memories of all living beings in the world? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. I'm not sure. Yin Hentian said bitterly. That's right, not long ago, Zhuqianqiu went to the Great Qin city and Hua Zuntian admitted that he was the one who colluded with the Lotus God. Yan Chuan said. Hua Zuntian? Yin Hentian's expression changed. Yan Chuan nodded and told him everything that had happened in the underworld. Hua Zuntian? Haha, it's actually him. Yin Hentian's eyes flashed with hatred. Miao, but didn't that Zhuqianqiu say that he is a descendant of the Polychoria clan like you? Why does he want to kill you too? Miao suddenly asked in confusion. People of the same clan are not of the same mind. They have the same divine ability, so they are more wary of each other. He just wants to have the Polychoria for himself. Yin Hentian shook his head. Miao did not understand. Chapter 1251. Underworld, Revered Heaven Territory. In front of the Revered Heaven Palace. Behind Desolation Hua stood a large number of troops. Each of them looked gloomy as they coldly looked at the opposite side. In the square of the revered Heaven Palace, Hua Bing was the leader. At this moment, the sage sect was much more desolate. More than half of the endless merit had dissipated. The disciples of the sage looked coldly at Desolation Hua. The once most favored young master of the revered heaven territory, Desolation Hua. Now, he brought outsiders to destroy the revered heaven sect? Desolation Hua looked coldly at the opposite side. Everyone listen up. Sage Hua Tian has invaded the capital of the great Jin dynasty. I, the commander of the army, have led the army to destroy it. Everyone, surrender and wait for the arrangements. Desolation Hua said coldly. You ungrateful villain. Bastard, Desolation Hua, who are you talking to? Desolation Hua, this is the place where you were born and raised. Do you want to destroy it? The ancestor has doted on you all these years for nothing. There were countless voices of criticism all around. Desolation Hua's eyes flashed with sadness, but at this moment, he could only harden his heart. If he fell into his hands, he could still protect him. However, when the enemies of the sage came, it was hard to say what would happen to these people. Great Ancestor Hua Bing, fight it out with him. Great Ancestor, let me behead this ungrateful bastard. Great Ancestor. Everyone looked at Hua Bing. Hua Bing's eyes were uncertain. The ancestor had said that he would let Desolation Hua be the head of the family. Hua Bing could accept it, but now he wanted to destroy the revered heaven sect? This was unacceptable to Hua Bing. This was his home, his dignity, and his hope. Was it going to be completely destroyed? Everyone listened to him and waited for his order to resist. Should he give this order? Hua Bing's eyes flashed with a difficult choice. He was extremely depressed. He couldn't help but raise his head, as if he wanted to breathe. However, when he looked up, he suddenly saw a figure standing in the clouds. Hua Bing recognized at a glance. These were the enemies that the ancestor had chased in the past? These enemies were very good at hiding and were fierce. Even when the ancestor was still alive, he couldn't find their whereabouts. They came just as the ancestor was in trouble? Hua Bing's scalp suddenly went numb. Hua Bing. A complicated look flashed across Hua Qiliang's eyes. Hua Bing bit her lips and said, the old ancestor gave a final order. Order? Everyone in the surroundings suddenly fell silent. The old ancestor said that if anything happens to the old ancestor, Desolation will become the patriarch of the Hua family. Hua Bing shouted. What? Desolation Hua was startled. Some people in the surroundings knew about this, but they didn't announce it. However, there were even more people who didn't know about this scene. Immediately, there was an uproar. What? Transform Desolation into the patriarch? Him? How can a despicable person like him be worthy? Hua Bing greets the family head in accordance with the ancestor's order. Hua Bing bowed to Hua Qiliang. No, Grand Ancestor, you don't. Desolation Hua was flattered, but halfway through he gave up. He calmly accepted the bow of melting ice. This was not the time to be pretentious. It would be best if they could accept the Reverend Heaven sect with the least loss. Greetings, Patriarch. Those who had also received the order followed suit. Suddenly, there was an uproar. Grand Ancestor, how can this be the old ancestor's order? Doesn't the old ancestor know? Desolation Hua. A family disciple was unconvinced. Are you doubting me or the old ancestor? Hua Bing said coldly. That person was slightly stunned. The old ancestor's order must have a purpose. How can you guess it? You see further than the old ancestor? This is the old ancestor's last order. Those who are willing to follow the old ancestor's order immediately pay respects to the patriarch. Those who are unwilling, no matter how big the world is, the Reverend Heaven sect will not stop you. Hua Bing shouted. Suddenly, there was a panic and an uproar. I don't believe it. I won't pay respects to Desolation Hua. I'll go find the old ancestor. Greetings, Patriarch. Greetings, Patriarch. Suddenly, the square of the Reverend Heaven sect was divided into two groups. One group flew away noisily, while the other group chose to believe in the old ancestor and Hua Bing. Thank you for your cooperation, Grand Ancestor. Desolation Hua said solemnly. Hua Bing looked at Desolation Hua, frowned slightly, and finally sighed. Underworld, Great Qin City. Yan Chuan's study room. Lu Gang stood in front of the desk while Yan Chuan sat behind it, holding a memorial in his hand. Hua Zun Tian was captured? Yan Chuan said solemnly. Not only that, but there is also news from the west outer continent of the underworld. Heaven Sage Wu entered the underworld and a shocking battle occurred. Following that, Heaven Sage Wu also disappeared. Lu Gang said solemnly. Moreover, Heavenly Emperor De Xing is most likely Ming Tianhan. Not only that, a while ago I compared the portraits. It seems that when the Sage King fought Hua Zun Tian, there was also Ming Tianhan's figure outside. Lu Gang said. Ming Tianhan? Yan Chuan's finger lightly tapped on the desk, frowning as he pondered. This Ming Tianhan is very generous. If it is as we guessed, he has already imprisoned 2 sages. What does he want to do? Lu Gang frowned. Taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan said solemnly, Ming Tianhan must have a big plan. Send more people to the west outer continent of the underworld to gather information on Ming Tianhan. Also, do your best to monitor the movements of the west outer continent of the underworld. You are dismissed. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Lu Gang left the study room. The moment Lu Gang left the study room, a black figure seemed to descend from the ceiling and kneel in front of the desk. Heaven Mending Pavilion Guard greets the Sage King. The black figure said respectfully. Have you found any clues? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. Before Lord Li Si disappeared, he went from the underworld to the Yang realm. He went in the direction of Gui Guzi and never returned. The black figure said respectfully. Gui Guzi? Yan Chuan's eyelids twitched. Impossible. Gui Guzi would never betray me. There must be another reason. Yan Chuan frowned. Sage King, this is what this subordinate has found. Do you want to send people to investigate Gui Guzi? The black figure asked again. No, you are dismissed. I need some peace and quiet. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yang Realm. Middle Sky Continent. The 4-dragon carriage entered the Middle Sky Continent. Above the sea, they could see a piece of land in the distance. Sage King, in front of us is the Middle Sky Continent's largest territory, the Central Territory. It is also the largest territory in the world. Inhen Tian said. Miao, the Central Territory, the center of the world? Miao stood on Yan Chuan's shoulder and said excitedly. Yan Chuan smiled and nodded. Yes, the center of the world. That world tree, you said there's a queen called Zhao Feng here too? Miao Miao asked curiously. I remember when I brought you here in the dream of heaven's secrets. Yan Chuan smiled. Miao here? How could I remember? There are so many places, and each place is only a small area. Miao shook her little head. Sage King, should we go to the Archaic Mysteries sect to pick up the queen or the world tree first? Bai Qi asked. Looking at the vast territory in front of them, Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said, let's go to the battlefield of sins first. Battlefield of sins? Bai Qi was slightly stunned. There are endless sins of sins that have not dissipated for a long time. I know that in terms of killing, you are the strongest in Great Shen. Using killing to train your Dao, using killing to train your body. That place is just right for you. Yan Chuan said. I dare not. The strongest in Great Shen is the Sage King. Bai Qi immediately said respectfully. You don't have to worry about me. I walk the path of killing, while you walk the path of pure killing. When I dreamt of heaven's secrets, I discovered it. However, I was not in my main body at that time, so I could not use it to my heart's content. This time, cherish it. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes, thank you, Sage King. Bai Qi replied. The dragon carriage pulled everyone across the sea and entered the Central Territory. The moment the dragon chariot entered the Central Territory, a voice rang out. In a palace in the Central Territory. In the palace, a white-clothed woman held a transparent disc in her hand. She wore a white veil, but her eyes were empty. She was blind. It was Zhao Feng who had been in the sealed world. She was the fate usurper of the archaic mysteries sect. After the World Tree's divination, Zhao Afeng and Yan Chuan were fated to be husband and wife for 80 lifetimes. She was also Yan Chuan's wife, the reincarnation of Zhen Rou. Zhao Afeng held the transparent disc and seemed to be calculating something. Suddenly, her hand trembled. Zhao Afeng put down the disc and stood up. She slowly walked out of the palace. A group of maidservants was waiting outside the palace. However, Zhao Afeng ignored them and looked at the sky with her blind eyes. You're here to pick me up." Zhao Afeng's face flashed with anticipation. "Fairy, the sect master sent someone over just now. If you come out of the palace, he wants you to go to him," a maidservant said respectfully. "Got it." Zhao Afeng nodded impatiently. She waved her hand and the maidservants left. Zhao Afeng sneered. "The World Tree belongs to the Bai clan. It belongs to the king. No one can touch it. You want me to be in charge of divination? You've got the wrong person." Yan Chuan's dragon carriage flew quickly in the central territory. It stopped at a place far away. "Meow, so many lotus flowers. Red lotus flowers. Are those flames?" Meow looked at the sky in the distance curiously. Numerous fiery red lotuses floated in the air, and the surrounding area was bone-chillingly cold. Even though they were still far away, they could feel a fierce murderous aura. "That's the red lotus hellfire. It's formed by countless sins of slaughter. This is the sin battlefield," Bai Qi explained. "Holy King, there seems to be someone over there?" Bai Qi's expression suddenly changed. He could faintly see a group of figures in the distance. Gong Yangxian? Yan Chuan immediately recognized one of them. The Gong Yangxian clan? Moreover, it seems that Gong Yangxian is just a subordinate. Gong Yangxian's position in the Gong Yangxian clan is not small. There aren't many people who can make him submissive. Could it be that the head of the Gong Yangxian clan is here? Yin Hentian frowned. Gong Yangzi? Yan Chuan's expression changed. Chapter 1252. Middle Sky Continent, Central Territory, Sin of Slaughter Battlefield. Evil Qi filled the air as if it was filled with endless killing intent, forcing all living beings to not dare to approach. In the air, countless sins of slaughter condensed into red lotus karmic fire, showing how dangerous this place was. At the center stood a group of white-robed men. Two of them were Gong Yangxian and Gong Yangbenlei. Gong Yangbenlei, be careful. Don't touch the red lotus karmic fire. Every one of them is condensed with countless sins of slaughter. Once it enters your body, it will melt your merit and luck. At the same time, you will be targeted by heaven and earth, believing that your sins are monstrous and will be destroyed by heaven and earth. Gong Yangxian said in a deep voice. "Hiss, so terrifying?" Gong Yangbenlei said with an ugly expression. "Ah, old ancestor, save me. I accidentally touched it." A man at the side suddenly blushed. Rumble! Suddenly, countless dark clouds condensed in the sky. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down. With a loud bang, the man was charred black. "Senior brother." A person at the side said anxiously. "Don't touch him. He asked for it. There is no saving him." Gong Yangxian said in a deep voice. Rumble! Bolts of lightning struck down. In the blink of an eye, the man was turned into dust. Suddenly, everyone was shocked and avoided the red lotus karmic fire in fear. "Old ancestor, isn't the red lotus karmic fire a legendary thing? Why are there so many of them here?" The people at the side were frightened. "It is a legendary thing. Some peerless murderous demon kings only have a flame core of karmic fire around them. However, there are so many of them here. This is the only place in heaven and earth with so many sins of slaughter. Ordinary cultivators would not dare to come close. Therefore, there are no sects or ordinary living beings in this area." Gong Yangxian said in a deep voice. "Then where did these come from?" Gong Yangbenlei was puzzled. Gong Yangxian was silent for a while and said, "Legend has it that these sins of slaughter came from the Lotus God." Lotus God? Everyone was stunned. Yes, Lotus Goddess. Sin is the opposite of virtue. For example, Completing a heavenly Tao would result in an immeasurable amount of good karma. But at the same time, enmity with the heavens would result. For example, massacring the common people, shattering the heavenly Tao, or slaying the heavens would result in an endless amount of evil. It was said that these were the evils created by the Lotus God in the past. This is also the final battlefield of the Lotus God, where countless heroes of our world were slaughtered. However, the Lotus God was very strange. Endless killing intent descended upon him, but it could not touch him. The sin of killing the heavens, the sin of killing the common people, has been left here by the Lotus God for a long time without dissipating. Gong Yangxian said in a low voice. This is indeed an unprecedented sin. The battlefield of sins? Everyone sighed. Just now, he was tainted by the sins of the Lotus God and was hated by the heavenly Tao. He was instantly killed. If any of you try to save him, you will be implicated. That's why I told you not to touch him. Just now, he was courting death. He used his body to test the law. No one can save him. Gong Yangxian said in a low voice. Everyone quickly moved away from the red lotus karmic fire. But why did the patriarch bring us here? Someone asked curiously. Everyone looked at a place not far away that looked like the mouth of a volcano. However, the volcano's mouth was not filled with ordinary magma and flames, but the red lotus karmic fire. It was the place where the red lotus karmic fire gathered the most in the battlefield of sins. It was the largest red lotus. Above the red lotus, a man in a white robe stood. The man wore a scholarly robe. His face was calm, but there was a long scar on his face. The man closed his eyes and stood with his hands behind his back. As he took a step, endless righteous energy shot up into the sky. The righteous energy rushed to the largest red lotus. Boom! The righteous energy dissipated. The man slowly opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Patriarch. Gong Yangxian said respectfully. It was the patriarch of the Gong Yangxian, Gong Yangzi. Gong Yangxian, how are your injuries? Gong Yangzi stood with his hands behind his back. He asked calmly. I was injured by Yanchuan's calamity. My qi and blood are both damaged. I've recovered 30%. Gong Yangxian said bitterly. Could it be that Yanchuan is really our Gong Yangzi's calamity? Gong Yangzi asked in a deep voice. I was only 60% sure before, but now it's 80%. Otherwise, it's hard to explain. That day, we were hundreds of millions of miles away from Yanchuan, but we were still almost wiped out. Gong Yangxian said bitterly. Gong Yangxian, who had a scar on his face, frowned slightly. Patriarch, why did we come here? Even now, I don't know. Gong Yangxian was puzzled. Something big might have happened in the Central Territory. I had to come. Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. Oh. Everyone's expression brightened. The patriarch of the Celestial Arcanum sect, Tianjizi. Do you know him? Gong Yangzi asked in a deep voice. Yes, Tianjizi. The Central Territory, no, even the entire Middle Sky continent, is the most powerful usurper technique. Although he usually keeps a low profile, no one in the world, including the sages, dares to underestimate him. Gong Yangxian said. Yes, keep a low profile? I always thought he kept a low profile, but not long ago, a traitor of the Celestial Arcanum sect spread news that the Celestial Arcanum sect was stationed in the Central Territory to find something. Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. Something? What is it? Something that can allow the Celestial Arcanum sect to dominate the world. Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. What? It's just that we haven't found it yet. However, Tianjizi seems to have deduced that that thing is about to appear. Didn't you see that the experts from the other territories of the Middle Sky continent are constantly gathering here? Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. What is that? How can there be such a thing? Gong Yangxian was puzzled. I'm not sure, but that traitor said that it should be from the Third Era. It was left behind by an overlord of the Third Era. Gong Yangzi shook his head. Something from the Third Era? What is that? But this is a sin created by the Lotus God back then. The Lotus God only collapsed the heavenly Tao in the Fourth Era. Gong Yangxian was puzzled. I know. I just came to take a look to avoid missing anything. However, you're right. Since Tianjizi has been searching for so long and has not found it, it obviously won't be so conspicuous. In the next few days, follow me to all the special places in the Central Territory. Make sure you know everything, Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. Everyone answered. And at this moment, Yan Chuan's dragon carriage arrived from afar. From afar, Yan Chuan looked over. He saw Gong Yangxian and the others acting subservient to Gong Yangzi. In the distance, Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. In the center of the Xin battlefield, Gong Yangzi raised his eyebrows. He instantly felt the gaze from afar and turned his head to look. If it weren't for the scar on his face, Gong Yangzi would have looked extremely refined. In the distance, Gong Yangzi looked at Yan Chuan. The two looked at each other. Yan Chuan, why did he chase us all the way here? Gong Yangzi suddenly exclaimed. Yan Chuan? Everyone's expression changed. Patriarch, it's him. Yan Chuan, the karmic calamity of our Gong Yangzi family. Gong Yangxian said in shock. The world was so big. How could they meet again so coincidentally? Yan Chuan? Gong Yangzi raised his eyebrows. With a flick of his sleeve, he led everyone out of the Xin battlefield. Soon, they arrived in front of Yan Chuan's dragon carriage. Yan Chuan, why are you here? Gong Yangxian exclaimed. Yan Chuan looked at Gong Yangxian strangely. In Gong Yangxian's eyes, Yan Chuan actually saw fear. Fear? Was there a need to be afraid? He was an ancestral immortal after all. At this moment, Yan Chuan didn't know that Gong Yangxian had already identified him as the karmic calamity. He was just extremely confused. Miao, Yan Chuan, why are they looking at you like you're a ghost? Miao asked strangely. Yan Chuan. He patted Miao's head. What do you mean they're looking at a ghost? Ouch! Miao shrank back. Gong Yangzi frowned as he looked at Yan Chuan with a scrutinizing gaze. He couldn't see the difference in the karmic calamity at all. I've long heard of Emperor Yan's name. Greetings, Gong Yangzi said solemnly. Yin Hentian and Bai Qi looked at each other. They didn't know that the dignified patriarch of the Gong Yangzi family would be so polite. So it's Gong Yangzi. What can I do for you? Yan Chuan asked strangely. Seeing Yan Chuan's confusion, Gong Yangzi's eyes lit up. Could it be that Yan Chuan still didn't know about the West Outer Continent? That would be for the best. I don't dare to ask for your advice. It's just that the Gong Yangzi and Emperor Yan had some misunderstandings in the past. This time, if there's anything wrong, I'll apologize on behalf of these juniors. Gong Yangzi said. Yan Chuan didn't take it seriously at first. However, after hearing Gong Yangzi's words, it was obvious that there was something he didn't know. It's okay. Let bygones be bygones. Yan Chuan nodded and didn't speak too politely. Emperor Yan is magnanimous. Then, I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. Gong Yangzi said solemnly. Yan Chuan nodded with a puzzled look. Gong Yangzi was the patriarch of a big family. Why was he so polite to him? Gong Yangzi swung his sleeves and left with his people. Yan Chuan and his people were left behind. They felt a little strange. Miao, this Gong Yangzi is really polite. He should be a good person, right? Miao guessed. Not necessarily. The Gong Yangzi's attitude is too strange. In the past, I killed the disciples of the Gong Yangzi. Why is he apologizing to me? We need to investigate carefully. Yan Chuan ordered. Yin Hentian replied. On the other side, Gong Yangzi led the disciples of the Gong Yangzi and left quickly. Patriarch, are we going to reconcile with Yan Chuan? Gong Yangzi Ben Lei asked curiously. Gong Yangzi's face sank. Since it's a life or death calamity, either Yan Chuan dies or my Gong Yangzi dies. However, Yan Chuan doesn't seem to know that we are targeting him. So, try to keep him calm and wait for an opportunity. Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. Everyone replied. Gong Yangxian, you guys stay outside and watch. Try to monitor Yan Chuan's every move. Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. Yes. Gong Yangxian replied. Meow, what can the karmic fire of the Red Lotus do? Meow asked curiously. Set up a Red Lotus purgatory for Bai Qi to absorb and cultivate the golden body of the killing path. Yan Xuan said in a deep voice. Meow? Absorb? I thought the karmic fire of the Red Lotus couldn't be touched? Meow said in surprise. That's because it can't suppress the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. It's not that it can't be touched. Do you know that the golden body of the Buddhist sect is mostly refined from one's own karmic fire? It's just a form of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Bai Qi's killing path is nourished by the sins of killing. How can it not be touched? Yan Xuan said with a smile. Chapter 1253. Middle Sky Continent, Central Territory, Sin Battlefield. Bai Qi slowly walked towards a Red Lotus karmic fire. Roar! Bai Qi's body emitted a strong murderous aura. As soon as the murderous aura appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Traces of red flames seemed to be circling around Bai Qi's body. At the edge of Bai Qi's blade, the red flames condensed into fist-sized red karmic fire lotuses. Meow, Bai Qi also has Red Lotus karmic fire? Meow said in surprise. These are the sins that Bai Qi has accumulated over the years. His sins have turned into flames, and his sins have turned into lotuses. Compared to the ones here, they are still too weak. Bai Qi's red lotuses are at most the size of a fist. If they expand any further, they will lose their power. Look at this place. The smallest red lotus is the size of a wash basin. The biggest one is the size of a lake. Yan Xuan said in a deep voice. Meow. Meow was filled with curiosity. Bai Qi's murderous aura approached a wash basin-sized red lotus. Wang! That red lotus trembled slightly. Then, a small red lotus separated from Bai Qi's red lotus. As soon as it touched Bai Qi's red lotus, it instantly shrunk like a punctured balloon. The red lotus karmic fire rushed towards Bai Qi. Whoosh! All of it entered Bai Qi's body. Rumble! Dark clouds instantly covered the sky. Countless lightning bolts surrounded Bai Qi. In the distance, Gong Yangxian and Gong Yanglei opened their eyes wide. Old ancestor, look. That person is absorbing the Red Lotus karmic fire, absorbing this great sin? Gong Yanglei exclaimed. Is he courting death? Gong Yangxian also opened his eyes wide. Countless lightning bolts descended from the sky and struck Bai Qi. Boom! 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 Lightning flashed and the impact was like the destruction of heaven and earth. Bai Qi was like a huge fireball. Meow, will Bai Qi be okay? Meow asked worriedly. Baptism by lightning will make it easier for Bai Qi to refine. Yan Xuan said in a deep voice. Lightning flashed. Gradually, Bai Qi's body seemed to emit a bloody light. Heavenly lightning tempering body, Bai Qi was like a peerless demon god standing amidst the lightning and fire. Amidst the lightning, a golden-colored silhouette gradually appeared. It was the silhouette of a giant. It looked exactly like Bai Qi, except that its entire body was golden. The sky lightning struck both Bai Qi and the golden-colored silhouette. Meow, what's that behind Bai Qi? Meow's eyes widened. Bai Qi's golden body of slaughter. Yan Xuan said in a deep voice. Golden body of killing Dao? It's just that this golden body of killing Dao is still too weak and too faint. It's not yet time for it to condense into a solid form. Yan Xuan shook his head. Golden body of killing path? Could it be Bai Qi's great Dao? Yin Hentian exclaimed in shock. Looking at Yin Henten, Yan Xuan smiled faintly and said, That's right, it is the great Dao of killing. It is a great Dao formed by gathering all the sins of killing. Bai Qi walked a different path from others. His great Dao is in the shape of a human, which is also Bai Qi's golden body. Until the golden body disappears, the heavens will not grant death. Until the golden body disappears, the heavens will not grant death? What do you mean? Meow asked curiously. That is to say, after the golden body of killing Dao is formed, as long as the golden body exists, even the heavens have no right to grant death. Nothing in the world can change it. It cannot be invaded by evil, and it cannot be forgiven. This is a golden body formed by defying the heavens. Even the heavens cannot control its fate. Yan Xuan explained. Miao. Miao's eyes widened. Not far away, Bai Qi endured the sky lightning for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Then, the sky lightning slowly scattered. Once again, Bai Qi and the illusory golden body of Killing Dao were exposed. Bai Qi was still the same. However, the killing qi around him seemed to have increased by 10%. The golden body of Killing Dao instantly entered Bai Qi's body. Then Bai Qi withdrew his killing qi. Sage King, I succeeded. Your subject absorbed a strand of the sins of killing. Bai Qi said excitedly. There are countless in this place. You can absorb them all. Yan Xuan nodded. Bai Qi turned his head and looked at the battlefield of Killing Dao that spanned 500 kilometers. Then he nodded again and said, Yes, Sage King. Your subject has a feeling that if your subject absorbs all the sins of killing here, your subject's golden body of Killing Dao will be formed. Golden body of Killing Dao? This emperor looks forward to your great Dao being formed soon. Yan Xuan said in satisfaction. Yes. Bai Qi nodded. In that case, you can absorb them here. Everyone avoids the battlefield of Killing Dao. However, it is the best place for you. This time, there is no need for you to participate in the matters of the Central Territory. Just focus on absorbing the boundless red karmic fire lotuses here. You will add another peerless power to the great Shen country, Yan Xuan said seriously. For dragons? Yan Xuan looked at the dragon carriage. Sage King. The 4 dragons immediately said respectfully. You will be responsible for protecting Bai Qi. Yan Xuan ordered. As you command. The 4 dragons answered. Yan Xuan waved his hand. Boom. The dragon carriage broke apart from the 4 dragons and returned to Yan Xuan's sleeve. After regaining their freedom, the 4 dragons immediately became strangely excited. This emperor will head to the Archaic Mysteries sect now. If there are any problems, you can come and look for me. Yan Xuan instructed. This official obeys. Bai Qi said respectfully. Nodding, Yan Xuan, Inhentian, and Miao stepped off the auspicious clouds and headed south of the Central Territory. They vanished in the blink of an eye. Bai Qi sent off Yan Xuan with his eyes. Then he continued absorbing the boundless red lotus karmic fire here. Although the 4 dragons were now free, none of them thought of running away. The might of the great Shen country was already deeply engraved in the hearts of the 4 dragons. They stood at the side, protecting Bai Qi to prevent any troublemakers from approaching and disturbing him. In the distance, confusion appeared in the eyes of Gong Yang Xian and Gong Yang Benlei. He is fine? That person is called Bai Qi, right? He is actually fine after absorbing the red lotus karmic fire? He is cultivating? What cultivation technique is this? He can even absorb the red lotus karmic fire? The two's expressions turned unsightly. Gong Yang Benlei, continue watching. I have to report this to the clan head. Gong Yang Xian said with a complicated expression. Gong Yang Benlei could only nod. At this moment, at the Sin battlefield, Bai Qi continuously absorbed the boundless red lotus karmic fire. Thunder rumbled endlessly, filling the place with noise. The clamor of the heavenly thunder seemed to cover up a sound that came from the depths of the earth. As Bai Qi absorbed the red karmic fire lotuses one after another, a faint rumbling sound could be heard coming from the depths of the ground. However, this sound was extremely slow. Even if one listened quietly, it would be hard to detect it. What more in this place, where thunder rumbled endlessly? Several days later, in a courtyard in the Central Territory, the 1,000 households of the Eastern troops stationed in the Central Territory greet the Holy Ruler. A guard bowed excitedly to Yan Xuan. Gather all the information about the Central Territory and send it to me as soon as possible. Especially the information about the Archaic Mysteries sect. Do not miss anything. Yan Xuan said. As you command. The guard immediately left. Miao. Can't we just go to the Archaic Mysteries sect directly? What other information do we need? We will be delayed for a few more days. Miao pouted. The archaic mysteries sect's Tianjizi is one of the few life-seizing masters in the world. If I want to take a Fang away, he will not compromise easily. It is necessary to make more preparations. Otherwise, it will not be good if we fall into his trap. Yan Chuan explained with a smile. Miao. All right. Miao said helplessly. Holy ruler, do you still remember Yao Tianshang and Zhu from the sealed world? Yin Hentian smiled. Of course I remember. A man and a demon, but they are one. They are also real people. However, it is a pity that they were one step too late in the sealed world. One step late and they will always be behind. Yan Chuan nodded. I seem to remember reading a piece of news. The two of them seem to have established a faction called the Two Emperor Holy Court in the Central Territory. Their progress is really fast. In just 5,000 years, they have reached the level of a holy court. Yin Hentian said solemnly. De Zhen had a fortuitous encounter. It is not strange for Zhu and Yao Tianshang to have a fortuitous encounter. In this world, there are many people with fortuitous encounters. However, Zhu's star-picking hand. Does your Yin family have any records of it? Yan Chuan asked curiously. It is only known that someone in the fourth epoch used it. As for who it was, no one knows. This is because those who know are all dead. Yin Hentian said strangely. Yan Chuan nodded with a frown. However, the Two Emperor Holy Court and the Archaic Mysteries sect have formed an alliance. However, according to past information, it is not only an alliance, but more like a vassal of the Archaic Mysteries sect. Yin Hentian said. While Yin Hentian was reminiscing, a Qianhu came from afar with a pile of information. Holy ruler, I have found it. The Qianhu immediately handed over countless pieces of information. Middle Sky Continent, Central Territory, Two Emperor Holy Court. Inside a large hall. Zhu wore a dragon robe and sat on a dragon throne. Yao Tianshang wore a gorgeous golden robe and sat on a throne beside him. A group of subordinates stood in front of him. Reporting to Holy Ruler and Fei Emperor. I have found out that the sage, Plum Heights Grotto, arrived in the Central Territory yesterday. A subordinate said solemnly. Even the sage came? Yao Tianshang's eyes flashed. The subordinate said respectfully. All of you are dismissed. Zhu said indifferently. Everyone retreated. Yao Tianshang and Zhu looked at each other. The two of them were split from the same soul and could be said to be the same person. However, they did not share the same thoughts as Yan Chuan. Both of them had their own thoughts. It seems like we have been successful. More and more people have come to help us find it. Yao Tianshang said with a smile. Zhu held a piece of white jade in his hand and gently rubbed it. He nodded and said, You and I have sensed that thing. All these years, we have broken through again and again because of that thing. It was meant to be ours. Since Tianjizi wanted to interfere, we had to think of another plan. We attracted countless experts to help us find it. You are still more shrewd. Yao Tianshang said with a smile. You and I are one. How can I be shrewd? Zhu said with a smile. However, Tianjizi's life-stealing technique is quite impressive. It would be great if our Two Emperor Holy Court could use it. Yao Tianshang sighed slightly. There will be a chance. Zhu said solemnly. Yao Tianshang nodded. Plum Heights Grotto? Before this, I thought of all the sages. I didn't expect her to be the first to arrive. She is the one who keeps the lowest profile. Now, she is no longer keeping a low profile? Zhu said with narrowed eyes. No matter who it is, even if the Central Territory is turned upside down, we must find it. Yao Tianshang said solemnly. Chapter 1254. Netherworld, above a sea. 100 figures escorted a huge cage to the other side of the sea. Inside the cage, countless chains bound the prisoners. Hua Zuentian, who used to be high and mighty and revered by the world, had now become a prisoner without any resistance. Hua Zuentian's eyes were filled with sorrow. Ming Tianhan. Hua Zuentian roared. Everyone's speed remained the same, but the black-robed Ming Tianhan slowly fell behind. You said that I have Wu Tian as my companion? What do you want? Why do you want to capture us? I, Hua Zuentian, have no enmity with you. Hua Zuentian said with a strong sense of confusion. Ming Tianhan looked at Hua Zuentian and smiled. Indeed, we have no enmity, but must we have enmity before we can capture you? Why do you want to capture me? Hua Zuentian asked with a strong sense of confusion. Not only do I want to capture you, I want all 4 saints in the world. Ming Tianhan narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Hua Zuentian asked. You will know soon. Ming Tianhan shook his head, unwilling to explain. You're just lucky. Wu Tian and I suddenly met with a disaster, and that's why you took advantage of it. West Gate and Meigao Cave, it's impossible for you to catch her. In fact, no one knows where she is in Meigao Cave. Hua Zuentian said coldly. Just as Hua Zuentian finished speaking, a stream of light shot over from afar. Boom! Another black-robed figure flew in front of Ming Tianhan. Reporting to the Heavenly Emperor, Meigao Ku has appeared in the central territory of the Middle Sky Continent in the Yang Realm. The black-robed figure reported. Hua Zuentian. He just said that Meigao Ku's whereabouts were mysterious, and it appeared in the blink of an eye? Good. Ming Tianhan's eyes flashed. It's useless. This is the Netherworld. The 3 Yellow Springs paths are in the outer East Continent, the outer South Continent, and the outer North Continent. This place is far from all 3. By the time you reach the central territory of the Yang Realm, Meigao Ku will have already disappeared. Hua Zuentian sneered. If you want to go to the Yang Realm, you don't have to take the Yellow Springs path. At the very least, saints and geomancers can ignore this restriction. Ming Tianhan said indifferently. Then are you a feng shui master? Hua Zuentian said coldly. Of course I am not, but you are a saint. Ming Tianhan said with a cold smile. What? Hua Zuentian's face darkened. One of Ming Tianhan's subordinates suddenly walked out. It crashed toward the sage. Boom. In an instant, that person disappeared in front of everyone. It was as if he had entered the body of a saint. The Fox clan's possession ability? Hua Zuentian's expression changed. You have already been restrained. You can't resist. Ming Tianhan said in a low voice. With that, Hua Zuentian seemed to fall into a deep sleep. His eyes became hollow and gradually, his pupils turned into a pair of fox eyes. Release the spirit sealing chains. The few of you will follow us to the world of the living. As for the others, continue to escort Hua Zuentian back to the Great Punishment Heavenly Prison. Ming Tianhan said solemnly. As you command. Hua Zuentian, who was possessed, had 30% of the chains on his body quickly pulled away. The possessed Hua Zuentian waved his hand. Boom! It was as if a huge hole had appeared in front of everyone in an instant. On the other side of the huge hole, surging yang qi was gushing out. Ming Tianhan led 10 subordinates and stepped in. The huge hole disappeared. Voila! A large number of chains once again locked Hua Zuentian. Boom! The expert who possessed Hua Zuentian instantly came out of his body. Hua Zuentian quivered. Where's Ming Tianhan? Where's Ming Tianhan? Hua Zuentian exclaimed. Sage, you should rest. The Heavenly Emperor has already been sent to the world of the living by you. Moreover, that place is not far from the Central Territory. The person who possessed Hua Zuentian said with a smile. Bastard! Hua Zuentian roared with shame and anger. World of the living, Central Territory, 2 Emperors' Holy Court. Sage Monarch, Demon Emperor, Sage Meigao Ku has brought the traitor of the Archaic Mysteries sect to the Archaic Mysteries sect. A subordinate reported to the 2 in the study. The traitor of the Archaic Mysteries sect? Yao Tianshang raised his eyebrows. Yes, the traitor who leaked the news, Wang Ying, was captured by the sage and sent to the Archaic Mysteries sect. The subordinate reported. You can leave first. Zhu said indifferently. In the blink of an eye, only Zhu and Yao Tianshang were left in the study. He was captured? We sent him to spread the news. He seems to be quite clever. How did he get captured? Yao Tianshang's face turned ugly. Meigao Ku took action personally. It is not impossible to capture him. Zhu said solemnly. Then what should we do? Will he betray us? Yao Tianshang frowned. Betray us? So what? However, there is no need to be too worried. When I chose him, I already considered this point. Zhu shook his head. Shall we go to the Archaic Mysteries sect to take a look? Yao Tianshang said solemnly. Zhu nodded. The two of them stood up and walked out. Central Territory, Archaic Mysteries sect. In a place filled with endless mountains and forests, fog rose in all directions. It seemed to reach the 9 heavens, making it difficult for people to see what was inside. Looking at the sky from the periphery, one would realize that there were many stars in the sky and they were exceptionally clear. In the distance, there was a huge valley with a huge door. There was a huge stone tablet with the words, Archaic Mysteries Sect, written on it. Although the words were written casually, if one looked carefully, one would be drawn in. It was as if one could see the endless starry sky from the words. Yan Chuan, Yin Hentian, and Miao were standing on the peak of a mountain outside the Archaic Mysteries sect. Looking at the Celestial Arcanum sect in front of him, Yan Chuan was stunned. Miao, let's go in. Miao shouted. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and revealed a complicated smile. Sage King, have you been here before? Yin Hentian asked as he tried to guess Yan Chuan's expression. I have not been here even during the 5,000 years I dreamt of the Archaic Mysteries sect. However, Yan Chuan said with a strange expression. However what? Miao asked curiously. I might be very familiar with the Archaic Mysteries sect. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Miao? Miao asked puzzled. I think you already know that in my first life, I came from the Great Thousand World. At that time, I established the Great Qin Heavenly Court. My name was Ying. Yan Chuan said. Miao nodded. In the Great Thousand World, I practiced the life-stealing derivation skill. At that time, I formed 3 bodies, namely by Yi, Lan, and Ying. Later on, they merged into one body. However, I still died. Yan Chuan said. Miao. Miao nodded. In the most primitive times, I was Bai Yi from the Bai family. At that time, the family head of the Bai family was called Bai Huang. Yan Chuan said. Bai Huang was a person from the 3rd era. Later on, this world split into the Great Thousand World. His family moved into the Great Thousand World. Yin Hentian nodded. However, this place is exactly the same as the Bai family's residence in the Great Thousand World. Yan Chuan said. Miao said in surprise. According to the information we've gathered over the past few days, the land surrounded by this array formation has existed since a long time ago. It was later moved in by Tianjizi's sect. In other words, in the 3rd epoch, this is likely the place where Bai Huang lived. It was also once the land of the Bai family? The Archaic Mysteries sect is just a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yin Henshin's eyes lit up. In that case, the Holy King should be very familiar with the Archaic Mysteries sect? In my first life, I grew up in this place. How can I not know? As long as it is still Bai Huang's arrangement, as long as it has not been altered, I know better than anyone. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Does the Empress know? Yin Hentian asked curiously. Fong? I met her when I gave birth to Ying. At that time, I had already left the Bai family. Fong has never been there, so she is not clear about the internal affairs. Yan Chuan shook his head. Miao, then let's go in. Miao said anxiously. Yan Chuan nodded. The two stepped forward and arrived at the entrance of the Archaic Mysteries sect in an instant. For you, tell me your name. 2 guards at the entrance of the valley shouted. Pass this invitation to Zhao Fong. Yan Chuan took out an invitation and handed it to the guards. Inside the Archaic Mysteries sect, there was a huge palace called the Archaic Mysteries Hall. The square around the Archaic Mysteries Hall was divided into 12 areas. A group of people sat in each area. At the entrance of the North Hall, a white-haired old man sat. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and looked like an immortal. However, his eyes were extremely sharp. There could only be one person sitting in the main seat in the Archaic Mysteries sect. The sect leader, Tianjizi. In the first area on the left, There was a group of people standing. Only one person was sitting there. His face seemed to be covered by a layer of fog. It was blurry and his appearance could not be seen clearly. He was obviously a sage. In the second area on the left, there were 2 seats. Yao Tianshang and Zhu were sitting there. There were unfamiliar faces sitting all around them. In the south, there was a blind woman. She was the person Yan Chuan was looking for, Zhao Feng. Around the square, there were 12 areas with about 500 people. They were all quietly staring at the center of the square. In the center of the square, there was a golden-haired old man. The golden-haired old man seemed to be suppressed by a great force and knelt in the center. Wang Ying, let me ask you, why did you betray the sect and spread the news of the sect? Why did you cause an uproar in the Middle Sky continent? Tianjizi said coldly. Wang Ying, who was kneeling on the ground, sneered as if he was unwilling to say anything. Beside him, the sage suddenly said, Tianjizi, so the news that Wang Ying spread was not groundless? Tianjizi looked at the sage and smiled bitterly. Sage Gaoku, I have made you worry too much. Tianjizi is very grateful for sending Wang Ying back. You are welcome. I'm just curious. In the Central Territory, other than the World Tree, what else is worth the archaic mysteries sect waiting for so long? The sage said calmly. Chapter 1255. At the square of Tianji Hall. You're too kind. I'm just curious. Other than the World Tree, what else is there in the Central Territory that is worth the archaic arcanum sect waiting for so long? The sage said calmly. The cultivators in the other 10 districts frowned as they looked at the sage. Among them, Yao Tianshang and Zhu were the strangest. If there was really something, why would Tianjizi tell them? Tianjizi looked at the sage and shook his head. Sage, you're overthinking. Wang Ying betrayed the sect and slandered the archaic arcanum sect. Is that so? I remember that before you entered the Central Territory, you took a mystical item from me. After that, you immediately went to the Central Territory to establish a sect. Is that mystical item still there? Is it related to what Wang Ying said? The sage asked in a deep voice. The sage suspected that the treasure the archaic arcanum sect was looking for might be a clue to his item. After Tianjizi got it, he came here to look for it. Why did he hide it from him? The sage was a little angry. Sage Gaoku, you're overthinking. There's absolutely no connection. That item has been refined into a treasure and is long gone. Tianjizi shook his head. Is that so? The sage asked. It's true. Tianjizi smiled. However, no one knew how much of his words were exaggerated. Then, how will you deal with Wang Ying? The sage asked again. He betrayed the sect. I will take back everything that Tianjizi gave him. Tianjizi said in a deep voice. Wang Ying, who was kneeling on the ground, was shocked. Everything? Could it be that he still had the memory of the life-stealing technique? How could he erase the memory? Destroy the primordial spirit? Sect leader, please spare my life. Wang Ying was confused. Wang Ying immediately pleaded. You have to pay the price for being confused. Also, let me ask you. Who ordered you to spread the news? Tell me now. Otherwise, I will refine your soul. Tianjizi said coldly. Oh no. Wang Ying screamed in horror. As he spoke, he looked at the people around him. When he saw Yao Tianshang's eyelids twitched. However, Zhu was extremely calm. Wang Ying did not identify the two. Instead, he immediately looked at the sage Gaoku and said, Sage, Wang Ying is willing to become your disciple. Please help me. How dare you? Tianjizi glared. Wait. The sage suddenly shouted. Divine Predictor looked at the sage in confusion. Tianjizi, back then, when you took that strange item from me, you said that you would definitely repay me generously in the future, right? The saint said in a deep voice. That's right. Tianjizi nodded. I want him. What do you think, Wang Ying? The saint chuckled. Tianjizi's eyes narrowed. Staring at Sage Huang Xiaolong, Tianjizi stared at Sage Huang Xiaolong for a while before taking a deep breath. Fine, I'll grant Sage Huang Xiaolong's request. However, Wang Ying has everything that belongs to my Tianjizi sect. We must take it back. As long as Wang Ying doesn't die and his divine soul is intact, please do as you wish. The sage nodded. As long as Wang Ying did not die and his spirit was intact, the saint was confident that he could restore Wang Ying to his original state. The saint turned to look at Wang Ying and said, "Wang Ying, let me ask you one last time. Why did you refuse to submit when we captured you? You didn't even hesitate to commit suicide, and now you're willing to become my disciple?" Wang Ying said solemnly, "I don't dare to hide it from the saint. As a life usurper, we have our own life-saving secret methods, especially the disciples of the Celestial Arcanum sect. As long as the Celestial Arcanum sect exists, even if my body and soul were destroyed outside, I can still be resurrected in the Celestial Arcanum sect. Therefore, the saint's threat was useless against me. However, I did not expect the sect leader to be so decisive. Even if your body and soul were destroyed, you can still be resurrected." The saint was surprised. "Saint, please look up. It's because of this," Wang Ying said immediately. "Wang Ying, shut up." Tianji glared. Suddenly, Wang Ying was speechless. However, the saint had already looked up. Above everyone's head, there was a huge blue transparent star in the sky. It was like a huge crystal ball floating in the sky, emitting a faint blue light. There was no fluctuation of magical power. When they came, the saint even thought that it was just a decoration. He did not expect that this thing could resurrect the disciples of the Celestial Arcanum sect even if their body and soul were destroyed. "Saint, there's no need to be surprised. This is the celestial source of the Celestial Arcanum sect." Celestial source? Man-made stars? I've read about it in some ancient records. The ancient, no, the powerful fate usurper of the previous era relied on these artificial stars to arrange the stars in the sky, conceal the secrets of heaven, tamper with the heavens, and change fate? The saint said in surprise. Not far away, Zhu and Yao Tianshang squinted their eyes and stared at the celestial source in the sky. "The saint is knowledgeable." Tianji nodded helplessly. "Haha, Tianji, that's a good move." The saint took a deep breath and sighed. "You flatter me." Just as the saint and Tianji were talking, a disciple of the Celestial Arcanum sect in the south handed an invitation to Zhao. Zhao Feng was blind, but the moment she touched the invitation, her face changed. "He's here?" Zhao Feng's eyes were filled with endless joy. "Where is he?" Zhao Feng asked softly and excitedly. Reporting to the Heavenly Lady, "He's outside the Celestial Arcanum sect." The disciple replied immediately. Quick, let him in." "No, I'll go myself." Zhao Feng stood up excitedly. "Heavenly Lady, what do you want?" Tianji frowned and asked. The right hand that was holding the horsetail whisk suddenly pinched his fingers and started to calculate. "Sect leader, Afeng has something to do. I'll take my leave first," Zhao Afeng said immediately. As for Tianji, his eyes lit up as he calculated. "So it's a distinguished guest." "Ha!" Tianji suddenly laughed. Everyone's expression changed. "Heavenly Lady, I heard that when you were in the Outer East Continent's sealed world, you used the world branch to calculate that you and Yen Chuan are fated to be husband and wife for 80 lifetimes? 80 lifetimes, that's not easy. Why don't you invite him here? I'd like to see who it is that has made the Heavenly Lady miss him for so many lifetimes." Tianji laughed. "Yen Chuan?" Not far away, Zhu and Yao Tianshang looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. "Yen Chuan?" Sage Mei Gaoku whispered in doubt. Obviously, he had heard of this name before. Zhao Afeng frowned slightly and shook her head. "I don't think it's necessary. I'll come with my husband to meet the sect leader in a few days." "Ha, why do you need a few days? Let's do it today. Go and invite Yen Chuan over. Don't be rude," Tianji said arbitrarily. "Yes." The Celestial Arcanum sect's disciples immediately left. Zhao Feng frowned and her face turned ugly. No one said anything. Outside the Celestial Arcanum sect, the sect leader invites everyone to the Celestial Arcanum sect square. The Heavenly Lady is there. A Celestial Arcanum sect's disciple said politely. Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. Although Yen Chuan and Zhao Ang had not interacted much in this life, in their previous life, Zhenro was Yen Chuan's only empress. Moreover, Yen Chuan had recovered his memories. Not only were they husband and wife in their previous life, but they were husband and wife for 80 lifetimes. Their relationship was as strong as syrup. Logically speaking, Zhao Afeng should be the one to welcome him. Lead the way, Yen Chuan said. Please. The Celestial Arcanum sect's disciples said politely. Miao. Miao was heartless and was extremely excited at this moment. It did not notice anything unusual. However, Yin Hentian felt something was amiss. His face turned serious as he followed Yen Chuan inside. Once they entered, they saw countless arrays surrounding them. Along the way, Yen Chuan kept looking at the arrays. They've changed a little, but the main structure is still the same. Bai Huang was a genius in the past. The arrays he set up for the Bai clan are naturally the best. It's not easy to replace them, Yen Chuan thought in his heart. Looking at the many familiar arrays, Yen Chuan smiled lightly. Soon, they arrived at the Tianji Hall Square. The moment they stepped into the Tianji Hall Square, Zhao Afeng quickly walked over. Yao Tianshang and Zhu also stood up solemnly. Tianji Zi also stood up. In an instant, the atmosphere became strange. Many people did not understand why the sect leader valued Yen Chuan so much. Even Yao Tianshang and Zhu valued Yen Chuan so much. Seeing the sect leader stand up, the others also stood up. Sage was the only one who was sitting quietly. Sage looked at everyone strangely and then looked in the direction of Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan? Sage did not see anything special about him. According to the news he received in the past, he was only the lord of the holy court. Polychoria? Zuochuanqiu? Sage was shocked to see Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian stood quietly behind Yen Chuan. He seemed inconspicuous, but Sage was extremely sensitive to his polychoria. Miao. Miao looked around curiously. Zhao Afeng had already arrived in front of Yen Chuan. At this moment, Zhao Afeng had regained his memories. King. Zhao Afeng's nose twitched. For a moment, tears flowed down his blind eyes. Without caring about others, Yen Chuan carried Zhao. Stuff. Bastard! Around them, countless archaic Arcanum sect disciples screamed. No one was allowed to tarnish the purity of the heavens. But now, she was in Yen Chuan's arms? Countless archaic Arcanum sect disciples glared at Tianjizi. However, Tianjizi was not angry. Instead, his eyes shone and his lips curved into an imperceptible smile. Meow meow. Miao jumped from Yen Chuan's left shoulder to his right shoulder. Yen Chuan, we are in public. Zhao Afeng blushed. She wanted to push him away, but she could not bear to leave her husband's embrace. Her face was red. Yen Chuan laughed heartily. Ha! Zhao Afeng was fine. Everything would go smoothly. On the other side, Sage looked at Miao jumping on Yen Chuan's shoulder. Suddenly his body tensed up. A pair of saint's eyes were exposed from his face that was covered by the fog. His pupils shrank rapidly as he stared fixedly at the kitten. Impossible. How can it be? How can it be her? Sage muttered to himself in surprise. His hand gently pinched the armrest of the chair. Crack. A crack appeared on the armrest. However, Sage did not seem to notice. He just stared at Miao. No one noticed Sage's abnormality. Only Zhu, who was not far away, looked at Sage and narrowed his eyes. But Zhu immediately pretended not to see and followed Sage's gaze to Miao. Chapter 1256. Gently letting go of Zhaoang, Yen Chuan looked around the square. Yen Di, how have you been? Yao Tianshang suddenly said with a smile. Yao Tianshang and Zhu had a good impression of Yen Chuan. After all, although they were forced to leave the sealed world, Yen Chuan had given them a lot of help. Even the records of the heavenly court that Jin Deyu had given them had benefited them greatly. Correspondingly, the two of them owed Yen Chuan a favor. It's been a long time. Yen Chuan nodded and smiled. Then, Yen Chuan looked at everyone and saw the sage. The sage had already retracted his gaze from Miao, but Miao could feel it. Miao, I don't like that shameless person. Miao whispered in Yan Chuan's ear. Shameless person? Yan Chuan was slightly stunned. However, he instantly understood what Miao meant and did not know whether to laugh or cry. The sage was a sage, and it was the will of the heavens. He just did not show his true face. This was a kind of respect, but in Miao's mouth, it became shameless? Yan Chuan finally looked at the sage-like Tianjizi who was holding a horsetail whisk. This is the sect leader, Tianjizi. Zhao whispered to Yan Chuan. The two of them had been husband and wife for many generations and had not met for a long time. Now that they had calmed down, they naturally did not want to be inseparable in front of outsiders. Yan Chuan of the Holy Court of Great Jin greets the sect leader of the Celestial Mysteries sect. Yan Chuan smiled. Tianjizi greets Yan Di. Tianjizi also smiled and said, "The Celestial Mysteries sect is honored to have such a distinguished guest." Celestial Mysteries sect leader is too polite. I'm just here to bring my wife home. All these years, the Celestial Mysteries sect has taken care of her. Yan Chuan is very grateful. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Tianjizi said lightly. To thank the Celestial Arcanum sect for taking care of Ah Fong all these years, I will reward you generously. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Haha, there's no need to rush. Yan Di, why don't you wait for a moment while I deal with my family matters first? Tianjizi laughed. Yan Chuan frowned slightly and finally nodded. Alright, this way. Zhao Feng led Yan Chuan to his seat. With a wave of his hand, a few subordinates quickly brought over another throne. Yan Chuan and Zhao Feng sat down while Yin Hentian stood at the side. Miao. Miao looked at Zhao Feng with sparkling eyes. It's Miao, right? I can't see you. Although I have the mind's eye, it is extremely strange. I can't see you and I don't know what you like. How can I entertain you? Zhao Feng said to Miao. Zhao Feng's heart's eye world allowed him to see in all directions. It was like a black and white world. He could see everyone, but he couldn't see Miao. She only knows how to eat. And her mouth is very picky. Yan Chuan laughed. Miao, you're the one who only knows how to eat. Miao immediately retorted. Zhao Feng smiled slightly and immediately took out a bunch of shiny things. Miao, Bodhi fruit? I ate one last time. It was delicious, Miao. Miao immediately cried out excitedly. I can't see where you are. These are all prepared for you. Zhao Feng laughed. Miao, Miao, Sister Feng is so nice, unlike someone else. Miao immediately jumped into Zhao Feng's arms. Yan Chuan. Bodhi fruit. Yan Chuan was about to say something when he was suddenly interrupted by Miao. Miao, don't say it, don't say it. This is mine, not for you. Miao immediately bristled at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan could only smile bitterly. Alright, don't eat it all at once. This thing is very rare in the world. Miao. Miao proudly hugged a bunch of Bodhi fruit. On the other side, Tianjizi's eyes flashed as he looked at Yan Chuan. Then, he sat down and looked at Wang Ying, who was kneeling in the center of the field. Everyone who had stood up earlier also sat down. Zhao Heng whispered to Yan Chuan about Wang Ying. Wang Ying wants to leave with the sage, and Tianjizi wants to take away everything of Wang Ying? Oh, no wonder. What a coincidence. Tianjizi is doing this for me to see? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes and stared at the center of the field. The sage wanted to take Wang Ying away, and Yan Chuan wanted to take Zhao Feng away. The nature of the situation was about the same. Do you see the stellar source above? Zhao Feng whispered. Yan Chuan looked at the huge transparent star in the sky, which was emitting a faint blue light. Stellar source. Yan Chuan recognized it at a glance. Because in Yan Chuan's first life, he had also seen this kind of stellar source in the Bai family of the vast thousand domains. It was an artificial star, and the position was exactly the same. Was this left behind by Bai Huang? Yan Chuan's heart suddenly settled. Miao, what's the use of that? Miao asked curiously. Zhao Feng explained, do you know the number of days? Number of days? Miao was a little confused. Heaven and earth are made up of 3,000 heavenly Tao. There are so many living creatures in the world. I don't know when it started, but the net of heaven appeared. The legendary net of heaven is this thing. As for the net of heaven, it was like countless invisible threads that connected everyone's fate. It affects everyone's fate. Zhao Feng explained. Meow? Miao asked curiously. It's often said that the number of days is fixed, which means that a person's fate can no longer be changed. It has reached the point where the number of days is extremely clear. Zhao Feng continued to explain. Miao, so the number of days is controlling all the living creatures in the world? Miao seemed to understand. More or less. In the past, heaven was mysterious and controlled the number of days, controlling the vast net of heaven. Zhao Feng said. Miao? Of course, there is a group of people who specialize in this. They are people who cultivate fate, also known as fate usurpers. In the past, heaven controlled the number of days, but there are billions of living creatures. It can't control all of them. It can only control the general direction. Fate usurpers, on the other hand, steal the power of heaven and defy heaven to change fate. Zhao Feng said. Meow? That's amazing. The net of heaven contains the trajectory of everyone's fate. However, there are many forks in the trajectory of fate. Fate usurpers sound amazing, but they can only deduce when there are forks and choose which path to take. Zhao Feng explained. That's still amazing. Miao said solemnly. Yes, but why do some fate usurpers arrange the stars? Legend has it that every star is a node in the net of heaven. Through this node, the fate usurpers can better understand the shape of heaven. If they can control a large number of stars, they can change the number of days according to their own ideas. This is the so-called arrangement of stars, concealing heaven's secrets and messing with heaven's fate. Only then can they change fate. Zhao Feng explained. Miao, this is getting more and more complicated. Miao shook its head. Yan Chuan smiled. You only need to know that the stellar source above your head is an artificial star created by an ancient almighty. It is a node in the net of heaven. Moreover, this stellar source is connected to countless stars. Therefore, the birth of this stellar source is already amazing. Because this stellar source is connected to countless stars, it can deduce the number of days and understand the general trend of heaven and earth. Even more so, it can be used to arrange some stars and change fate. Miao, alright. I don't understand anyway. I won't ask any more. Miao turned its head, hugging the Bodhi fruit and gnawing on it. Yan Chuan could only smile bitterly. Sovereign Tianji controls this stellar source. All of Tianji disciples are connected to it. If you want to completely cut off all ties with Tianji sect, you must erase all traces of me. Zhao Feng whispered to Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan looked up at the huge stellar source, narrowed his eyes, and nodded. Don't worry, I'm here. Zhao Feng nodded. On the other side, Tianji looked at Wang Ying. Tianji, Wang Ying is already my disciple. Take back everything that Tianji sect has given you. Don't ruin my disciple. The sage said lightly. Don't worry. Tianji nodded. Wang Ying. Tianji looked at Wang Ying. Wang Ying frowned. Tianji sect has its own rules. If you want to leave Tianji sect, you must return everything that belongs to Tianji sect. You are an abandoned baby picked up by Tianji sect. We don't want to see you betraying Tianji sect, but since it has become a fact, then we will follow the rules. With the stellar source above, you and I will fight using the life usurper technique. If you can last one day, then no matter what the result is, Tianji sect will not pursue you any further. Wang Ying's eyes lit up. Yes, thank you, Sovereign. Wang Ying said gratefully. Tianji's horsetail whisk flung out. Instantly, a stream of light flashed past and the restraints on Wang Ying's body were removed. A battle between life usurpers? Yao Tiansheng, the sage, and the others turned solemn. There were too few life usurpers in the world, so it was rare to see a battle between life usurpers. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Sovereign, please excuse me. Wang Ying sat down cross-legged. He waved his hand. Around Wang Ying, countless specks of light suddenly flew out. The specks of light were like stars. They surrounded Wang Ying. At the same time, the blue light of the stellar source above suddenly intensified. Not far away, Yan Chuan squinted his eyes. My universe in the palm is the same. I created it with Bai Huang. Could it be? Stars surrounded Wang Ying. For a moment, his long hair fluttered without wind. Wang Ying sat quietly on the square. On the other side, Tianjizi was also surrounded by countless light spots as if countless small stars were circling around him. High up in the sky, the huge stellar source suddenly emitted a bright blue light. Rumble! High up in the sky, countless stars in the shallow star layer suddenly rotated. The stars in the shallow star layer rotated and gradually formed a huge and strange star array. The void in all directions flickered slightly. It was impossible to see how strong the impact was, but there was a strange feeling that permeated the entire square. Tianjizi and Wang Ying's bodies emitted countless white lights. Vaguely, one could see thin lines in the white lights, like the tendrils of a huge net. Meow, is that the great net of heaven? Meow said in surprise. A battle between life usurpers. The slightest carelessness will result in failure. Wang Ying can't win against the sect leader. The sect leader has already shaken Wang Ying's fate. Zhao Afeng frowned. No, sect leader. No, I was wrong. Wang Ying suddenly screamed. However, the tendrils of the net around Wang Ying were flowing rapidly. It was as if the trajectory of Wang Ying's fate was rapidly reversing. What's wrong? The sage looked solemnly. However, Tianjizi did not show any mercy and allowed Wang Ying to scream in fear. Wang Ying seemed to be floated by a force and could not move. No, sect leader. Wang Ying cried sadly. The void around Wang Ying gradually distorted, as if streaks of colorful light were flowing around Wang Ying. Wang Ying's cultivation is regressing? Miao said in surprise. In the distance, Zhu and Yao Tianshang also widened their eyes. It's not cultivation, it's everything. Zhu's eyes narrowed. Reversing the flow of light? The stellar source actually has such power? It can actually reverse a person's life? Reverse fate? Zhu's face was full of surprise. No. Wang Ying screamed sadly. Heaven immortal, earth immortal, mortal, immortal state, chi state, essence state, and strength state? Yin Hentian also frowned. Meow. He's become younger. Miao exclaimed. At this moment, time seemed to be reversing around Wang Ying. Everything was reversing, whether it was his memory or his cultivation. His expression gradually became blank. The flowing light danced, and Wang Ying's body became smaller and smaller. Gradually, he turned from an adult to a child, and then to a baby. The child let out a baby's cry that resounded through the square. The light around Tianjizi's body converged, and the countless stars instantly disappeared. With a flick of the dust, Tianjizi's eyes gradually returned to normal. In the square, there was only a baby in an adult's clothes, crying constantly. What? There was silence all around. Wang Ying's fate has been reversed, and he has returned to his childhood? Zhu said solemnly. Reversed? It's not a memory wipe, but a reversal? Then everything that Wang Ying learned in the Celestial Arcanum sect has never appeared? Wang Ying has been turned back to his childhood? Yao Tianshang also said solemnly. At this moment, Sage was also looking at the baby in the center of the square in shock. His soul was not damaged, but he had regressed. A powerful life usurper had turned into a baby with nothing to learn in the blink of an eye? Sage, everything about Wang Ying has been taken back. Since he is your disciple, please accept him. Tianjizi smiled faintly. Sage reached out his hand, and the baby flew over. Sage pointed his finger at the baby's head. Buzz. The baby stopped crying immediately. Is this to enlighten the baby so that he can remember his past life? Yao Tianshang said in a low voice. The baby suddenly looked at Sage in shock. How did I become a baby? Father, mother, save me. The baby suddenly screamed. For you? Sage asked in a low voice. I am Wang Yun, a villager of Lai Fu village. I remember that day when I was chopping wood, I fell from the mountain. I died? I reincarnated? The baby was shocked. Sage was silent for a while. Meow, is this reverse growth? All the department heads have returned? This is the battle between the life usurpers? It's so scary. Meow exclaimed in shock. Zhaofeng revealed a worried expression. Yan Chuan grabbed Zhaofeng's hand, trying to calm her down. Sage King, this is a little tricky. Tianjizi's life usurper technique is too strong. Yin Tian said. Zhaofeng smiled bitterly. Yes, but I should be fine. If I go back in time, I still have 80 lifetimes worth of memories with you. However, you will have to raise me. With me around, no one can control your fate, Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Chapter 1257. The life usurper Wang Ying had returned to his infancy in the blink of an eye. In the square, the disciples of the Archaic Mysteries sect were in awe. Yao Tianshang and Zhu frowned. They did not say a word. They looked on coldly. The sage looked at Wang Ying, who had been awakened from his past life, and was extremely unhappy. His soul was still there, but he had lost everything of the Archaic Mysteries sect. The sage had taken Wang Ying in for the secrets he knew. Now that his memory was gone, what was the use of him? Who are you? Are you my relative in this life? The baby asked softly. The sage handed the baby to the disciple behind him without saying a word. The divine predictor looked at the sage and smiled. Then, the divine predictor looked at Yan Chuan again. Yan Di, I have taken care of the matters in the sect. Now, let's talk about your matter. What did you say you wanted to do with the holy maiden? The divine predictor smiled. Although the divine predictor looked kind, everyone knew that the divine predictor was targeting Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan smiled and said, I want to bring my wife, Zhaofeng, home. This is the holy maiden's home. The divine predictor shook his head. No, it's not. Yan Chuan shook his head affirmatively. Then, will Yan Di bring the holy maiden back to Dezhen occasionally or never? The divine predictor asked. What? You want to take back everything of Zhaofeng? Yan Chuan's expression turned cold. This is the rule of the Archaic Mysteries sect. Please forgive me, Yan Di. The divine predictor said solemnly. With me here, no one can touch Zhaofeng. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Zhaofeng grabbed Yan Chuan's sleeve. Meow. Meow also noticed that the atmosphere was not right and looked at the divine predictor angrily. The divine predictor smiled and did not speak. The divine predictor was not afraid that Yan Chuan and Zhaofeng would force their way out because it was useless. The stellar source above his head was connected to Zhaofeng's fate. Even if they were millions of miles apart, the divine predictor could affect Zhaofeng's fate to a certain extent. King, I might be able to give it a try, Zhaofeng whispered to Yan Chuan. Although I learned the Celestial Arcanum sect's life-stealing art, after recovering the memories of my first life, there was another life-stealing art in my mind. Back in the Great Qin, Mr. Grey Guzi taught me the life-stealing art from the Bai clan, Zhaofeng said softly. Bai family usurping the throne? Yan Chuan's expression turned serious. I might be able to hold on for a day. Besides, if I were to return to my infancy like Wang Ying, my life providence would no longer be connected to the stellar source, Zhaofeng said with a shake of his head. Yan Chuan looked at Zhaofeng and frowned. Not far away, Tianjizi smiled faintly and said, Of course, if Zhaofeng is willing to go with you and last a day in my hands, you, Yan Di, can also participate. You have to know that in a battle between fate usurpers, having an extra birth chart increases the chances of winning. Yan Chuan looked at Tianjizi in confusion. Tianjizi wants to fight two people at once? If Yan Di participates, you just have to connect to the stellar source. Tianjizi said with a smile. Everyone immediately looked at Tianjizi in confusion. Zhaofeng immediately said to Yan Chuan, No, my life providence has already been connected to the stellar source. I can't let you fall into it. However, at this moment, Yan Chuan laughed. Just one day, all right? Yan Chuan looked at Tianjizi with a smile. Good, huh? Tianjizi's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "No, nothing can happen to you." Zhao Afeng immediately said anxiously. Yan Chuan looked at Zhao Afeng and shook his head. "It's okay, I have my own plans. I want to take you away openly. If Tianjizi dares to pester me and threaten me with the stellar source, I will not hesitate to slaughter the entire celestial arcanum sect. Until everyone else is dead, only you and I are connected to the stellar source." Zhao Afeng was still worried, but Yan Chuan smiled and said, "Since you know the Bai family's life usurping technique, let's use the Bai family's life providence." Zhao Afeng was still worried but finally nodded his head. Meow. Meow tilted its head and looked at Yan Chuan. In the distance, Tianjizi smiled and said, "Yan Di, you only need a drop of blood essence to connect to the stellar source. How can a drop of blood essence be enough?" Yan Chuan smiled. Turning his head, Yan Chuan slowly stood up. Boom! The ground under his feet and the entire center of the square instantly turned into a pool of blood. Yan Chuan stepped out, surrounded by a bloody mist. His long hair had turned blood red, and his pupils had also turned blood red. Step by step, he walked towards the center of the blood pool. The blood waves surrounded Yan Chuan. In the blink of an eye, Yan Chuan was faintly discernible in the blood waves. Yan Chuan only stopped when he reached the center of the blood pool. Pressing his palm, a large amount of blood seeped out from his pores. Tianjizi's eyes lit up. With a flick of his horsetail whisk, the blood in Yan Chuan's palm suddenly rushed towards the stellar source. Boom! In the blink of an eye, it entered the stellar source and disappeared. "Yan Di, you have guts," Tianjizi said excitedly. Zhao Afeng also stepped into the blood pool and came to Yan Chuan's side. "Tianjizi, 1 day later, erase all traces of my and Afeng's fate in the stellar source. Otherwise, I will destroy your Tianjizi sect," Yan Chuan said solemnly. At this moment, Yan Chuan was no longer polite to Tianjizi. "Of course." Tianjizi nodded. "Let's begin." Yan Chuan looked at Zhao Afeng. Zhao Afeng nodded. With a stretch of his hand, a disc appeared in his hand. It was the heavenly disc that he obtained in the sealed world. In the heavenly disc, there seemed to be a force revolving around each other. Then, it seemed to release countless light spots. The light spots quickly surrounded Yan Chuan and Zhaoang, just like Wang Ying. On the other side, Tianjizi smiled slightly. Just like before, he flung the horsetail whisk in his hand. Countless small stars slowly appeared around his body, surrounded by a large amount of white light. The outsiders looked on quietly. As for Tianjizi, Yan Chuan, and Zhaoang, their bodies suddenly emitted a white light. However, after a while, it suddenly changed, turning into a blue light. Meow? It's different from before. Meow was puzzled. Bastard Tianjizi, this is not a battle of usurpation. This is the stellar source world. Zhao Afeng's voice suddenly exclaimed. Zhaoang, Tianjizi, and Yan Chuan's consciousness entered a new world. Each of them condensed a consciousness body. A vast world. Zhao Afeng and Tianjizi floated in the air of this world. Tianjizi flung his horsetail whisk, and a large amount of blue light rushed towards Zhao. Ominous light? Zhao Afeng's face changed. Zhao Afeng quickly formed a seal. Wang! Around them, a green energy shield suddenly appeared to protect their bodies. Boom! The blue light collided with the green energy shield and was immediately unable to enter. However, it seemed to be corroding the green light. It is indeed the Bai family's method of usurpation. Tianjizi's eyes were filled with excitement. Tianjizi, what are you trying to do? Zhao Afeng asked anxiously. Zhao Afeng, I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter you had, and I don't know what relationship you and Yan Chuan had with the Bai family in your previous life. However, I just want to say that I want your Bai family's method of usurpation. Give it to me and everything will be over. There will be no need to wait a day. Now, I will erase the traces of your and Yan Chuan's fate in the stellar source. Tianjizi said solemnly. So you did all this for my method of usurpation? Zhao Afeng said coldly. That's right. The archaic arcanum sect raised you, But you don't know how to repay them? I understood when I asked you to calculate the world tree. You made all sorts of excuses and didn't want to give it to me. Only this method of usurpation can allow me to take the Bai family's secret techniques and treasures from the world tree. Tianjizi said solemnly. Don't even think about it. You don't deserve to touch the world tree. Where is my husband? Zhao Feng said coldly. He is below. Tianjizi smiled slightly. Zhao Feng blocked the blue light from Tianjizi while looking at the ground below with his mind's eye. There was a huge city on the ground. On top of the city, there was a huge flag with the word Qin written on it. This is... Zhao Feng said in surprise. You also know that this is the stellar source world. The consciousness of the three of us has entered the stellar source. I control the stellar source, and I also control the stellar source world. When Yan Chuan entered, it was like entering a dream. He fell asleep. Tianjizi said with a smile. Fell asleep? Yes, in the dream, he doesn't remember who he is. However, his emperor's will is too strong. There is no other way. I can only continue to give him the identity of an emperor in his dream, the ruler of the Qin kingdom. A mortal ruler, what do you think? Tianjizi said with a smile. What are you trying to do? Zhao Feng said anxiously. What am I trying to do? You will know soon. Tianjizi said with a smile. Tianjizi's body flickered, and his consciousness body suddenly split into two. One body trapped Zhao Feng, while the other body rushed towards the Qin palace. In the Qin palace, Yan Chuan was in the middle of a court meeting. Reporting to my king, Yan, Zhao, Han, Qi, Chu, 5 countries are besieging our dynasty. Our front lines are having a hard time resisting, and there is a possibility of our country being destroyed at any time. Reporting to my king, the front lines are lacking in provisions. I am worried that there will be a mutiny at the front lines. Reporting to my king, General Ma was defeated at the front lines and was killed by Chu country's general. Chu country's army is marching straight in. My king. Bad news came one after another, and the officials were about to collapse. Yan Chuan, who was sitting on the dragon throne, started to clamor. A consciousness clone of Tianjizi appeared in the court. However, the whole world was made up by Tianjizi, so no one felt that he was out of place. My king, I have a plan to defeat the enemy. Tianjizi's consciousness clone said. In the sky, Zhao Feng was very anxious. My king, he is Tianjizi. Wake up. We have all been deceived. Zhao Feng shouted anxiously. Don't waste your time. Yan Chuan can't hear you. Let's watch a good show. Tianjizi said with a smile. However, the two did not notice. At this moment, in the sky above Zhao Feng and Tianjizi, there was another Yan Chuan at the top of the astral source world. Another Yan Chuan was standing at an extremely high place, overlooking everything below. Below, in the Qin palace, he was the mortal emperor, while Zhao Feng and Tianjizi were in the sky. Yan Chuan, who was in the sky, could see everything clearly. Bai Huang's astral source? Although you control it, how can you understand it better than me? Yan Chuan said with a cold smile. Chapter 1258. Astral Source World. Pure Consciousness World. It was like a dream created entirely by Tianjizi. In the Qin palace, the officials were extremely anxious and kept complaining in the court. King, I have a way to defeat the enemy. Tianjizi's consciousness avatar came out. When Tianjizi's words fell, the officials suddenly stopped talking. Everyone looked at Tianjizi. The 5 countries came with thousands of troops to destroy the Qin state. At this time, a group of officials had no way out, but they heard someone had a way to defeat the enemy. On the dragon throne, Yan Chuan's eyes also lit up. Oh! Yan Chuan looked at Tianjizi curiously. Tianjizi smiled slightly and said, I have a scroll of life contract. As long as the king signs it, the 5 countries will be annihilated instantly. From then on, all the countries will be my territory. Life contract? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Tianjizi took out a scroll with a faint yellow light. This thing can destroy the 5 countries? Yan Chuan showed a trace of disbelief. Yes, it's true. I guarantee with my head that as long as the king signs this contract, the 5 countries will be annihilated immediately. Tianjizi solemnly said. Yan Chuan looked at Tianjizi and said in a deep voice, "What's the content of this?" Tianjizi looked at Yan Chuan with a little surprise. He did not expect that in the dream, Yan Chuan was still so rational. Of course, this life contract also requires the king to give something in exchange. Tianjizi said again. "What do you want from me?" Yan Chuan calmly said. "The king's feelings." Tianjizi solemnly said. "An emperor doesn't need feelings at all. King, feelings are just fetters for an emperor. Without feelings, the king can look at everything more calmly. King, you are facing the whole world, unifying the 6 countries, and the world is yours alone. And what you have to pay is just a little negative thing, feelings. King, that thing is useless, but it will weaken your heart. King, please sign the life contract." Tianjizi took a step forward. High in the sky, Zhao Feng was extremely anxious. "No, Your Majesty, you mustn't sign it. You must not sign it. In the astral source world, the fate pact is connected to the fate chart. If you sign it, you will be deprived of it." Zhao Feng shouted anxiously. However, Tianjizi's consciousness clone smiled and said, "It's useless. He can't hear you at all." Inside the Qin Palace, Yan Chuan looked at Tianjizi. Tianjizi looked as if victory was within his grasp. "No need, we believe in Great Qin's army," Yan Chuan said calmly. "What?" Tianjizi was slightly stunned. "We said that there's no need. Didn't you hear me?" Yan Chuan glared at him. Tianjizi immediately retreated. Shock flashed in his eyes as he said, "Why is Yan Chuan so confident in his own army?" Yan Chuan looked at the officials and said, "There is no one in the Great Qin who is afraid of death. Men, summon the people of the world to join the army and defend the Great Qin." "Yes, Your Majesty." The officials were wise. "Divine predictor, you will sign the contract." Tianjizi snorted coldly. He quickly modified the consciousness world. A few days later in the consciousness world, Qin Palace. Report. Everyone in the state of Chu is a soldier. They have already broken through 10 of Great Qin cities and are heading straight for the Qin Palace. Report. Everyone in the state of Qi is a soldier. They have already broken through 12 cities and are heading straight for the Qin Palace. Under Tianjizi's manipulation, the tides of war changed. In the blink of an eye, Great Qin's army was repeatedly defeated. The imperial court was once again in an uproar and panic. Only Yan Chuan sat steadily on the dragon throne, his expression unchanged. Among the officials, Tianjizi looked at Yan Chuan with a flash of surprise in his eyes. "You're already in such a situation, yet you still don't show your emotions? Your Majesty, Great Qin is in a desperate situation. Do you want to sign the contract?" Tianjizi stepped out again. "Once I sign the contract, I can instantly unify the world?" Yan Chuan asked in a low voice. Tianjizi replied again. "I won't sign it," Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. "What?" Tianjizi felt like vomiting blood. "I must wait until the end. I don't believe that my Great Qin will be safe," Yan Chuan said with certainty. Tianjizi was helpless. Who knew that Yan Chuan was so stubborn? In desperation, he could only wait for the 5 countries to arrive. This wait was another few days in the consciousness world. Not good, the Chu army has already broken through the city. The Qi army has entered the Qin Palace. Along with the constant sound of fighting. In the main hall, all the officials went out to fight. Until another day later, everyone in the state of Qin was dead. The forces of the 5 countries were all forced to the palace. They were surrounded by enemies on all sides. Tianjizi looked at Yan Chuan and said, "Your Majesty, you can sign it. I'll trust you this time." Yan Chuan nodded. He did not pick up the pen to write, but printed a handprint on the life contract. At the moment of printing, Yan Chuan's body suddenly hung a gust of wind, and Yen Chuan's face suddenly became pale. Ha! Tian Jizi laughed with satisfaction. Boom! In an instant, the army of the 5 countries was annihilated instantly. All the people of the state of Qin who were killed were suddenly resurrected. Long live the king! Long live the king! Starting from the Qin palace, everyone cheered loudly, "Long live!" Above the sky, Zhao Afeng shouted anxiously, "No, no, your majesty, that's all fake. Tian Jizi lied to you. Those are all fake. He lied to you to sell your soul. No." Zhao Afeng desperately urged the green light. He wanted to rush down. "With me here, you can't go down at all." Tian Jizi manipulated more and more fierce light to attack. "Tian Jizi, you're despicable!" Zhao Afeng roared. Tian Jizi smiled slightly and said, "It's not that I'm despicable, it's that you're too stubborn. You know, everyone's fate is limited. This time, you sold the emotion of the soul. Yen Chuan's fate will be reduced by at least a quarter. You give me the Bai family's method, and I'll return this contract to Yen Chuan. How about it?" "Don't even think about it," Zhao Afeng shouted stubbornly. "Humph!" Tian Jizi snorted coldly. Below, in the Qin palace, Yen Chuan enjoyed the worship of the world. "Your Majesty, you have unified the world." Tian Jizi's consciousness avatar laughed. "Well, I want to patrol the world and see if the world's territory has really become my territory as you said," Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. "It must be," Tian Jizi cried. "Why should I believe you?" Yen Chuan said coldly. Tian Jizi's face stiffened, and he muttered in his heart, "You sold your emotions, and then turned your back on me in the blink of an eye?" In the blink of an eye, Yen Chuan began to travel the world. All kinds of government affairs were sent to Yen Chuan's carriage. What? Ma Qing misses the old country and worships the Chu country's memorial tablet at home? Humph, pass down my order, kill his entire family. Yen Chuan said coldly. The officials immediately shouted, "Your Majesty, Lord Ma must have been confused. He's the princess's maiden family. Kill them all." Yen Chuan said coldly. Yen Chuan, who had unified the world, became ruthless. Zhao Afeng, who was high in the sky, was anxious. Tian Jizi's face was ugly. "Emperor? Sigh, an emperor is troublesome. If it were a mortal, they would only need to design a little environment, but an emperor wants to design the world." Under Yen Chuan's harsh orders, the world was filled with complaints. Under Tian Jizi's urging, all corners of the world rose up in revolt, and the tide of rebellion rolled in. "Bastard, suppress him, suppress him," Yen Chuan said coldly. One order after another was issued. The world was once again filled with smoke. "Your Majesty, I have a life contract here. As long as you sign it, the world will immediately be peaceful, and there will be no more rebellions." Tian Jizi took out another life contract and smiled. "Get lost." Yen Chuan snorted coldly. Tian Jizi's face stiffened. After losing emotions, Yen Chuan became more and more ruthless, and sometimes his temper was inexplicable. Even Tian Jizi could not guess Yen Chuan's thoughts at this moment. Tian Jizi had no choice but to continue urging the rebellion. For a time, there were more and more rebellions. Countless wars broke out again, and Yen Chuan could only return to the Qin palace. "Your Majesty, as long as you sign it, the world will immediately be peaceful," Tian Jizi said again. "I will wait until the last moment," Yen Chuan said coldly. Tian Jizi was speechless. Yen Chuan was too stubborn. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The world was in chaos. They killed their way to the Qin palace, killing everyone again. The leaders of the rebellion trapped Yen Chuan in the Qin palace. "Your Majesty, you can sign it now," Tian Jizi said again. This time, Yen Chuan did not ask what the exchange was. He looked around, nodded, and formed another hand seal. Boom! The world was instantly peaceful, and everyone submitted to Yen Chuan. "Ha!" Tian Jizi laughed wildly. "High up in the sky." "No, Your Majesty, how can you sign it?" Zhao Afeng said anxiously. "Zhao Afeng, the 2 contracts Yen Chuan sold his soul are in my hands. hand over the Bai family's life usurping technique now, or even if we get out, Yan Chuan will be crippled. You know it, huh? Tianjizi laughed. Zhao Feng's face was filled with anxiety, so much so that his entire body was trembling. Tianjizi was no longer attacking, but it did not matter anymore. Yan Chuan's soul contract? Are you going to give it or not? Tianjizi said in a low voice. Zhao Feng opened his mouth, but he froze. His face was bitter, and he seemed to compromise. Just as he was about to speak, a voice sounded out from behind him. Have you played enough? One day in the outside world is up. Let's go back. Yan Chuan's voice came from behind Zhao Feng. Yan Chuan? Tianjizi's expression changed. Zhao Feng was also slightly surprised. Grabbing Zhao Feng, Yan Chuan smiled and said, "Let's go." The two of them disappeared. Impossible, how is this possible? How did they get out? Tianjizi cried out in shock. He looked down and saw that there was another Yan Chuan, still immersed in Great Qin's prosperity. How could this be? How could this be? There are two Yan Chuan? Tianjizi cried out in shock. Tianjizi took a deep breath and waved his hand. The entire astral source world instantly collapsed, and Tianjizi and the other Yan Chuan's consciousness instantly disappeared. Whoosh! Everyone once again returned to the plaza. Meow, it's been a day. Are they done yet? Meow anxiously cried out. Instantly, everyone woke up. Zhao Feng looked confused. Yan Chuan's face was slightly pale as he woke up. Tianjizi also woke up in shock. King, are you all right? Zhao Feng suddenly asked worriedly. Of course I'm not all right. I signed 2 life contracts. Yan Chuan said with a smile. That's right, you signed a life contract. No matter what the reason was, you signed it. Tianjizi suddenly laughed. Another voice suddenly sounded out from the blood pool. I might have to disappoint the Heaven's Secrets sect master. Then the blood pool began to churn, and another Yan Chuan emerged from the blood pool. Tianjizi's face changed. As he stretched out his hand, the 2 life contracts appeared in his palm and he carefully looked at them. What's wrong? The one who signed the life contract with you is only one of my blood god's clones. The new Yan Chuan smiled slightly. Then he stretched out his hand and attacked Yan Chuan who was beside Zhao Feng. Bang! The blood god's clones exploded into a pool of blood and instantly disappeared. At this moment, the blood pool around them also suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, only Yan Chuan and Zhao Feng were left in the plaza. Tianjizi looked at the life contract in his hand again. Yan Chuan's handprint on it had disappeared. The 2 life contracts had lost their effectiveness? Yan Chuan, you lied to me? You simulated a fake life chart? Moreover, you didn't sign it earlier because you were deliberately stalling for time? Tianjizi suddenly stood up angrily. King, you're all right. Zhao Feng ecstatically hugged Yan Chuan. Meow? What's going on? Meow Meow jumped up in confusion. Around them, the sage, Yao Tianshang Ju, and the experts of the Celestial Arcanum sect were all at a loss. They did not know what had happened earlier. Lied to you? Celestial Arcanum sect leader, what are you talking about? A day has passed since the life-stealing duel. Now, erase Feng's traces in the stellar source. Yan Chuan said coldly. Tianjizi looked at the life contract in his hand that had lost its effectiveness and his face was filled with resentment. Good. Yan Chuan, Tianjizi said with resentment. What? You want to go back on your words in front of so many people? Yan Chuan said coldly. I, Tianjizi, am a man of my word. Tianjizi snorted coldly. He waved his hand at the sky. Boom. The stellar source in the sky suddenly trembled. A large amount of blue light burst out. I sensed it. My life chart is no longer related to the stellar source. Zhao Feng suddenly shouted. Sense it again. Yan Chuan said seriously. There is really no connection. Zhao Feng said with certainty. Yan Chuan nodded and said, Tianjizi, you kept your word. Kept my word? I have already done what I promised you. I have erased your traces in the stellar source. However, if Zhao Feng does not hand over what I want today, you are not allowed to leave. Tian Jizi suddenly stood up. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes and a cold light burst out. Miao. Miao looked at Tian Jizi angrily. On the other side, Yao Tianshang and Zhu also stood up in surprise. They did not expect Tian Jizi to fall out with them like this. Tian Jizi, the sage suddenly said. Sage, are you trying to stop me? Tian Jizi frowned and looked at the sage. With our friendship, why would I stop you? However, I want that cat. The sage suddenly laughed. Meow. Meow was so angry that its fur stood on end as it stared at the sage. Chapter 1259. Cat. Surprise flashed across Tian Jizi's eyes. He turned to look at the sage and saw that the sage was indeed focused on the cat. Tian Jizi quickly calculated Meow's whereabouts. However, he could not deduce anything. All right, then please do it yourself. Tian Jizi said solemnly. Of course. The sage nodded. Meow. Meow stared at the sage angrily. Mei Gao Ku. Yan Chuan suddenly said in a low voice. The sage looked at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed coldly. Kicking me when I'm down, I'll remember this. Yan Di, I don't want to be your enemy. However, there are many things you don't understand about this cat. She doesn't belong to you. I'm sorry. Mei Gao Ku said coldly. Meow's hair stood on end. Meow belonged to your sister. You're the one who belongs to me. Tian Jizi, a prisoner of the Celestial Arcanum sect. Is this how you behave? Yan Chuan sneered. The Celestial Arcanum sect's eyes darkened. This time, it was indeed bad for his reputation. However, if he could obtain the Bo clan's secret treasure, what was this reputation? Everyone, take down the traitor Zhao. Tian Jizi snorted. Immediately, the surrounding Celestial Arcanum sect disciples stepped forward. In an instant, nearly half of the Celestial Arcanum sect disciples were surrounded by starlight. Above their heads, countless small stars rotated rapidly. As they rotated, an inexplicable force rushed towards Yan Chuan. As the inexplicable force passed, rays of blue light appeared in the void. Yin Hentian stepped forward. Yin Henshin's eyes focused. As he focused, the polychoria in each of his eyes rotated. Polychoria Heavenly Realm. Boom! The void in all directions suddenly distorted and countless rays of blue light dissipated. Then, the void in the west suddenly distorted. Hundreds of Celestial Arcanum sect disciples were sucked into the distorted void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Boom! Boom! Bastard! An angry voice could be heard from the place where the disciples disappeared. Meow. Meow was surprised. The dual pupil's heavenly realm can instantly open up a space and trap everyone. How long it can trap them will depend on Yin Henshin's ability, said Yan Chuan. At the same time, Yan Chuan said gently to Zhaoang, cooperate with Meow and be careful of Mei Gao Cave. Sing? Zhao Feng was worried. Meow, gather all of the heavenly energy and help Zhao Feng deal with the saints. Yan Chuan said. Meow. Boom. Behind Meow, more than 2,000 heavenly Dao soared into the sky. Meow stood on Zhao Feng's shoulder and immediately glared at Mei Gao Ku. Another sage? Ke? Yao Tianshang exclaimed in surprise. A look of astonishment flashed across Tian Jizi's eyes. Mobilizing the power of heaven and earth? How could it be so easy? Who is this cat? It's really you. Mei Gao Ku suddenly said. Use Meow as the strongest stellar source. Yan Chuan said. Stellar source? Man-made stellar source? Although Zhao Feng didn't understand what Yan Chuan meant, he immediately adjusted his strategy. The heavenly compass in his hand spun and connected to Meow to gather the heavenly energy. Boom! Suddenly, a vast blue light gushed out from the heavenly development board. Like a river, it rushed towards the saint. Light of misfortune? Tian Jizi's face changed. Previously in the stellar source world, he used this to deal with Zhao Feng. That was the light of misfortune. Zhao Feng could use it too? And in such a terrifying amount? Not good, the saints said. The saints led a group of disciples and soared into the sky. Meow. Meow Meow hated Sage to the core. Grabbing Zhaoong, she vanished from where she was and blinked into the sky. Heavenly Dao. The saints also hastily summoned countless heavenly Dao. Boom. The heavenly Dao from both sides intertwined. What are you all doing? Why aren't you attacking? Tianjizi looked at half of the Archaic Arcanum sect disciples on the east and scolded. The other half of the Archaic Arcanum sect disciples didn't attack at all. Now that they heard Tianjizi's roar, they all looked at Zhu and Yao Tianshang with complicated expressions. Zhu gently extended her arms and the Archaic Arcanum sect disciples slowly retreated. They didn't attack Yan Chuan and instead took a step back. In an instant, Tianjizi understood. His Archaic Arcanum sect disciples had been bribed by Zhu and Yao Tianshang? Zhu, Yao Tianshang? You want to betray my Archaic Arcanum sect? You have to know that everything you have today is because my Archaic Arcanum sect helped you. You are a vassal of my Archaic Arcanum sect. Tianjizi said coldly. Zhu looked at Tianjizi indifferently and said, I admit it, but it's not you. What? Tianjizi's face changed. Yao Tianshang looked at Yan Chuan and said, Yan Emperor, we can't repay your kindness in the past. We don't want to attack, so this is all we can do. That's enough. Yan Chuan nodded. Then he looked coldly at Tianjizi. Zhu narrowed her eyes and watched quietly. Good. Zhu, Yao Tianshang, I still underestimated you. Tianjizi said coldly. Then Tianjizi looked at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan? You have great luck. However, this is my Archaic Arcanum sect. If I want to, even a sage can forget about escaping, let alone you. As long as I capture you, I don't believe that Zhao Afeng won't submit. Tianjizi said coldly. As he spoke, he suddenly swung the horsetail whisk in his hand. Rumble. The ground rumbled in all directions. What? Below the ground, a series of dragon roars sounded. In the surroundings, a mysterious yellow aura emerged. Gradually, hundreds of yellow dragons formed behind Tianjizi. Dragon veins? Is this feng shui? Isn't Tianjizi a life usurper? Why do you know feng shui? Yao Tianshang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Monster Emperor, it's not that our sect leader knows feng shui. It's just that our Archaic Arcanum sect's formation is too mysterious. Feng shui, life usurper, yin virtue, providence, righteousness, and everything else. Our sect leader is only mobilizing the formation's power. A disciple of the Archaic Arcanum sect reported. This is the 1,000 Dragons of Hell formation, a great feng shui formation. The disciple of the Archaic Arcanum sect reported. More and more dragon chi gathered behind Tianjizi. Yellow fog filled the sky. Under the feng shui formation, the environment seemed to have changed drastically. Previously, there were countless pavilions, but in the blink of an eye, the surroundings turned into a grassland. Endless dragon veins, carrying the power to lock down the sky, pressed down on Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan sneered. 1,000 Dragons of Hell formation? To think that you can mobilize a feng shui formation here. Do you know that the strongest thing here is righteousness? Yan Chuan pointed at the void several times. Boom! Behind Yan Chuan, surging righteous energy soared into the sky. The vast righteous energy gave birth to billions of strands of sword chi. Vast righteous energy swords revealed their sharpness. Righteous killing intent surged forth. Behind Yan Chuan, heaven and earth turned white as surging righteous sword chi shot towards the 10,000 dragons. No, how could you? How could you activate the Celestial Arcanum sect's array formation? Tianjizi's expression changed. Break the dragon vein. Yan Chuan shouted. Rumble! Hundreds of millions of righteous chi swords rolled out and attacked the hundreds of millions of yellow dragons. Arg! 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 The yellow dragons roared miserably as cracks appeared on the ground. Rumble! One by one, the dragon veins were severed. The plain world instantly collapsed, and the 10,000 swords rushed towards Tianjizi. Tianjizi's expression changed as he swung his horsetail whisk. The yellow dragons pounced forward, one after another, but the overwhelming righteous sword was too overbearing. Wherever it passed, the yellow dragons would melt. Defeated in one touch? Tianjizi opened his mouth wide, unable to believe this fact. His own sect? Yan Xuan was even more skilled than him in activating the array formation? No, impossible. Tianjizi's expression changed drastically. Countless stars quickly surrounded Tianjizi. High up in the sky, the huge stellar source once again emitted a blue light. Boom! A blue light descended from the sky. It rushed straight towards Yan Xuan. Wherever it went, the overwhelming righteous sword collapsed. Light of misfortune? Usurping my life? Yan Xuan's eyes turned cold. He suddenly looked up at the sky. Stellar source? What's the use of a stellar source that can't be taken away and can't be used by me? Explode! Yan Xuan shouted coldly. Boom! The vast stellar source exploded with a loud bang. Along with the countless smaller stars in the surroundings, they also exploded instantly. Puff! Connected mentally, Tianjizi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. No, how could this be? Tianjizi was dumbfounded. How could the stellar source explode just because of Yan Xuan's words? In the entire Celestial Arcanum sect, the most precious thing was the stellar source. The stellar source could make all calculations extremely easy. It could deduce the past, the present, and even capture a trace of the future. It was the most precious treasure in the world. It was also the key to Tianjizi's fame. But it exploded just because of Yan Xuan's words? Tianjizi's heart was bleeding. At this moment, Tianjizi suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. He suddenly understood what it meant to suffer a double loss. This was using a knife to cut his own flesh. Perhaps it was because of the uniqueness of the stellar source. After the stellar source exploded, the sky above Celestial Arcanum sect was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Yan Xuan looked at Tianjizi. You don't deserve to own this place. Yan Xuan said coldly. As he spoke, his hands danced again, and countless arrays were activated. All arrays collide and explode. Yan Xuan seemed to want to activate all the arrays in Celestial Arcanum sect in an instant. Boom! In one direction, merit soared to the sky. Boom! In another direction, luck soared to the sky. Boom! In another direction, righteous energy soared to the sky. Boom! In another direction, the remnants of the Earth's dragon vein continued to attack. The sky was covered with dark clouds. In an instant, countless energies exploded in Celestial Arcanum sect, colliding with each other. Boom! A mountain peak was blown away. Boom! The Celestial Arcanum sect was blown away. Zhu and Yao Tianshang were shocked as they brought their men and flew away. Yin Hentian was stunned. He knew that the Sage King could control the Celestial Arcanum sect's arrays, but he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. He took a step and flew into the sky. Rumble! The entire Celestial Arcanum sect was in the midst of a huge explosion. Tianjizi was petrified as he looked at this scene. This was the first time he knew about many arrays. This was the first time he knew about them. This Celestial Arcanum sect was like a huge treasure. Tianjizi had been studying and improving himself, but he did not expect to know more than Yan Xuan. Seeing that the various energies in this huge treasure were about to collide and explode, Tianjizi was still unwilling to accept this fact. No! Tianjizi frantically controlled the arrays, trying to stop this chaos. Yan Xuan sneered. He took a step and flew out. Unless Bai Huang came back, no one could stop this huge explosion. If this array could not be brought back to Xianyang, then no one could. Swish! Yan Xuan flew out of Celestial Arcanum sect. The moment he flew out of Celestial Arcanum sect, all the different energies finally exploded. Hong! The massive explosion engulfed the entire central territory, causing it to shake violently. Chapter 1260. Outside the Central Territory's Battlefield of Sins. Gong Yangzi looked at the battlefield of sins from afar. Behind him stood a group of Gong Yangzi disciples. Everyone's faces were filled with amazement. Bai Qi? What a strong killing intent. Gong Yangzi said solemnly. Yes, he has absorbed most of the Red Lotus hellfire within 1,000 miles. Now, only the largest Red Lotus is left. Gong Yangxian said with a complicated expression. Has the news spread? Gong Yangzi asked in a low voice. Yes, family head. Now, all the experts in the Central Territory should have received the news. Gong Yangxian smiled. The great treasure has appeared below the battlefield of sins. When everyone comes and sees the earth-shaking changes in the battlefield of sins, they will definitely think that the great treasure is in Bai Qi's hands. At that time, Bai Qi will not be able to explain himself. Gong Yangzi said in a low voice. Yes, once Bai Qi starts a conflict with everyone, Yan Chuan and his group will definitely return. At that time, with the help of all the experts in the Central Territory, we can completely eliminate Yan Chuan. Family head is wise. Gong Yangxian said with emotion. Family head is wise. Everyone was in awe. Gong Yangzi smiled faintly and looked at Bai Qi in the distance as if victory was in his hands. The 4 dragons sat cross-legged in 4 directions, protecting Bai Qi. At this moment, Bai Qi had entered the largest Red Lotus hellfire and was trying his best to absorb it. This Red Lotus was like a large lake. It was extremely large and could not be completely absorbed in a short period of time. Rumble. A muffled sound seemed to come from underground. Dragon Fifth, did you hear something? Qi Sha asked strangely. No. Dragon Fifth shook his head. I think I heard it too. Tu Long said uncertainly. A low voice, I think. De Hu shook his head. The 4 dragons looked at each other strangely. Bai Qi, who was absorbing the Red Lotus hellfire, frowned. Why is the hellfire here endless? After absorbing a portion, it automatically replenishes itself? Bai Qi frowned. Then Bai Qi moved back and forth in the Red Lotus hellfire, disrupting the burning of the hellfire. However, the hellfire quickly recovered. No, this is a formation, a seal? What is it suppressing with endless sins? Bai Qi looked around in surprise. Is this a cover left behind by the Lotus God? Is it something that belongs to the Lotus God, or is it something that the Lotus God is afraid of others knowing? Bai Qi suddenly frowned. 7 fiends. Bai Qi suddenly shouted. Lord Bai. The 7 fiends looked at Bai Qi in confusion. Go and see the Holy King immediately. Tell him that there are changes in the battlefield of sins. Bai Qi said in a deep voice. The 7 evils was confused. Hurry up and go. Bai Qi shouted. Yes. The 7 malevolent spirits soared into the sky and flew towards the Celestial Arcanum sect. In the distance, the group of experts from the Gong Yang family looked at the 7 demons in confusion. Family head, that abyss dragon is about to escape. Will something happen to it? Should we take it down? Gong Yangxian asked worriedly. I might not be able to. Forget it. As long as Bai Qi is here, everything will be fine. Gong Yangzi said solemnly. Yes. At this moment, in the Archaic Mysteries sect. Hong. The Celestial Arcanum sect was like the void collapsing under the impact of countless destructive forces as it exploded unrestrainedly. The huge explosion caused the earth to tremble violently. Ripples formed on the earth and spread out in all directions. All the disciples of the Celestial Arcanum sect who had escaped were looking at the shaking earth in confusion. Yao Tianshang and Zhu looked at each other. On the other side, the Holy King was fighting against Miao and Zhao. Zhaofeng was pleasantly surprised. With the cooperation of Miao, the light of misfortune was endless. At this moment, the light of misfortune was as huge as the ocean and attacked the Holy King. The Holy King was still at ease, but the sudden explosion of the Celestial Arcanum sect behind him made him lose his composure. The huge Celestial Arcanum sect was rumored to have an endless array that even the Holy Kings would be trapped in. Now it was destroyed by Yan Chuan? The Holy King could not help but turn his head to look. That subconscious action was extremely dangerous. At that moment, the light of misfortune that Zhao Feng controlled seemed to have surrounded the Holy King. The disciples of the Holy King were also shocked. Oh no! The Holy King reacted quickly. He wanted to dodge, but there was nowhere to hide. He could only release a large number of protective shields to block it. However, this was the light of misfortune. It had no destructive power and could penetrate all protective shields and Dharma treasures. It went through the protective shields and went straight to the group of people in the center. Bastard! The Holy King shouted. However, the blue light had already entered his body. Miao! Miao said proudly. The battle with Heaven Sage Wu had made Miao's control of the heavenly path more precise. Zhao Feng was also controlling the blue light. Although it could not do anything to the Holy King could not do anything to it. Right now, the Holy King was being invaded by the light of misfortune. Miao was extremely proud. With a flick of his sleeve, the Holy King led the disciples and jumped out of the battlefield and flew into the sky. Miao, don't run! Miao shouted. Miao, don't chase. Let's see how the king is doing. Zhao Feng said worriedly. Yan Chuan suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Feng. I'm fine. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Then, Yan Chuan looked coldly at Mei Gao Ku in the sky. Mei Gao Ku looked down with a complicated expression. The archaic Arcanum sect was no longer in ruins, but a dark abyss. The famous archaic Arcanum sect was destroyed in an instant? This scene was completely out of Mei Gao Ku's expectations. He turned to look at Yan Chuan. Facing Yan Chuan's cold eyes, Mei Gao Ku suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He was a holy king. Why should he be afraid of him? He looked at Yan Chuan, Miao, and Zhao Feng again. For a moment, Mei Gao Ku could only smile bitterly. Not only did he not catch the cat, he even provoked this enemy. Mei Gao Ku no longer underestimated Yan Chuan. No matter what the reason was, even he could not destroy the archaic Arcanum sect to this extent. Let's go! Mei Gao Ku flung his sleeve. He quickly left with the disciples. Miao, coward, don't run. Miao shouted angrily. Miao! There's no need to chase. After being hit by the light of misfortune, and in such a large amount, even a holy king would face disaster. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Miao, she got off easy. Miao was still angry. The archaic Arcanum sect was blown into a huge crater. The archaic Arcanum sect disciples were at a loss because Tianjizi did not come out at all. Yan Chuan led the group and flew closer. In the huge crater, Tianjizi's shadow was nowhere to be seen. Yao Tianshang and Zhu also flew over quickly. The two looked at Yan Chuan strangely. Yan Di, good move. Zhu said strangely. Archaic Arcanum sect. That was the archaic Arcanum sect. Yan Chuan actually turned it into this? The sect that was known to be in control of the Central Territory actually exploded with a flip of Yan Chuan's hand? Yan Di, how did you do it? And that star source, how did you make it explode? How did you do it? Yao Tianshang asked straightforwardly. It was a coincidence. Yan Chuan did not say much. Is Tianjizi dead? Zhao Feng frowned. I don't think so. That old guy is very shrewd. Yan Chuan said coldly. Miao, that bad guy is hiding? If he ran so fast. Miao said unhappily. I think Tianjizi is regretting it to death now. The archaic Arcanum sect's array is secondary. The most important thing is the star source. You actually made it explode. Zhao Feng laughed. Yan Chuan was about to say something. Roar. A dragon's roar came from afar. Everyone turned to look. 7 demons? Yin Hentian was shocked. Miao, isn't he protecting by qi? Miao was also puzzled. The archaic Arcanum sect exploded, and a loud sound swept through the entire Central Territory. A huge earthquake also came from the battlefield of sins. Rumble. The earth churned. Gong Yangzi raised his eyebrows. Patriarch, this loud sound, could it be the so-called giant treasure? Gong Yangxian's expression changed. Quick, let's go take a look. Gong Yangzi said immediately. Yes. Everyone was just about to get up. In the distance, a loud sound suddenly came from the battlefield of sins. Crack. The sound of the earth cracking could be heard. Suddenly, endless black gas rushed up to the sky. Rumble. It was as if a huge suction force was sucking in the vitality of the surroundings. Countless plants withered instantly, and the earth cracked instantly. The water evaporated, and the original earth was like a desert. Walalala. Outside the battlefield of sins, the surrounding earth was constantly turning into sand. A vast desert suddenly formed and spread in all directions. The place where Gongyangzi was also a desert. Turning into sand? There is something under the battlefield of sins? Gongyangzi's expression suddenly changed. What? Everyone was stunned at first, and then showed a look of ecstasy. Patriarch, could it be the giant treasure? Gongyang Ben Lei said excitedly. It's very likely that I have already smelled the treasure. Gongyang Xian interrupted. Treasure? It's actually here? Gongyangzi was also delighted. After all, everyone was not far from the treasure. Everyone's eyes were filled with fanaticism. However, at this moment, whoosh! A black wind suddenly swept in all directions. In the black wind stood a black-robed figure, surrounded by a large number of heavenly demons flying in all directions. Ah, the rumor is true. There is indeed a giant treasure in the battlefield of sins. The person who spread the rumor is indeed a good person. Ha! An excited voice was heard. Evil old demon? Gong Yangxian's expression stiffened. Swish! Another whirlwind blew, and the surrounding heavenly demons scattered. In midair, a white-robed man looked coldly at the battlefield of sins. Fortunately, I have a lot of free time and came to investigate according to the rumor. There is indeed something. Who spread the rumor? The white-robed man said in a deep voice. Dong Fong Bubi? Gong Yang Ben Lei. Swish! Swish! One figure after another gathered from all directions. They kept exclaiming about the person who spread the rumor. Why are there so many people here? How can they be so fast? Gong Yangxian said with an ugly expression. A Gong Yangzi disciple said, Ancestor, it seems that we spread the rumor. Everyone in the Gong Yangzi family. But we didn't expect that the treasure was really below. Gong Yangxian wanted to cry but had no tears. Gong Yangzi was also extremely depressed, and his face instantly darkened. Chapter 1261. Whoosh! Whoosh! One figure after another quickly gathered outside the battlefield of sins. More and more experts arrived at the same time, as if they had agreed beforehand. The experts looked at each other, their brows furrowed. When Gong Yangzi arrived, the Gong Yangzi disciples all had bitter looks on their faces. This was supposed to be a fight between him and Bai Qi, but because of the orders of the family head, so many experts came. How could they compete? In Gong Yangzi's opinion, this 100 Devil Fiend was a troublesome person to deal with. When 100 Devil Fiend was born, even Sage Shimin couldn't do anything to him. And then there was Invincible East. Although he didn't know the details, all the information showed that Invincible East had never lost a battle. And then there were the surrounding ancestral immortals. Roar! 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 Dragon Fifth, Torvosaurus, and Huohuo glared at everyone. On the other side, Bai Qi knew that his time was limited, so he frantically extracted the karmic fire. Boom! The karmic fire surged into Bai Qi's body. Suddenly, countless small red lotuses appeared around Bai Qi's body. Rumble! The tribulation clouds in the sky struck down on Bai Qi. Roar! Bai Qi let out a long roar as he took a step forward and charged into the tribulation clouds. Kill! Boom! The tribulation cloud exploded with a loud bang. Bai Qi stood in the center, coldly looking at everyone around him. What a strong killing intent! 100 Devil Fiends said in a low voice. Countless heavenly devils flew around old Devil 100 Fiend. However, when they got close enough to Bai Qi, they couldn't help but retreat. Bai Qi's killing intent caused even the heavenly devils to show fear in their eyes. Kakakaka. The land was still in a frenzy of desertification, rapidly expanding in all directions. Everyone stared at the ground. On the ground, there were 8 intersecting fissures. From the fissures, there was a muffled rumbling sound. These 8 cracks were fiercely extracting the vitality of the surroundings, causing the ground to quickly turn into sand. And at the intersection of these 8 cracks, there was an extremely exquisite blood-red lotus. The lotus constantly extended vines, as if constantly blocking the cracks. Gradually, the vines completely blocked the 8 cracks, and the cracks could no longer absorb any more life force. A huge lotus flower? The lotus blossomed, and a blood-red dragon coiled within it. The dragon had a ferocious look on its face as it roared at everyone. A sin dragon? 100 evil old demons said in a deep voice. For you, how dare you break the lotus god's seal? The evil red dragon stood up and glared at the others coldly. Seal of the lotus god? The eyes of countless cultivators in the surroundings suddenly lit up. Everyone knew that the battlefield of sin was originally a place where the lotus god had thrown away all the sins that had destroyed this world. However, it was not casually thrown away. Instead, it was used to seal something. What was there in the world back then that was worthy of the lotus god sealing it? Why did the lotus god seal him? Boom! In the distance, another stream of light flashed by. Yen Chuan and his group arrived in front of him in an instant. Accompanying Yen Chuan were the 7 fiends, Zhaoang In Hentian, Miao, and even Yao Tianshang and Zhu. It's here. Yao Tianshang's eyes widened. He nodded. Holy ruler. Bai Qi flew over with the 3 dragons and immediately said respectfully, "What's going on?" Yen Chuan asked in a deep voice. "I have been absorbing the red lotus karmic fire. However, in the end I discovered that there was a formation here. I tried to break it and it ended up like this." Bai Qi said with a frown. "The lotus god's seal?" Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yen Chuan turned his head and looked at the people around him. At this moment, more and more people gathered around. In just a short while, more than a dozen factions had gathered. Everyone stared at the evil red dragon below and the various factions. After all, none of the people here were weak. Almost all of them were ancestral immortals. Since they had come separately, no one would take the initiative to give up on the great treasure before them. Sect Master Dongfang? Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. In the distance, Dongfang Bubi looked at Yen Chuan with a frown and nodded. Yen Di. Ha, I knew it. Yen Chuan, you are not simple. I knew it when you were in the spiritual world. I did not expect you to grow so quickly. If I had known, I would have left you in the spiritual world. 100 evil old demons said with a deep smile. If you were a prophet, you would not have been sealed. Yen Chuan said indifferently. Ha. 100 evil old demon laughed strangely. The people of the Gongyang family took a step back. They did not want to have anything to do with Yen Chuan. Evil red dragon? You mentioned the lotus god's name. Do you not know the lotus god's position in the hearts of the people? Suddenly, a laugh was heard. Indeed, the lotus god was the enemy of the world. This evil red dragon was using the lotus god's name to scare the people? Everyone looked over. They saw a black-robed man standing in the void. There was a crack between his eyebrows that looked like an eye. Ming Tianhan, the great Qing heavenly emperor? Gong Yangzi said with a frown. At the mention of Ming Tianhan's name, everyone raised their eyebrows. Ming Tianhan had always been in the netherworld, so he was not well known in the Yang realm. Many people had never seen him. However, how could a heavenly emperor be weak? Yen Chuan also looked at Ming Tianhan. He was the one who captured 2 sages? Yen Chuan's expression changed. He suddenly understood. Ming Tianhan had come from Meigao Cave. Below, the evil red dragon in the center of the lotus looked coldly at Ming Tianhan. I did not know the lotus god's position in the hearts of the people. 1,000,000 years ago, I was just a wisp of evil energy. It was the lotus god who enlightened me and let me stay here. However, I knew that the lotus god was invincible. Everyone's expression changed when they heard the name of the lotus god. This is the seal left by the lotus god. Whoever dares to touch it will be the lotus god's enemy. The evil red dragon continued to be arrogant. Ha! The experts around laughed. Indeed, the Lotus Goddess was extremely strong. She was so strong that nobody could defeat her. However, the Lotus Goddess would always be their enemy. Since 1,000,000 years ago, she would never stop until one of them was dead. At this moment, how could they still give face to her? Little guy, I have never seen the Lotus God, but I have heard about it. Let me ask you, what is under the seal of the lotus? Evil old demon asked in a low voice. No one was in a hurry to attack. Everyone stared at the evil red dragon. What was it? What treasure? The evil red dragon looked at everyone with a frown. He did not understand their attitude. Come and get it if you can. The evil red dragon did not want to say more. The evil red dragon was extremely stubborn. Yao Tianshang frowned and said in a low voice, Yen Di. Perhaps we need your help. Yao Tianshang said with a bitter smile. What is it? This treasure is related to Mayan Jews' lives. Yen Di, please help us. Yao Tianshang said with a frown. Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. His eyes were full of suspicion. Yao Tianshang smiled bitterly and said, with the treasure before us, I know Yen Di will find it hard to believe my words. How about this? I will not ask Yen Di to help us get this treasure. I just want to touch it. Yen Chuan looked at Yao Tianshang with a puzzled expression. Ju and I owe Yen Di a favor. We just need to touch it. Yao Tianshang said solemnly. It was not that Yao Tianshang was not strong enough. The problem was that there were too many experts at the moment. If he wanted to achieve his goal, he had to find someone to form an alliance with. Yao Tianshang had just seen the strength of Yen Chuan's group. He could only form an alliance with Yen Chuan now. Not far away, Ming Tianhan suddenly said, back then, there seemed to be only one thing that the Lotus God suppressed. Everyone raised their eyebrows when they heard Ming Tianhan's words. The Sand Emperor's crown? Evil old demon's eyes widened. The Sand Emperor's crown? That's right. The ground was turning into sand just now. It should be that treasure. Gong Yangzi said with a change in expression. Suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up with greed. The Sand Emperor's crown? Yin Hentian said, raising his eyebrows. What is the Sand Emperor's crown? Yen Chuan asked seriously. Holy King, I remember now. Back then, the Lotus God destroyed the world and was nearly invincible. However, legend has it that there is a treasure that can counter the Lotus God. That is the Sand Emperor's crown. Yin Hentian said after a deep breath. Oh! The Sand Emperor's crown was the strongest treasure of a peerless expert who occupied 2 continents in the 3rd epoch. That person was called the Sand Emperor, and he was from the same era as Bai Huang. Furthermore, the two became famous at the same time. Bai Huang had the World Tree, and the Sand Emperor had a golden crown. The difference was that the World Tree was only a support-type treasure, while the Sand Emperor's crown was definitely an offensive-type treasure. Yin Hentian explained. Occupied 2 continents? Yen Chuan's expression changed. 2 continents and 72 dominions. This Sand Emperor must have been an extraordinary person. For some reason, the Sand Emperor died, but he left the Sand Emperor's crown behind. Rumor has it that someone obtained it and used it to kill a sage. This treasure could kill a sage as easily as killing a pig or a dog. Its power shook the world. However, it disappeared in the end. Yin Hentian explained. Killing a sage as easily as killing a sage with the Sand Emperor's crown? The 7 demons and the other dragons at the side gaped. Are you kidding? Are sages so easy to kill? Yin Hentian smiled bitterly and said, that is indeed the case. My Yin family has records that there was indeed a sage who died under the Tsar's crown. However, no one could find him after that. When the Lotus God destroyed the world, the heavens issued an order for all living beings to search for the Tsar's crown. However, there was no news of the Tsar's crown until the heavens fell. So, the Lotus God found it and even sealed it. Yin Hentian smiled bitterly. That's not right. Since the Lotus God found it, why not make good use of it? Miao asked, puzzled. Rumor has it that the Sand Emperor's crown is xenophobic. It can automatically identify living beings from the great evil world and the great good world and instinctively attack them. Perhaps this is why the lotus god could not make use of it. In the end, she could not even bring it away. Therefore, she used all her sins to seal it. In Hentian said. The Sand Emperor's crown? Many people around them were envious. Those fanatical gazes made the evil dragon in the lotus speechless. Am I so weak? Chapter 1262. No one is allowed to touch the lotus god seal. I advise you all to leave as soon as possible. Sin Dragon continued. How arrogant! Suddenly, someone shouted angrily. It was Gong Yangxian who stepped forward. Gong Yangxian took a step forward, but the others didn't say anything. They just coldly watched this scene. Roar! Sin Dragon roared at Gong Yangxian. Gong Yangxian's lips curled into a sneer as he slashed at Sin Dragon with his long sword. Gong Yangxian was an ancestral immortal, after all. The power of his sword instantly formed a vast energy sword that surged with sword chi toward Sin Dragon. Sin! Sin Dragon shouted coldly. The blood lotus that carried Sin Dragon suddenly erupted with dazzling red light. Wherever the red light passed, red karmic fire lotuses appeared in the void and shot toward Gong Yangxian's sword chi. The flames of the red karmic fire lotuses collided with the sword chi. The largest red karmic fire lotus crashed into Gong Yangxian's energy sword. Boom! The void trembled. The red karmic fire lotuses and the energy sword were in a stalemate. Karmic fire of heaven and earth, gather at my center. Sin Dragon shouted. Rumble! Countless red energy surged toward the blood lotus from all directions. Under Sin Dragon's control, the blood lotus spewed more and more red karmic fire lotuses toward Gong Yangxian. Oh no! Gong Yangxian's face sank. Boom! The heavenly Tao soared into the sky. Gong Yangxian's body merged with the heavenly Tao, and his strength skyrocketed. However, the red karmic fire lotuses seemed to be growing as well. The blood lotus absorbed the karmic fire from all directions and spewed out red karmic fire that attacked Gong Yangxian. What an impressive lotus god seal! Dongfang Bubi said in a low voice. Indeed. It gathers the sins of heaven and earth to form red karmic fire lotuses. No wonder the red karmic fire lotuses on the battlefield of sins haven't dissipated for so long. It turns out that this formation is constantly drawing from heaven and earth. Nearby, Zhu and Yao Tianshang frowned. Sin Dragon controlled the red karmic fire lotus to attack Gong Yangxian. Heavenly Tao? Sin Dragon's face darkened. Sin Dragon's eyes turned cold as he stomped his foot. Roar! Sin Dragon stepped out of the blood lotus and appeared in front of Gong Yangxian. He slammed his head against the heavenly Tao. Boom! The heavenly way remained the same, but the body of the evil dragon strangely entered Gong Yangxian's heavenly way in an instant. What? Countless cultivators in the surroundings were shocked. Could the evil dragon ignore the heavenly law? Awoo! The Sin Dragon rushed into the heavenly Tao and swallowed Gong Yangxian. Boom! The heavenly Tao collapsed. Gong Yangxian had already entered the Sin Dragon's stomach. Bastard, you dare! Gong Yangzi's face sank, and he struck out with his palm. Roar! He swung his dragon tail at Gong Yangzi's palm energy. Boom! The void shook violently. A storm was brewing. Yan Chuan nodded at Bai Qi. Bai Qi instantly charged into the battlefield as well. Slash! Bai Qi slashed at the blood lotus with his saber. In the distance, Evil Dragon, who was fighting with Gong Yangzi, suddenly changed his expression. Bastard, stop! The Evil Dragon shouted angrily. However, would Bai Qi listen to the evil dragon? When the saber slashed down, it was as if the heavens had fallen. A huge crack was instantly cut open in the void. Blood Lotus, kill! The evil dragon roared. The huge blood lotus spewed out red lotus karmic fire again and charged at Bai Qi's saber. The moment the karmic fire appeared, many cultivators in the surroundings retreated. This time, the karmic fire covered the sky and covered the earth, charging at Bai Qi like a surging river. Others could not wait to avoid the red lotus karmic fire. However, This red lotus karmic fire was nothing to Bai Qi. He did not even merge with the heavenly Tao. He only used his physical body to charge at the red lotus karmic fire. What? The evil dragon exclaimed. Slash. Hong. The vast crimson lotus flower was sliced in half and exploded with a loud bang. The evil dragon exclaimed. Boom. The blood lotus exploded, and the red lotus karmic fire spread in all directions. For a moment, the world was covered in fiery red. Countless cultivators immediately fled in panic, especially those from the Gong Yangzi family. They all retreated. Only a group of ancestral immortals remained. They merged with the heavenly Daos and coldly watched the scene unfold. The lotus god's seal was broken? Boom. The original 8 rifts suddenly expanded. For a moment, life force surged toward the center. The desert expanded rapidly, reaching over 10,000 miles in an instant. Rumble. The desert trembled. Below the primordial blood lotus, an extremely violent aura slowly spread out. All the ancestral immortals opened their eyes wide. At this moment, the center of the desert moved to 2 sides. As it moved, a 30-meter-tall crown slowly floated out of the desert. As soon as the crown appeared, the surrounding world instantly dried up. The clouds within 10,000 miles were instantly sucked dry. Sand flew into the sky, and the entire world was instantly filled with a sandstorm. The ruthless aura was emitted from this crown. The Sand Emperor's crown? Someone suddenly shouted. This sound was like a signal, and almost everyone moved. Boom. In an instant, the various experts suddenly activated their heavenly Tao. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of heavenly Tao appeared in the desert. The scene became even more chaotic. Yan Chuan, I'll trust you this time, Yan Chuan suddenly said. At this moment, Yao Tianshang and Zhu had already lost all hope. They didn't expect that Yan Chuan would actually say that he would trust them this time. What was Yan Chuan thinking? Miao. Yan Chuan called out. Miao understood. Miao called out. Boom. Under Miao's control. In an instant, more than 2,000 heavenly Tao appeared behind Miao. The expressions of the people who were originally charging toward the Sand Emperor's crown changed. I'll grab. Miao shouted. A cat's paw imbued with the power of heaven and earth slammed toward the people in front of her. The first to bear the brunt was Demon 100 Evil. Demon 100 Evil's expression changed. He met Miao's paw head-on. Zhao Feng used Miao as a guide and directed a large amount of blue light toward Ming Tianhan. Ming Tianhan's expression darkened. He quickly led his subordinates to dodge the light of misfortune. Zhu also stepped forward, surrounded by heavenly Tao. At the same time, she struck a palm toward Invincible East. With a single palm strike, it was as if a gigantic white dragon had appeared, charging straight at Invincible East. Invincible East's expression turned cold. He also struck with a palm. Gong Yangzi and the evil dragon both charged toward them. Bai Qi stepped forward. Behind Bai Qi, a golden giant suddenly appeared. The giant's golden light was dazzling. A violent murderous aura rushed toward the two. Slash. Bai Qi slashed down with his saber. A huge crack was instantly torn open in the void. What? Gong Yangzi's expression changed. Roar. The evil dragon roared. Boom. Bai Qi's saber was unstoppable. The evil dragon's horn was instantly cut off. The saber hit the evil dragon hard. The evil dragon with a broken horn was instantly smashed deep into the ground. The power of the saber didn't decrease. It continued to charge toward Gong Yangzi. Not good. Gong Yangzi's expression changed. He reached out his hand and thrust his sword into the sky. Boom. Under the domineering power, Gong Yangzi was instantly pushed back. The 7 fiends, Dragon 5th, Barbaric Dragon, and Huohuo were the remaining ancestral immortals who were enemies with Yin Hentian. When Yin Henshin's Polychoria was activated, a large number of experts disappeared. The 4 dragons also fought with all their strength. Rumble! The scene was extremely chaotic. However, at this moment, Invincible East Evil Old Demon Ming Tianhan and Gong Yangzi were all looking at Yan Chuan, who was standing in the air in shock. This was because the scene before them was as if Yan Chuan was fighting against everyone by himself. That's right, everyone. In fact, Yan Chuan didn't even make a move himself. Although it was only a short burst of power and many people couldn't get used to it, it was enough to make everyone gasp. Boom! Yao Tianshang instantly arrived in front of the Tsar Emperor's crown. He reached out his hand and pressed it. The Tsar Emperor's crown suddenly trembled. Then, the yellow sand in the sky fell as if it had been ignited. A circle of golden flames appeared around the Tsar Emperor's crown. Boom! The entire Tsar Emperor's crown seemed to be on fire. Swish! Yao Tianshang quickly retreated. Thank you, Yendi. Yao Tianshang said gratefully. The previous battle also seemed to have stopped in an instant. However, everyone's attitude towards Yan Chuan was different now. Evil old demon looked at Miao with a conflicted look in his eyes. Who are you? Why do I feel that you are so familiar? Evil old demon stared at Miao and shouted. On the other side, Ming Tianhan looked coldly at Yan Chuan and Miao. Zhu and Invincible East also separated. The two of them looked at each other coldly for a while. The two of them were once the strongest in Yan Chuan's sealed world. This was the first time they fought. Zhu was slightly inferior, but he still managed to block Invincible East for a while. On the other side, Gong Yangzi looked at Bai Qi angrily. Bai Qi, on the other hand, landed on the ground. Bai Qi stepped on the evil dragon whose dragon horn was broken. The evil dragon let out a painful cry. In the center, the Tsar Emperor's crown was burning. As it burned, countless grains of sand on the ground quickly gathered under the Tsar Emperor's crown. Rumble! The grains of sand gathered and became smaller and smaller. Gradually, the grains of sand gathered and formed a human figure. The Tsar Emperor's crown also became smaller and smaller as it burned. In the golden flames, there seemed to be a human figure wearing a crown. In the hand of this person, there seemed to be a golden scepter. What is going on? Everyone stared at it in shock. The golden flames became smaller and smaller until it disappeared completely. The figure formed by the sand was completely exposed in front of everyone. He was wearing a gorgeous golden dragon robe and a golden crown. He held a golden scepter in his hand. He looked extremely arrogant as he looked at everyone. Everyone suddenly looked at Zhu and Yao Tianshang at the same time. This man wearing the Tsar Emperor's crown and holding the golden scepter looked exactly the same as Yao Tianshang and Zhu. They looked exactly the same. You are the Tsar? Evil old demon's expression suddenly changed as he shouted. The Tsar? Everyone's expression changed. Didn't the Tsar die in the Third Era? Yin Hentian was also surprised. Zhu and Yao Tianshang had strange expressions on their faces. The existence of the two of them was already incredible. Why was there another person who looked like them in front of them? Chapter 1263. He wore a golden crown and held a golden scepter in his hand. It was a figure completely made of sand. The Tsar? Almost everyone stared at him with a frown. Sniff! The man sniffed in satisfaction, turned his head, and looked around. The Fourth Era? The Tsar took a deep breath and sighed. So much of the heavenly path has collapsed? Just in time. The Tsar suddenly revealed a sinister smile. He waved the scepter in his hand. Boom! 18 whirlwinds suddenly appeared around the Tsar. The whirlwinds soared into the sky. For a moment, the whirlwinds seemed to emit a dazzling light. The whirlwinds slowly condensed into pillars. 18 pillars that reached the heavens and the earth. Rumble! The pillars emitted a terrifying aura. Heavenly path? Yin Hentian raised his eyebrows. This is the heavenly path that doesn't exist in this world. He's mending the heavenly path? Miao said in surprise. Boom! 18 heavenly paths suddenly formed and soared into the sky. Boom! In an instant, the boundless merit of heaven and earth rushed toward the Tsar. The Tsar closed his eyes and enjoyed absorbing the merit from the heavens and the earth. In the sky, there were thousands of rays of light. On the ground, there were auspicious auras everywhere. One could vaguely see the phantoms of countless divine beasts dancing in the sky. Heavenly music floated in the air, and exotic fragrances filled the air. Another 18 heavenly paths have been added. There are still dozens of incomplete heavenly paths left. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Haha, I'm back. The Tsar suddenly shouted excitedly after absorbing the merit. His loud voice reached the heavens. Who are you? Yao Tianshang frowned again and shouted. The Tsar vented and turned to look at Yao Tianshang and Zhu. The three of them looked exactly the same. The Tsar's eyes flashed. You are more complicated than I thought. How are you related to us? Zhu asked in a low voice. Me? Am I not you? The Tsar laughed evilly. No, you are different from us, but I feel a connection between you and us. Zhu shook his head. All these years, the things we obtained in our minds were passed down to us by you? Yao Tianshang frowned. You are indeed my other half. The Tsar said with satisfaction. Zhu's eyes narrowed. You're actually wary of me? Ha! The Tsar suddenly shook his head and laughed. However, Zhu and Yao Tianshang did not let down their guard. You and I are one. I am the Tsar, but I am also not the Tsar anymore. The Tsar said in a deep voice. In the past, the Tsar was insufferably arrogant and domineering. Unfortunately, there were still powerful experts in the end. During a battle, he was arrogant and careless, and was cut in half along with his soul. The Tsar said in a deep voice. Cut him in half? Many people around revealed looks of shock. The Tsar's strength was evident from the rumors. In the past, even the heavens were looking for the Tsar's crown to fight against the Lotus God. There was no doubt about the Tsar's strength. Such a powerful figure was actually cut in half by another person? Is this for real? Cut him in half? How could he still be alive after his soul was sliced in half? Yao Tianshang frowned. Others might not be able to do it, but I, the Tsar, can do it. Cut him in half? Back then, I used a soul replenishing technique to send one half into the cycle of reincarnation while the other half was sealed in the Tsar's crown. However, the two souls were too weak. This half of my soul carried my memories, and your half carried my will. As long as my half of my soul is not destroyed, your half of your soul will never be destroyed. However, I did not expect your half of your soul to become two, the Tsar said in surprise. Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed shocked expressions. Normally, when one's soul was cut in half, one's body and soul would be destroyed. However, not only did the Tsar not die, but he was also cut in half? Who is it? Who can kill us? Yao Tianshang said with a frown. At this moment, Yao Tianshang already believed the Tsar's words. The Tsar smiled faintly and looked at the surrounding cultivators. Then he shook his head and said, That person. Even if I told you, you would not know. Let's go. I'll show you the Tsar's treasure trove. The Tsar's treasure trove? The eyes of the surrounding cultivators immediately lit up. The Tsar waved his hand. Boom. A large amount of sand suddenly gathered on the ground below. The sand carried the Tsar, Yao Tianshang and Zhu into the air. Where is it? Yao Tianshang asked out of curiosity. The Tsar looked at the starry heavens and said, It is there. There is an astral region that completely belongs to me. Let's go. I'll show you. As the Tsar spoke, he looked around coldly. The Tsar believed that no one would dare to stop him here. The group of three soared into the sky and flew towards the distant starry heavens. Indeed, no one in the surroundings tried to stop the three. The Tsar's appearance already shocked many people. Everyone frowned as they looked at the sky. There was only one person, Dongfang Bubi. Dongfang Bubi showed a grave expression as he watched Yao Tianshang and the other two soar into the sky. Then, he took a deep breath and soared into the sky, chasing after them. What? Dongfang Bubi went alone? He still wants to snatch the treasure trove from the Tsar? Is he crazy? Shocked voices rang out in the surroundings. However, no one accompanied Dongfang Bubi. Instead, Dongfang Bubi looked at the surrounding cultivators with complicated expressions. Naturally, Yan Chuan's group became the focus of everyone's attention. The sudden burst of power earlier had blocked everyone for a moment. However, there were no more conflicts of interest now. Many people frowned as they looked at Yan Chuan and left. Everyone quickly left. Ming Tianhan looked at Yan Chuan's group with a strange expression. In the end, he led his subordinates and left. In the blink of an eye, only the Gongyang clan's group and the 100 evil old demon remained. Gongyang Zi frowned as he looked at Bai Qi and the evil dragon under him. Clan head, old ancestor Gongyang Xian has already fallen. His life medallion shattered. Gongyang Benlei said bitterly. As Gongyang Zi spoke, everyone looked at Yan Chuan. Fate calamity? Could Yan Chuan really be the Gongyang clan's fate calamity? After scheming against Yan Chuan, the Gongyang clan suffered another heavy loss? Gongyang Zi looked at the evil dragon and then looked at Yan Chuan. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." The Gongyang clan's disciples replied bitterly. The group quickly left, leaving only the 100 evil old demon. The 100 evil old demons stared at Miao. Just now, when he fought with Miao, the 100 evil old demon felt a sense of familiarity. "Miao, ugly old man, why are you staring at me? Are you crazy?" Miao suddenly shouted. "For you?" The 100 evil old demon asked with a blank expression. Suddenly, the 100 evil old demon's eyes lit up and he shouted in a high-pitched voice, "It's you!" Miao. Miao looked at the 100 evil old demon blankly. "You're not dead? You're not dead?" The 100 evil old demon exclaimed. Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold as he took a step forward. "100 evil old demon, do you want to be sealed again?" Xing. Below, Bai Qi raised his saber and looked at the 100 evil old demon coldly. Yin Henshin's face was dark while Zhao Feng's eyes were cold. The 7 malevolent dragons were also aggressive. This was because everyone could feel that the 100 evil old demon was not friendly to Miao. The 100 evil old demon looked at the group of people in front of him with a complicated expression. To be honest, back in the inspiration weave, even though he had the help of Yan Chuan's group, he did not take Yan Chuan seriously. But now, it was no longer a matter of whether he took Lin Fan seriously or not. The battle just now had proven everything. He could not do anything to Yan Chuan. In fact, "Kikik, let's wait and see." The 100 evil old demon sneered. After saying that, the 100 evil old demon took a step forward and shot into the distance. "Miao. Weird old man." Miao said in a displeased tone. "King, will he be okay?" Zhao Feng was slightly worried. "Don't worry, he will never be able to catch up to us." Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Zhao Feng nodded. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the evil dragon that was under Bai Qi's feet. "Sage King, how should we deal with this evil dragon?" Bai Qi asked. "Roar, you can't do this to me. If the Lotus Goddess finds out, you will not have a good ending." The evil dragon was still stubborn. The dragons looked at the evil dragon with pity. One should know that the dragons were even more stubborn than the evil dragon. Now, they were all obedient and pulling the carriage. "Sage King, the evil dragon is rare. It might be useful in the future. Why don't you let it live?" Bai Qi said. Yan Chuan looked at the evil dragon coldly. "All right, I'll leave it to you to train. After I take the world tree, let it stay with the 7 malevolent dragons." Yan Chuan nodded. "Yes." Bai Qi replied. "Train? Are you worthy of training me? What do you want?" The evil dragon shouted angrily. Bai Qi smiled coldly and said, "I only have one word for training. Beat. Boom. Rumble. Ong 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 ong. Rumble." The dragons turned their heads away. They could not bear to see this violent and bloody scene. 10 days later, in the Central Territory. In the center, there was a huge cypress tree that reached into the sky. Not far away was a manor. Yan Chuan led a group of people and looked at the huge tree in the distance. "It's back," Yan Chuan said in a low voice. "Miao, what a huge tree!" Miao exclaimed. "The Bai family's cypress tree. As long as the cypress tree is alive, the Bai family will not be destroyed." Zhao Feng exclaimed. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and nodded. "As long as Bai Shu doesn't die, the Bai family won't perish." However, I have a bad feeling about this. Back then, when my soul first came into contact with Bai Shu was on the verge of death. Miao, are you still a member of the Bai family? Miao asked curiously. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said, although the bloodline of this life is no longer the Bai family's, my soul, the birth of the origin soul, which is the birth of the soul of the first life, completely belongs to the Bai family. In other words, my soul came from this cypress tree. Miao, your first life was born in the great wide world. Miao looked at Yan Chuan strangely. Yes, but as long as Bai Huang is around, it doesn't matter whether the cypress tree is around or not. Because Bai Huang can connect to the cypress tree. Bai Huang and the cypress tree were born at almost the same time. The Bai family's heavy soul. Yan Chuan explained. Miao. Miao scratched its pitiful little head. It still could not understand. Let's go. After we get the cypress tree, we will return to the capital immediately. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.